Tuh.
Kan mobil. Tuh, pengecut apa?
Ini sama mobil kan.
Coba lihat, Pak. Pak, ada dua. Ya, lihat dulu bentar luarnya. Kalian kemana? Udah habis. Pak, kalian coba lihat.
Nih,
Wah,
ntar kan gak
ini ada
kelihatan
barangnya.
banyak.
Ada barangnya.
Nah, mau ngambil.
Tapi itu ambil barang. Barang. Apa harus berhati-hati?
Hmm.
Kalau nggak berhati-hati,
Nah,
kecelakaan. Ada itu. Apa berhenti, Pak?
kirim dulu ke sini.
Wih, itu barangnya.
Hmm.
Hati-hati. Bukan itu, Pak. Kita kirim barangnya.
Belum. lihat laut ya.
Daripada ngapung.
Ada di tengah pemandangannya indah, dari motornya mantap ya ya. Oh, pelan-pelan. Ya, dulu aku
pandemic, 850,000 more people have joined this group due to long-term sickness. This has wiped out 8 decades worth of progress in which the rate had fallen every single year. Now, of those who are economically inactive, fully half say they have depression or anxiety. And most worrying of all, the biggest proportional increase in economic inactivity due to long-term sickness came from young people. Those in the prime of their life, just starting out on work and family, instead parked on welfare. Now, we should see it as a sign of progress, of course, that people can talk openly about mental health conditions in a way that years ago would have been unthinkable. And I will never dismiss or downplay the illnesses people have. Anyone who has suffered mental ill health or had family and friends who have knows that these conditions are real and they matter. But just as it would be wrong to dismiss this growing trend, so it would be wrong to merely sit back and accept it. Because it's too hard, too controversial, or for fear of causing offence. Doing so would let down many of the people our welfare system was designed to help. Because if you believe, as I do, that work gives you the chance not just to earn, but to contribute, to belong, to overcome feelings of loneliness and social isolation, and if you believe, as I do, the growing body of evidence that good work can actually improve mental and physical health, then it becomes clear we need to be more ambitious about helping people back to work, and more honest about the risk of over-medicalising the everyday challenges and worries of life. Fail to address this, and we risk not only letting those people down, but creating a deep sense of unfairness amongst those whose taxes fund our social safety net in a way that risks undermining trust and consent in that very system. We can't stand for that. And of course, the situation as it is economically unsustainable. We can't lose so many people from our workforce whose contributions could help to drive growth. And there's no sustainable way to achieve our goal of bringing down migration levels, which are just too high, without giving more of our own people the skills, incentives, and support to get off welfare and back into work. And we can't afford such a spiralling increase in the welfare bill and the irresponsible burden that will place on this and future generations of taxpayers. We now spend £69 billion.
You listen to OEC, this is the Prime Minister outlining what's called his crackdown sick note with the statement in a bit long. We're not getting that sort of measures of intense to bring it, so let's go back to the Prime Minister.
More than our transport budget, more than our policing budget. And spending on personal independence payments alone is forecast to increase by more than 50% over the next 4 years. Let me just repeat that. If we do not change, it will increase by more than 50% in just 4 years. That's not right. It's not sustainable, and it's not fair on the taxpayers who fund it. So, in the next Parliament, a Conservative government will significantly reform and control welfare. Now, this is not about making our safety net less generous or imposing a blanket freeze on all benefits, as some have suggested. I'm not prepared to balance the books on the backs of the most vulnerable. Instead, the critical questions are about eligibility, about who should be entitled to support, and what kind of support best matches their needs. And to answer these questions, I want to set out today 5 Conservative reforms for a new welfare settlement for Britain. First, we must be more ambitious in assessing people's potential for work. Right now, the gateway to ill health benefits is writing too many off, leaving them on the wrong type of support, and with no expectation of trying to find a job with all the advantages that that brings. In 2011, 20% of those doing a work capability assessment were deemed unfit to work. But the latest figure now stands at 65%. That's wrong. People are not you should get the support and treatment you need to manage your condition. But that doesn't mean we should assume you can't engage in work. That's not going to help you, and it's not fair on everyone else either. So we're going to tighten up the work capability assessment such that hundreds of thousands of benefit recipients with less severe conditions will now be expected to engage in the world of work and be supported to do so. Second, just as we help move people from welfare into work, we've got to do more to stop people going from work to welfare. Now, the whole point of replacing the sick note with the fit note was to stop so many people just being signed off as sick. Instead of being told you're not fit for work, the fit note provided the option to say that you may be fit for work, with advice about what you can do and what adaptations or support would enable you to stay in or return to work quickly. 11 million of these fit notes were issued last year alone. But what proportion were signed may be fit for work? Just 6%. That's right. A staggering 94% of those signed off sick were simply written off as not fit for work. Well, that's not right. And it was never the intention. We don't just need to change the sick note. We need to change the sick note culture so that the default becomes what work you can do, not what you can't. Building on the pilots that we've already started, we're going to design a new system where people have easy and rapid access to specialised work and health support to help them back to work from the very first fit note conversation. And part of the problem is that it may not be reasonable to ask GPs, who are perfectly very busy at the moment, to assess whether their own patients are fit for work. It too often puts them in an impossible situation where they know that refusal to sign somebody off will harm that precious relationship with their patient. So we're also going to test shifting the responsibility for assessment from GPs and giving it to specialist work and health professionals who have the dedicated time to provide an objective assessment of someone's ability to work and the tailored support that they need to do so. Third,
We'll stop there because we know the Prime Minister does his 5 promises or 5 pages or 5 points just very briefly. We'll get this analysed by the Daily Mirror journalist in just a moment. He talked about the safety net is generous for those who need it. You need the peace of mind you'll always be supported. He wants everyone to be supported. But he says the value of work is central to his vision for work. You don't get anything in life without hard work. He then quoted figures that since the pandemic, something to use as something has gone wrong. And the numbers of people returning to work is lower than any of our international peers. He said since the pandemic, the number of people who joined that group of inactive is 850,000 young people in the prime of their life apart on welfare, he said. He wants to be more ambitious about helping people get back to work. There's a sense of unfairness as well among those who fund all of this. So he talked about 5 thoughts. One was be ambitious in assessing people's ability to work. He quoted figures that have gone from 20% to 65% of the cohort unfit for work. He wants to tighten up work capability and benefits and help them back into work. He also talked about stopping people going from work to benefit. He talked a lot about the fit note idea. He said it's not the GP's job, it's an impossible situation they're put in. So we will have specialist work and health professionals put into that place. All right, listening to that, Rachel Charlton Daly, who is a disability rights journalist, sometimes found in the Daily Mirror among other titles. Thank you. I appreciate you'll desperately hear the other three ideas, but what you've heard so far, Rachel, your reaction. Good morning. That's not a good start, Rachel.
To be honest with you, that's my reaction. All my thoughts are these two. You seem to just understand why there are many more people after a pandemic. It's because we've just had a mass pandemic. Do you not think there's a correlation between how many people have been hit by this horrible illness and the fact that people can't work now?
Half of them, though, is depression and anxiety, Rachel. That's what he might do.
Well, we've got the horrible effect of COVID, the fact that long COVID don't add to depression and anxiety. We've also got the cost of living crisis, which is ultimately going to add to people's worries. We've got the fact that there is an 14 years into a business, which is making people more depressed and it's harder to earn money, which again adds to your depression. It's not just a thing that's sprung out of nowhere.
Rachel, I think he would argue, but Rachel, That's why we're going to help these folk back into work, because they won't then have to worry so much about the cost of living, and they'll have the emotional benefit as well of being in a workplace. Is what the Prime Minister would probably say to you.
I mean,
security for your digital life. Trusted by the experts, used by the pros.
Bitdefender, a global leader in cybersecurity. Trusted always.
Head to bitdefender.co.uk now. I will not ask you again.
My granny visits Specsavers. No chance.
No, my daughter doesn't go to Specsavers.
You're having a laugh. My sister go to Specsavers.
Specsavers? For my mum, it's out of the question.
Dad? Oh, he hasn't been to Specsavers in years.
If your loved ones can't make it into a Specsavers store, it's easy to arrange home visits. Our opticians are caring and highly trained. To find out if your loved ones are eligible, visit our website.
Isn't it funny how some things in life are good when they're high, but others are good when they're low? Take exam grades, for example. Those are good when they're high.
Yes!
But your 5K time, now that's much better low. With Waitrose new lower prices, you can get the best of the highs and the lows. Because hundreds of good, high-quality favourites, like chicken breast, potatoes and unsalted butter, are now at a new, lower price. Waitrose. Food to feel good about. Selected stores subject to availability. Prices may vary in Little Waitrose, Channel Islands and concessions.
Did you know at TK Maxx, you can find big brands up to 60% less than the RRP? I got this quilted leather handbag, must-have moisturizer, and 3 pairs of branded jeans. Skinny, boyfriend, flared. All incredible savings. I'm basically a denim connoisseur. There's no deal like a TK Maxx deal. Big brands, small prices. In-store and online.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £103 million.
Oh, that calls for a dance. Do you know the robot?
I'm a little rusty.
Oh, you've still got it?
Never lost it.
You're a machine.
Get that Euro Millions feeling tonight. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on app. Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC with Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
As I speak, the Prime Minister, who's speaking at the Centre for Social Justice, has finished his speech. He's now taking calls from the media. We're going to my political editor. Let's go straight to those 5 reforms. And we came away after 2 so that we could, A, get some reaction, and B, try and carve out time for you to call in. His words were 5 reforms. The first was to be ambitious in assessing people's ability to go back to work. Those numbers I've cited, again, the rise from 20% to 65% unfit to work in that cohort. We heard number 2 as well, stop people going from work to benefit. He talked about FitNote there. He talked about specialised support. He says GPs are, in quotes, an impossible situation, so the government will provide specialist work and health professionals. Points 3, 4 and 5 in a conclusion now from, or reforms 3, 4 and 5, I should say, LBC's political editor, Natasha Clark. All right, pick it up from number 3, Natasha.
Nick, yes, essentially Rishi Sunak is saying that Britain can't afford to continue to pay so much money of our welfare bill. He said it was unfair to burden the next generation with this huge spiralling bill. He also announced at the very end there that he would bring forward a new flawed bill to try and clamp down on some of these problems that we are seeing, which he insisted in the benefits system. But yes, overall, a 5-point plan which he says will drive down that overall bill and also make sure that those people who are not in work at the moment but do have the potential to work can do. But Nick, there were some very controversial points in that speech, and he said at the end that he will be accused of being a Prime Minister that doesn't care about people who are sick and are trying to get through the day, really. But he said the opposite was true. But the fact is, Nick, that our welfare bill is spiralling, and since the pandemic, many, many more people have been signing on to sickness benefits. And it is a problem that the government have tried to tackle, Rishi Sunak says, with trying to encourage more people back into the workplace with tax cuts. He says that the economic plan is working, that there are more jobs than ever before, and we know that there are around 1.1 million vacancies in the economy at the moment. So there is a problem here. We are having, he says, too many people who are not working, who are languishing on benefits, and he says it's unfair to ask the taxpayer to pick up that bill. So yes, quite a bold, controversial, I think, plan from the Prime Minister today. One of the other things I wanted to pick up on was he was talking about PIP benefits. Now, they are those disability benefits that you were speaking about earlier in the week when you were speaking about autism and how many more people are being diagnosed with this. He says he wants to change that so that people with some specific mental health conditions will not be able to claim PIP. That's going to be incredibly controversial, and he's going to make it even harder for you to get it by essentially putting the burden on the person to prove themselves more. I think this is going to be very hard for Rishi Sunak to sell to certain parts of the population. But in other parts, I think, like you say, it will be incredibly popular with people who just believe that we are spending too much money on welfare and really that people who can work should be working.
LBC's political editor Natasha Clark reporting. So what is the reality? The old Tory tactic, the nasty party, same old Tory story. Is that the reality? Or is it something to address £69 billion and growing expense? I'm sure my colleagues will take this on, but we've got at least a couple of minutes. I'm sure James will look at this after 10, but let's get at least one or two on. Laura in Purbright, you're the first through. Laura, I know we won't be able to bring you everything the Prime Minister said, but you've certainly got a sense of it. Your take on it. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I hope you're well. I'm going to try and not be emotional. My voice may shake.
Okay.
Okay, my story. I was a police officer in the Metropolitan Police for just under 14 years. I left the police having been diagnosed with various mental health issues, etc. I resigned, decided that maybe I should give it a go on Civvy Street, and to be fair, it didn't work. It didn't work.
Right.
And it didn't. And unfortunately, 7 years on, I am now one of the people who is claiming benefits. I am limited capability of work and work-related activities.
This is down to emotional health issues, is it, Laura?
Mental health, yeah.
Mental health, okay, yeah.
That's right. And it honestly feels as though he's basically saying that, yeah, I mean, it sounds as if he...
Would you want to work, if something could be found that worked for you, would you want to work in it?
You know what, my daughter was recently diagnosed with autism, so we're currently going through all that, and it's just her and I, and unfortunately I left the police and frying pan into the fire, met my ex, and it wasn't a nice relationship.
I'm sorry to hear that.
There's a lot of things going on, sort of thing.
But just to my point, if a job could be found that worked around your requirements, would you want that?
Honestly, it's completely alien to me, and the whole languishing on benefits. I'm sorry, there is no languishing.
No, I'm sure. I mean, all I'm trying to get at, lastly, is the Prime Minister is saying, now, I'm not saying whether this is the reality or the practicality, we need to put in coaches to help people such as you. If that... Go on.
Sorry. No. There are work coaches at the job centre, and basically they aren't interested. Having been there, they're not interested in your skills or what you've done before. They want you to go... They will send you to interviews to a coffee shop down the road that will not... I mean, I'm in this position where I feel like I need to be challenged enough where I don't get bored, but at the same time, I don't need to be challenged too much because otherwise I get overwhelmed.
It is difficult. Laura, I wish you well. Digest what you've heard from the PM. I'm sure it's going to continue on LBC. And let's hope there's something in it for you. I'm only finished to get one more person on. Neil in Oldham. Neil, your reaction. You've got about a minute. Go ahead, sir.
Hi there, Nick. I'm still in a situation as your last caller. Found myself previously high income earner, found myself on long-term sick. So I was previously, as I was hearing this announced this morning, laughing to the jokes about you being a fatso and such, and thinking, sounds a good idea. It was his condescending tone, though, that just got my blood boiling. And then as I started to listen to it more, it was all the mixed and confused messages in there. So the thing about, PIP is for people who are already... in the most need. Yep. It's a very lengthy process to go through. I know because my mother was a double amputee. We had to put her through the PIP assessment claim, and the assessor who came refused her the high-income band for self-care because she noted, and I quote, "We noticed that you could screw a water cap bottle on yourself, therefore we have denied you this aspect." So when he says that, we're now going to make this an objective assessment of your capability to work by specialists, who are these people? Because it's already been ridiculed so much across the board. And then just on that point, and I missed it because I called in because my anger got at this point, is when you then say that mental health is going to be excluded from this, you are undermining the basis on which PIP is built on. PIP is supposed to be, if you need help with your daily life, getting on with it, it's an objective assessment. It's not meant to be doctor-driven.
Neil, I have to end it there. He would talk about these supposed professionals. I'm not quite sure where they are now, but maybe they're lurking in the woods somewhere. Neil, best wishes to you. I'm sure this conversation will continue, but I am done for the day. James O'Brien's the other side of the news on LBC. I'll be with you again Monday morning. Meantime, have a safe weekend. Thank you, Nick. The time is approaching 10 o'clock, and two big stories this morning demanding our attention, one domestic, one international, with, of course, a domestic dimension. There is, once again, no pleasure in having predicted almost to the syllable that this government would have little choice but to turn its attention to the long-term sick, regardless of the problems and potential trauma that will bring to some of the already most vulnerable people in society. But you can hear the columnists sharpening their knives now to tell you the same sort of lies about poorly people that they've spent decades telling you about refugees, junior doctors, teachers, railway workers, train drivers. It's your turn now. But we will begin with Israel attacking Iran.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation, this is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 10 o'clock, the Prime Minister says he's on a moral mission to reform the welfare system. Rishi Sunak has called for an end to sick note culture as he announced plans to remove GPs from the process.
And part of the problem is that it may not be reasonable to ask GPs, who are perfectly very busy at the moment, assess whether their own patients are fit for work. It too often puts them in an impossible situation where they know that refusal to sign somebody off will harm that precious relationship with their patient. So we're also going to test shifting the responsibility for assessment from GPs and giving it to specialist work and health professionals.
Those who are working less than half a full-time work week could also be forced to find extra work in return for their benefits. Labour has accused him of failing to keep the nation healthy. US officials say Israel has launched an attack in Iran after large explosions near to an airbase in the city of Isfahan. Iranian state media says its air defense system intercepted the attack, bringing down 3 drones. The Israeli military is yet to comment, but the country has previously said it would respond to Saturday's strike by Iran. Retired 2-star Air Vice Marshal turned defense analyst Sean Bell has told LBC his assessment.
We were worried, I think, in the West that Israel would go over the top and launch a similar scale of attack that the Iranians launched just last weekend. And there were 3 options, really. Do nothing, which seemed to be something Israel would not do. It was go Armageddon, which we would end up to a massive escalation, or do what some have been calling the Goldilocks solution, not too hot, not too cold. And that appears to be what's happened overnight.
The SNP's former chief executive has been released from police custody after being charged as part of an investigation into its finances. 59-year-old Peter Murrell, who is married to Nicola Sturgeon, was questioned yesterday. He was first arrested in April last year and has been charged in connection with the alleged embezzlement of funds. Around a quarter of children aged between 5 and 7 in England now have a smartphone. Regulator Ofcom says more of them are also using social media sites like WhatsApp, TikTok and Instagram. Campaigners say the company should be doing more to protect them. And the O2 Academy in Brixton is holding its first gig since bringing in a number of measures to improve safety. 2 people were killed in a crush there in December 2022. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 65 points at 78.11. The pound buys $1.24 and €1.16.
LBC Weather.
With Ripple Energy, part-owner wind farm for low-cost electricity.
Partly cloudy with sunny spells and scattered showers. These will be most likely in central and eastern England, a high of 16 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
Oh, that's Jamal from number 5, master of bin day in the car park. Our group chat would be lost without him. Oh, more Foxfight videos. It's sweet and constant. I mean, what kind of a phone contract is he on?
Well, here at Tesco Mobile, we've frozen the price of his contract with club card prices, so he doesn't have to worry about his price going up. Shall I sign you up too?
Go on then.
It pays to be connected. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. Terms apply. See tescomobile.com/frozen prices.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with James O'Brien.
It is 3 minutes after 10, and I confess I hadn't heard that phrase until that particular news bulletin, the Goldilocks option, because at first glance, if you woke up to news this morning of Israel's attack upon Iran, you may have thought that Benjamin Netanyahu had elected to ignore international calls for restraint. And yet, as the dust settled, both metaphorical and actual, it became clear that perhaps he had this Goldilocks option, not too hot, not too cold. And, you know, you start processing that thought, and the Iranian authorities' official state media in Iran, which is essentially a mouthpiece for the Ayatollahs, confirming, or at least claiming, that the damage has been minimal, that so far as we know, no lives have been lost, and the ordnance deployed was not particularly apocalyptic. So you've got an attack upon Israel, which hurt nobody. I beg your pardon, as a critically ill young Bedouin girl and others critically injured. But if you think about the scale of the carnage in Gaza or the horror of the October the 7th terror attack upon Israel, then, you know, a death toll of 0 is, at first glance, a thing to celebrate. And at second glance, a thing to celebrate. 2 death tolls. But then, and forgive me if this is a strange way to approach this scenario, and then you just look at the madness of it all. I mean, what an absolutely absurd scenario. We might as well be back in the 12th century with trebuchets and catapults. The purposes that are being served by these twin attacks, have you any idea what they are? Well, we've got to show that we're tough. We've got to show that we won't put up with it. We can't not respond, because that will... I mean, it's the politics of the playground. I wouldn't say that, I don't think, if people had been killed in their droves in this twin exchange, because it would feel so inappropriate. But my goodness me, what a weird... I say species, nearly. What a weird world we are. 2 things have happened that I thought we should talk about. The first is the retaliatory strikes after weeks of escalating tensions. US officials say Israel hit Iran with a missile overnight on Friday. Competing claims about the scale of the attack on the Isfahan region, but the consensus seems to be, with the Iranian state media downplaying its significance, the consensus seems to be that if Netanyahu was going to do something, this is about the best that people could have hoped for. I beg your pardon, I'm sure there are people in Israel and beyond who wish he had gone further. So let me say instead, this is the best that those of us who mourn every death equally, whether it's a Palestinian child, an Iranian child, an Israeli child, a Muslim child, or a Jewish child, this is probably the best we could have hoped for if Netanyahu had to do something. Okay? How do you describe it? Andrew has already been in touch to call it face-saving stone throwing. And that applies equally to both of them, doesn't it? It's such a strange state of affairs that genuine fears, probably the most plausible or credible fears of a World War III type scenario, has been delivered by 2 regimes that are currently engaged in what I think can be loosely described as face-saving stone throwing or face-saving missile launching. It sits alongside another story that I think understandably is drawing a little less attention, and that is something that happened in Washington at the UN Security Council, where a draft resolution was put before members recommending that, and I quote, the state of Palestine be admitted to membership of the United Nations. Now, it's a 15-member Security Council, as you know. There were 12 votes in favour and 2 abstentions. Power of veto exercised by the US meant that the motion went nowhere, but my goodness me, it leaves America incredibly isolated now on the world stage in their support for Israel, or rather their opposition to Palestinian statehood, which is regarded as an act of support for Israel. So there's a little bit of me that wonders how looking at that UN security resolution vote, Netanyahu has managed in the space of 6 months to segue from the sympathy of the entire world, certainly the sympathy of the entire Western world, to actually having allies such as France vote against his express wishes. That is, I think, an interesting development, but not, of course, as important in the short term as Israel launching missiles, launching an attack on Iran. So Ivan suggests it's handbags at dawn. Well, it is, and Kathy calls it willy waving, which I think we'll allow one mention of on the programme. And it kind of is, isn't it? It's such a strange feeling this morning to be having a conversation with such enormous ramifications, but with currently no actual casualties, or at least no actual killing. It's good old-fashioned brinksmanship, says Lewis. And I think that's what we'll do today, unless you come up with a better idea. I think we'll look at what is going on. What is this? Two very, very military powers have launched attacks upon each other that journalists and diplomats have chosen to describe in fairly apocalyptic language. Well, at least the word unprecedented has been bandied around a lot. The international community has been almost unanimous in calls for Netanyahu not to retaliate, and yet there is a sense at 10:10, and it might have changed by 11 o'clock, there is a sense at 10:10 that somehow this retaliation is okay because it hasn't really achieved anything tangible. Which leads us to the question of what has it done that is intangible. I don't think, as things stand, there are any reports of crucial infrastructure having been damaged. Similarly, the 300-plus projectiles that were launched upon Israel don't seem to have sustained any meaningful infrastructural damage, with the exception of the Bedouin people living in a sort of borderline shantytown situation being injured, and please God that they're all right, that the casualty count seems to be mercifully low to non-existent if we're talking about deaths. And I have absolutely no idea what's been achieved. And yet I have a sense, because I'm not stupid, I hope, that something has. What? 0345 6060973. What has been achieved? So, someone's made a lot of money. Every time a bomb goes off, every time a missile's launched, every time a drone takes to the sky, whether it gets shot down or not, there's a shareholding somewhere that ticks up. The more I've read about arms supplies in both world wars, the more my faith in humanity has diminished, but there's always a few quid being made. I don't think it's a particularly important factor in this conversation, but goodness me, it's important not to forget it. What has been achieved? 0345 6060 973 is the number that you need. We are sitting here worried about a World War III scenario because we have been told by everybody important to be a bit worried, at least, about a World War III scenario. We are reading reports, the like of which we haven't really read before, about Iran launching 300-plus projectiles, missiles, toward drones towards Israel, on Israel, at Israel, breaching some of their, 99.9%, over 99% of them I read yesterday have been shot down. And now Israel responds with an action that appears at first glance to be in contravention of what their allies were calling for. And they achieve about as little as Iran achieved in the first place. And the world is sort of responding, I think, with a sense of relief that Benjamin Netanyahu didn't go further, and yet what he has done since October the 7th is enough to ensure absolute isolation at the UN Security Council, save for the continuing support of Joe Biden, who has arguably been made to look a little bit of a mug by Netanyahu's refusal to respect his requests for no retaliation. So, look, the simplistic question here, and occasionally it's worth asking the simplistic question, is whether or not this Goldilocks option is the least bad outcome of the current standoff. An attack that didn't really hurt anybody is a good thing. And that's the point at which I feel this is all a bit Kafkaesque. I don't know if you'd looked at it this way round before I started burbling. But, oh, great, yes, there's been a massive attack and no one got hurt. It's like something out of Catch-22 by Joseph Heller, isn't it? So what has been achieved? Nothing tangible. Normally you judge the success of a mission like this, I think, by counting the casualties, counting the enemy casualties, or counting the cost of the damage sustained. They won't be able to do this, or that airport will not be usable, or that senior military figure has been removed from the chessboard. That's how you normally calculate the success of these sort of things, and yet here we are, celebrating the. I don't want to even say failure, but the logistical fact. I mean, it can't be a failure because I don't think they were trying to do any more than what they've done. So I think that we can probably agree, and if the situation changes in the course of this morning, I will, of course, bring it to your attention and possibly change my question accordingly. But the notion of no tangible impact, no significant, measurable impact of either the Iranian attack upon Israel or the Israeli attack upon Iran, what is the intangible impact? What are the intangible effects? The unmeasurable consequences of both of these excursions? If you hit the numbers now, you will get through. Sometimes at 10 o'clock, I don't really know where we're going when we start talking. I do my best to get across the facts, and I'm grateful to you for indulging me this morning, because I really struggled with that notion of this all looking a little bit surreal. I hate stepping too far back from a story when it's a matter of life and death. I don't know who else just suddenly thought of the Tory or suspended Tory MP Mark Menzies when I used that phrase, life and death. But because the casualty count is low to non-existent overnight, and yet the significance of what has happened is dominating international news and diplomacy, it just struck me as being a moment perhaps to remark upon the strangeness of it all. And that led us, I think, helpfully towards the question of what's been achieved by both sides. What have Iran achieved and what have Israel achieved? Or rather, what have Iran and Israel achieved in the last week? 0345 6060 973. It's 10:17.
LBC.
Digital security? Nah, I'm not talking about the code to your safe. I'm talking online, virus protection, no funny business with your passwords. Got me? That's where you need Bitdefender. Complete security for your digital life. Trusted by the experts. Used by the pros.
Bitdefender, a global leader in cybersecurity. Trusted, always.
Stop mucking about. Head to bitdefender.co.uk now.
Jump into a Skoda Plus approved used car with 11.4% APR representative plus £750 deposit contribution on Solutions PCP. 2 years servicing, 2 years warranty, 2 MOTs and 2 years roadside assistance. To use when driving to places like your 2-year-old's tutu party in Tooting tomorrow. Skoda approved used event available from the 15th to the 29th of April. So visit your local retailer today. Skoda. Indemnities may be required at participating retailers. Vehicles up to 8 years and 100,000 miles at activation. Skoda Finance. Toodaloo.
At Lidl, we're always big on quality and little on price. With super-powered savings on all your weekly staples, fresh deals on your 5 a day, and big brands that don't break the bank. You could save over £35 by switching from Sainsbury's to Lidl with this week's big shop at lidl.co.uk/save. Prices checked 15th of April 24. Sainsbury's also sell other products. See online for more details.
This is LBC with James O'Brien Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
18 minutes after 10, Iranian state TV reporting that 3 drones were destroyed over the city of Isfahan. A strange sense abroad that someone else has pointed out rather cleverly that people are calling it de-escalatory. And that's the perfect distillation of I don't like the word surreal. I used to love it, but it gets overused so much. But this... someone rather winningly has got a Twitter account called Contempt for the Conmen. I wonder where they got that from. But the notion that an escalatory attack can somehow be de-escalatory sums up absolutely perfectly what I was trying to convey. How can a military engagement, how can the launch of an as yet unspecified number of missiles constitute de-escalation? And yet I think somehow it does. So we can't count the tangibles. What are the intangibles? Tab is in Lambeth to kick things off. Tab, what would you like to say?
Hi, James.
Hello, mate.
Really nice to talk to you. First-time caller.
Welcome aboard.
So I'm going to try and be as articulate as you always are.
Well, let's not get carried away. Let's not get carried away, Tab.
Frankly, I don't think it's achieving anything tangible or intangible apart from, I guess, a continuation of the constant animosity on both sides, which I think is kind of part of the plan. Really.
But then the negligible casualty count speaks against you, doesn't it?
Isn't it the only way that the world is rightly upset about all the killing on both sides, and we can debate the causes and all of that, but I think most neutral people will say pretty awful stuff has happened on both sides.
Stop killing each other.
Exactly. And so, but the problem is I think what this whole recent events since October the 7th have kind of shown is that the world is perhaps taking this stuff a little bit more seriously. There's a bit more of a dividing line showing. You talked about France now maybe not standing with America. And that's not good for anyone. It's certainly not good for business. And I don't think we as the West or whoever you want to say the UN don't really have a plan. And the lack of a plan means we just need to keep going, don't we? We need to keep the same animosity on both sides. It makes us a lot of money. It keeps people in power. And so how can we do that without really upsetting the people that are starting to get very, very, frankly, pissed off? No interest
what's
in
your
all
language?
of this stuff.
What's your language slightly?
Apologies.
No, that's all right. You'd already kind of lost me a bit, but then you dragged me back in again. So I think if you look at the UN Security Council votes, the massive majority of members, 2 abstentions notwithstanding, 14 members failed to vote against a bid for full membership for the Palestinian people. So if, as I think you're arguing, that the status quo suits the vested interests, if we don't want to sound too conspiratorial,
true.
Then you just mean America now and Israel.
I think also just if we can say that both sides are kind of attacking each other and it's no one's dying, we can start to forget a little bit. Because one thing we can say that's happened, as I say, in all of this last few months is that people are taking it seriously. We've been sleepwalking, haven't we, for the last 70, however many hundreds of years about these issues.
I don't know that we have. I mean, certainly focus has narrowed since October the 7th, and it is significant, I think, that Netanyahu's tactics have alienated a lot of historic allies, both on the political and indeed on the personal level. And when Chuck Schumer starts talking about Israel being a pariah, you know that the tectonic plates have shifted. But do the events of the last week shift them back at all? I'll tell you what I don't know. What happens if they resume or step up hostilities in Gaza? Would the conversation have changed at all as a consequence of this exchange of missiles?
Well, that's it. I don't think it has.
No.
I think all it would have done is say that, you know what, even if people say they're angry, Iran, whoever, it doesn't really lead to much.
It's a sort of blade sharpening exercise. You've got 2 people being held back by their mates, and what's happened over the last week is that they've both been flexing their muscles and sharpening their knives and showing everybody that they, if push comes to shove, they mean business and they've got what it takes to do more?
I think so, but I also think in terms of the language, we're calling this an escalation.
Well,
right?
we're calling it, mate. We're calling it a de-escalatory escalation in the last 12 hours.
Exactly. That, I mean, what an oxymoron.
Well, yes, but I don't. But we're humans, not robots. Oxymorons can sometimes encapsulate difficult and complicated issues. It's because it's if he'd gone absolutely full on in a response, which some people feared he would, then that would be escalatory. So it's considerably less escalatory than the other thing he could have done, and therefore it's de-escalatory. So what do we know today that we didn't know a week ago?
That some drones from Iran can reach Israel and they can knock them down.
That might be, yeah. Well, that's tangible. That's tangible, and probably the capability of Israel of bringing. Bringing the fight to Iran was already pretty well established. It's not something I'm confident to pontificate upon, whether or not that there were some elements of the Iranian assault that would have given genuine pause or surprise to Israel in particular and the international community in general. Thank you, Tab. Jawad is in Birmingham. Jawad, what's changed? What's been achieved?
Hi, James. I guess you could reiterate the point that your previous caller made, that first of all, you've proven that these ballistic missiles can actually reach Israel. So I think that's certainly a point that.
Did we not know that?
We may have known that in theory, but in practice, we now know that 300 times over.
Yes, and even though the Iron Dome was almost completely successful in wiping them out, of course, if 10 times more had been launched, the consequences may have been terrible.
We also have to acknowledge the fact that, and this applies to the drones that the Houthis are actually deploying as well, that they cost on average between $2,000 to $20,000 a piece, which is pennies when it comes to this sort of warfare.
Yes, it is.
So, yeah.
Why do we have to bear that in mind? Sorry, I don't.
Because to overwhelm the Iron Dome, it's quite cheap.
So it would be feasible.
It would be feasible, yeah.
And that. I mean, to put it in crude terms, that is because of the time it takes to reload, if you pardon the simplicity and the crudity. So the Iron Dome is a brilliant piece of kit, but you could overwhelm it with volume.
Yeah,
perhaps.
And your viewers can actually perhaps look this up and confirm my source. But I read somewhere in a newspaper, Israeli newspaper, that there was a piece of research done to show that it would take about 4 or 5 days worth of successive attacks on Israel to completely deplete the Iron Dome. And at that point, beyond that, it would be open fire on Israel. So I think that, and that's from various angles here.
Okay, well, people can check that, me included. I got no reason to doubt it. It rings a vague bell with me as well. But how then does Netanyahu's decision over the last 24 hours fit in either to this narrative or make sense more generally?
Well, in terms of what decision are we speaking about?
The decision to launch a velvet glove, shall we say, possibly an iron fist in a velvet glove, but the damage done to Iran, as far as we can tell, is minimal.
Yeah, well, this is why my actual point that I wanted to make, and I don't mean to make the point as much as plant the seed.
Yeah.
But maybe it's important to look at the relationship between Iran and Israel a little bit more closely. And I have been doing that. I'm a Sunni Muslim in Britain.
Yes.
But my opinion is not very popular, even within Sunni circles, because there's a lot of support from my community for the Shia Iran regime.
Yes.
And, in Britain, we don't feel that difference because we're friends across the spectrum, especially with the current generation. There's no political or religious divide that we sense in the West, and that's my personal experience. But on a political level, and from a historical standpoint, I think we have to look at that relationship a little bit closer and see who the common enemies are for Israel and who the common enemies have been historically for Iran. If you recall, there's videos of Netanyahu making speeches in the U.S. Congress about Saddam Hussein being a target, a potential enemy for the West, Gaddafi being a potential enemy for the West. A lot of the people, a lot of the leaders, the Arab leaders, the Sunni leaders that Netanyahu has actually spoken of in the U.S. Congress have also been agitators for the Iran regime, particularly Gaddafi, who actually, prior to the revolution, he singled out the Shah for having positive relations with Israel.
Right.
So I think there is something beyond the media and beyond this spectacle.
You're slightly. I don't think you're speaking in code, but we are a little bit short of time. Are you suggesting that Israeli and Iranian regimes at this point have a bit more common ground than perhaps we realise?
Absolutely, and I think when perhaps documents,
as in my enemy's enemy is my friend, sort of territory.
Yeah,
well, that's interesting.
We have to keep that in.
No, and we brought it in bang on time as well. Thank you for that. Food for thought. It's one of those days, and I know that people are still dying, and I know there are some stories so hard, of course, when BBC and other news organisations can't really get in to the Gaza Strip. But if we're talking, and it's a little bit naive perhaps to do this, but exclusively within the parameters of these two international attacks, then you can be a little bit more philosophical than previously, because the casualty count, the consequences have not been bloody so far. 10:30 is the time. Amelia Cox is here now with your headlines.
The Prime Minister has announced plans to remove GPs from the process of signing workers off. Rishi Sunak says he is on a moral mission to bring to an end what he called sick note culture. Iran is playing down what's believed to be an Israeli airstrike on the central city of Isfahan. State media says there has been no reported damage or casualties after the country brought down 3 drones overnight. And 2 police forces are being investigated over their contact with a mother who was stabbed to death in Bradford. Kulsuma Akhtar was attacked while she pushed her baby in a pram. LBC weather, partly cloudy with sunny spells and scattered showers. These will be most likely in central and eastern England, a high of 16 degrees.
This is LBC.
If loose and missing teeth or dentures affect the foods you can eat and make you feel embarrassed about your smile, speak to TDC about how we can restore full sets of teeth, your smile and your confidence.
I walked out there with a great big beaming smile, so it was great.
To learn more and to book your consultation, visit smileinaday.co.uk or call TDC Harley Street on 0203 733 4986. We're now part of Bupa.
This one's for the fed up. This one's for the hot and stuffy. This one's for everyone who thought they couldn't have aircon in their apartment or listed building. Because you can. For years, Call U have supplied and installed fully internal aircon systems with no mess, no fuss and no external condenser. So head to callu.london today, before the summer's here. Call U, for a cool, comfortable home.
James O'Brien on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
It is 10:32. You're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. I like this. I'm going to nick this, actually. I like it so much. In fact, I wish I hadn't already given away the fact that someone else has sent it in. I could have passed it off as my own undetected. Sick notes of the new small boats. It's even got the felicitousness of rhyming, hasn't it? Sick notes of the new small boats. Rishi Sunak this morning doing... I think you'll let me say this. I'm not claiming I'm the only one or that I'm possessed of any sort of clairvoyant abilities, but I did tell you in terms and repeatedly that the next big thing to come from this ludicrous government would be an attack upon people being signed off work sick, and that it wouldn't, when they came to do it, address any of the plausible reasons why these numbers are rocketing. For example, long waiting lists, meaning that people are getting sicker while waiting to be treated. For example, supply chain issues regarding medication, meaning that people who could work can't work because they can't get the medication as reliably or indeed in the quantities that they need, something that we talked about yesterday. Stress levels increasing because of the cost of living, mental health suffering as a consequence of people living much more precarious lives, whether it's because their mortgages have gone up or whether it's because the simple business of keeping the wolf from the door has become close to impossible. All of these are reasons why the number of people being signed off work sick has risen exponentially in recent years, and all of these are, at least in large part, a consequence of policies that Rishi Sunak has been fully supportive of. So after 11 o'clock this morning, we will address the frankly ridiculous spectacle of a government responsible for rendering its own population sicker than ever before, now turning its attention on the sick. In much the same way that when their own members are found to have broken rules, and even perhaps laws, but certainly rules, they change the rules. They don't punish the members, they change the rules. And that does actually apply to small boats, which Ken Clarke, that well-known lefty and titan of the Labour movement, Ken Clarke, the former Tory Chancellor, has described the attempts to redefine the word unsafe as safe as akin to arguing that a cat is actually a dog. But again, you probably won't hear this analysis as clearly as you deserve from organs that remain committed to everything from Brexit to Rishi Sunak's premiership. And speaking of things that you probably haven't heard as much as you should have done, it has been reported in Gaza, 2 days ago, in fact, a few of you keen that I mention this, and I'm happy to, that at least 11 people, including children, have been killed in an Israeli attack on the Maghazi refugee camp in central Gaza. The Wafa news agency, the Palestinian Wafa news agency, reported that the strike hit a playground frequently visited by displaced children. Several people wounded in the attack, and most of those killed reportedly children. Now, this isn't a conversation for today, but you immediately... I catch myself now immediately going, well, of course we can't be 100% sure. And that undermines all of the reports coming out of Gaza. Really, the first line of all of this should be Western media can't get in because Israel won't let them. And that I'm sorry, that is just the pivotal point in all of this coverage. Oh, you can't trust the figures coming out because the Hamas run the Palestinian Health Authority. Fine, you're perfectly entitled to that opinion. Can we send in some people that we can trust? No. All right, can we have a frank and open conversation about the methods that the Palestinian Health Authority uses to conduct its death toll, the detail they provide of the people that they believe that? No, we can't really have that conversation either because they're Hamas-backed, so you can't trust them. Well, can we send in some people that we can trust? No, you can't do that either. So I have to say, as I read this, that the Palestinian Wafa news agency is not an organisation whose provenance I know much about. The only British outlet I've seen reports it, and this is probably just a failure of my search engine, is the National, the Scottish newspaper, the National. And yet, you know, we're having a conversation almost celebrating the fact that nobody got killed in Iran overnight, and we haven't had a conversation about an Israeli airstrike on a playground reportedly leaving 11 children dead. 10:36 is the time. Back to the question of what has been achieved in the last 2 days. 0345 6060 973 is the number you need to contribute. It's been a pretty powerful start, and long may it continue. Matt is in Hull. Matt, what would you like to say?
Hello, James.
Hello,
yeah, I think with the Iranian attack, what that achieved that is a huge shift in the region is that they proved that they can penetrate the Iron Dome, and they didn't even use their latest and most sophisticated weapons. They used up old kit, so you send drones first to mop up the missiles that are launched to shoot them down. Drones are very cheap. You know, they reckon Israel launched $1.3 billion worth of missiles to largely shoot down $2,000-3,000 drones, you know, and they were able to strike 2 airfields, one of which is the most defended location on the planet. And they did it with old kit and a relatively small-scale attack because 300 sounds like a lot, but it's not when you think that 185 of those were drones just sacrificed, like sacrificing pawns in a chess game.
And they're not, you know, they're certainly the cheaper ones, not a million miles away from something you could pick up in Argos.
Yeah, you can buy them in droves from anywhere and just slight modifications, and you've got a drone that you can attach a small explosive to, so you can't ignore them because they might hit something if you ignore them.
Do you feel this is being underappreciated in some of the coverage? The significance of what Iran demonstrated has been, if not missed, then underreported.
It was a very well planned, and they gave 72 hours notice through the Saudis to the US and to Israel that was what they were going to do, that these are the targets we're going to go for, the 4. So there were 2 intelligence bases and 2 airfields, both of which were involved in the attack on the consulate.
They were reached rather than struck, weren't they?
They were hit. They were definitely hit.
But not to a point of being put out of commission or anything like that.
No, because that would have escalated in a way that would have been, the Iranians don't want to drag themselves into a regional war. The Americans don't want to be dragged into a regional war. So, a lot of diplomacy goes on in the background that we're not told about, because it's secret, and all those communications are going on constantly between. So William Burns was in Saudi Arabia when he's the head of the CIA.
Yes.
Was in Saudi Arabia negotiating with Israeli delegates, saying, "Look, if you respond massively to the Iranian attack, that's going to be an unacceptable escalation." So they kind of bargaining over, we'll let you go and have a limited attack into Rafah if you don't respond overwhelmingly or provocatively to the Iranian attack. And I say, if you listen to people like Larry Johnson, who's former CIA, or Phil Giraldi, or Chaz Freeman, who's a sort of very eminent diplomat of his generation, they're quite happy to talk about all these things going on in the background. But Iran was saying, look, all we've done, we haven't swung a punch. We've put our fist up to your nose and shown you, we can breach that system. And so they talk about a thing called an escalatory ladder.
Yeah.
And an escalatory dominance.
That's a good
Iran
phrase.
Has shown
That's a good phrase. So they haven't gone up many rungs.
Yeah.
But they're on the ladder.
Yes, and Iran has shown for the first time ever that they kind of dictate the pace. They can breach the Iron Dome whenever they like. And bearing in mind, we had RAF planes, American planes, Jordanian planes helping shoot down the drones.
Yes.
So Israel on its own, would have been even more.
Does that make more of a mystery, then, of the nature of Israel's response?
I think Netanyahu's under so much pressure
internationally.
That he hadn't responded at all.
Well, that's domestic, then. The pressure is domestic. There's not really any allies saying, please go out there and bang some Iranian heads.
Exactly the opposite. They were saying, don't respond to this. It's only going to cause and bearing in mind, the attack on the consulate was the original aggression. I mean, Iran, up to that point, wasn't directly involved. People talk about Hezbollah and the other things that Iran supplies, but, we supply all kinds of people with weapons, and, that's deemed okay. So, it's
so he didn't, so he had to do something, and he's done as little as he could to appease domestic pressure.
And to not upset the Americans, who told him to be restrained. So he said, look, I did strike back to his local population, and he said to the Americans, look, I can exercise restraint. I can.
And what's absent from the political landscape in Israel, or at least what is far from prominent, is the voice saying you should have done a lot more. The political rival who wants to tack further away from moderation and peace.
Yeah, I think...
Because he brought them into the tent, really, to the exclusion of people who may have been less...
More moderate, yeah. And so a lot of Israelis, quite understandably now, are terrified because the Iron Dome was breached. And they have other systems, like David's sling and things like that. They're all very sophisticated systems, but,
Yeah, no, I hear you. Can I ask why? Is your interest just academic? You just find it fascinating because
we've actually spoken before about Trident. My dad used to do a lot of work with NATO.
I remember now. Yes, of course.
Yeah, and I can't tell you what my last job was, but
okay. But there's a reason why you sound like you know what you're talking about.
Yes, yeah, and I still have connections through my dad and also through my former employment.
Right.
But so the way you beat these systems is you overwhelm them, and you do that with, you can now do that with, like you say, Argos drones.
Yes.
And you just can't sustain. If they reckon Iran may have spent between $2 and $3 billion total, whereas Israel spent $1.3 billion. Well, there's not a limitless supply of those missiles. They're expensive and they're not easy to get hold of. So
And I guess, you know, among all of these variables, of which there are even more than we realised before you started talking, Matt, the role that Jordan and the UK and other allies played in the destruction of some of the drones, some of the ordnance, that probably should have set off slightly louder alarm bells, shouldn't it? Because that speaks to the possibility that Israel alone would not have repelled the attack so successfully or foiled the attack so successfully. And it's almost like getting a bead on a target. You don't actually need to destroy it. You just need to demonstrate to your enemy that you can reach it. And that is analysis that perhaps has been not absent, but a little bit muted in much of the Western coverage. Speaking of Western coverage, a few of you are telling me that Channel 4 reported that attack upon the playground in the refugee camp that reportedly left 11 children dead. I haven't been able to find it myself, but enough of you have messaged me about it to make me think that it's probably true. Thank you, Matt. That was really, really helpful, but quite chilling, I think, from the Israeli perspective in the idea of what is likely to happen next. So is Israel essentially undertaking its actions overnight in the hope of sustaining status quo and avoiding escalation, even as Netanyahu's ear is full of voices calling for him to do more. And, of course, that involves ignoring the entreaties from allies to do less. So I think, and I heard Nick Ferrari say something similar this morning, and I think that given the options available to him, objective observers should probably chalk the events of the last 10 hours up as the least bad. Netanyahu has taken the least bad path. But that's for objective observers on the outside. That may not be the least bad path for Israelis. Probably is for Iranians. It's painting the target is the phrase, I think, that they use, although I have to confess I may have got that from video games. It's 10:45.
This is LBC.
At EDF, we're busy helping Britain achieve net zero. As CEO of EDF Renewables UK and Ireland, Mathieu Hu explains.
We've been investing in clean energy in Britain for over 15 years, and now we have ambition to generate 10 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2035. Homegrown renewables will be essential in securing the country's energy independence, and we are committed to working closely with local communities where our projects are based to create a strong green economy.
EDF, helping Britain achieve net zero.
You need protection? Take my number, son. Things get a bit lively, I can have 10 fellas down to your gaff pronto. And these boys don't muck about. You need digital life protection? Well, that's a different story. And you need Bitdefender. Complete security for your digital life. Trusted by the experts, used by the pros.
Bitdefender, a global leader in cybersecurity. Trusted always.
Head to bitdefender.co.uk now. I will not ask you again.
Introducing the Mazda Approved Used Car Event. Discover Mazda's exhilarating range of approved used cars. Available to finance at 5.9% APR representative on Mazda used personal contract ventures. Running exclusively from the 17th to the 26th of April. Search Mazda Used Car Event. Mazda, crafted in Japan. Participating dealers only. Subject to status to over 18s. Indemnities may be required in terms of Mazda Financial Services. See website for details.
Do you ever feel like getting back under your duvet in the middle of the day? Forward Regular is a well-tested liquid formula of iron, which contributes to the reduction of tiredness and fatigue, and non-formation of hair removal. Forward Regular from Vitalitics at boots, pharmacies, and vitalitics.com.
Diving into starting a business and taking it to the next level is exciting. And having the right support is everything. That's why NatWest's dedicated team are with you all the way. Get 2 years free banking on everyday transactions when you open a startup account or switch to NatWest Business Banking, backed by the current account switch guarantee. So join the hundreds of thousands of businesses across the UK who are already pushing ahead. Tomorrow begins today with NatWest, proud partner of Team GB. Search NatWest Business. Turnover under 1 million for startup, under 2 million for switch. Standard tariff thereafter. Switchers must use the current account switch service. Can't transfer another NatWest Group business account. Other fees and criteria may apply.
Flying from Luton Airport. Luton Airport Express takes you from London St Pancras to the terminal in this little S30.
representatives and supporters to commission specific bespoke radio furniture in the style of a Sting, I believe it was called, or even on occasion a jingle, and then having been a right clean and proverbial to getting that done, and then very quick to forget absolutely entirely. And then I got across with everybody else for not reminding me of the thing that I've forgotten. And then, several weeks later, I remember it and briefly resurrect the forgotten feature and intend to keep it as part of the programme for the foreseeable future before promptly forgetting it again. And the latest phenomenon to fit that category is, as you have probably already worked out for yourself, unhinged headline. Islamists, the far left, and woke are uniting to topple the West. We should start playing bingo, shouldn't we? Or we should start guessing who it is. It's always one of about 5 people. It's always someone who gets commissioned to write for the Telegraph. Almost all of the unhinged headlines come from the Telegraph, although I reserve the right to include a couple of others, which means it's almost certainly going to be David Frost, who negotiated a brilliant Brexit deal, which I'm going to use for you later in the programme. It could be Nick Timothy, who of course was Theresa May's right-hand man when they called that disastrous election, and also in the Home Office for the go-home vans and all the rest of it. It could be Alistair Heath, the editor of the Sunday Telegraph, responsible probably for the craziest and the most unhinged headlines that we have ever seen, or indeed covered on Unhinged Headlines. A couple of other there's Alison Pearson, who is a columnist there and something of an absolute chef's kiss of an unhinged headliner. Unhinged columns as well. And then there are a couple of others sort of nibbling around the edges. There's someone called Sherelle, is it Jacobs, I think, and one I hadn't come across before, but he today makes his debut on Unhinged Headline. Because we're going for the double. Someone called Jamie Blackett, who has written, "The EU would rather destroy the planet than let Brexit succeed." Let's pause for a minute to think about that. Somebody, and remember the Telegraph is my late father's old newspaper, so there is a bittersweet tinge to these tirades whenever we turn our eyes. That means that someone has been paid by the Daily Telegraph to argue, if the headline is to be believed, and there's no earthly way I'm reading whatever bilges below it, but if the headline is to be believed, somebody is sitting there, stroking their chin, arriving at the conclusion
Sunak says he has a moral mission to reform the welfare system, which includes taking sick notes out of the hands of GPs. Anyone working less than half a full-time work week could also need to find extra hours to receive their benefits. In a major speech, the PM raised concerns about the number of people who are out of work because they're long-term sick.
Now, of those who are economically inactive, fully half say they have depression or anxiety. And most worrying of all, the biggest proportional increase in economic inactivity due to long-term sickness came from young people, those in the prime of their life, just starting out on work and family, instead parked on welfare.
Labour's accused the Conservatives of failing to keep the nation healthy. The government has stressed the need for de-escalation following a strike on Iran overnight. The US says Israel was behind an attack on the central city of Isfahan, though the Israeli military hasn't commented. Iranian state media says the country shot down 3 drones near to an airbase and played down its impact. Defence analyst Professor Michael Clark has told LBC the West will be pleased the strike was limited.
The Allies will also be a bit relieved that if this is all Israel is going to do, then they can probably live with that. They've been urging Israel not to create an escalatory cycle with Iran because the Iranians clearly don't want this to go anywhere else either. And so they're saying to the Israelis, don't make it any worse. But Netanyahu, who hadn't said anything about this for days until yesterday, suddenly said, well, we've received lots of advice from our allies and we're very grateful for the advice, but of course, we'll do what we want to do.
2 police forces are being investigated by the watchdog over their contact with a mother killed in Bradford. One man has been charged with the murder of Kulsuma Akhtar, who was pushing her baby in a pram at the time she was stabbed. The IPC will look into West Yorkshire Police and Greater Manchester Police. Nicola Sturgeon's husband has been charged as part of an investigation into SNP's finances. The party's former chief executive, Peter Murrell, was questioned for a second time yesterday. The 59-year-old was charged in connection with the alleged embezzlement of funds. And retail sales volumes were flat last month, down from a growth of 0.1% in February. A rise in petrol and diesel sales helped to offset falls at department stores and food shops. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 39 points at 78.37. The pound buys $1.24 and €1.16.
LBC Weather.
With Ripple Energy. Climate action you can be proud of.
Partly cloudy with sunny spells and scattered showers. These will be most likely in central and eastern England, a high of 16 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
Have you heard the energy price cap is changing? I still don't really know what it is or what it actually means for my bills. I can't keep up with it all. Does it drive you mad?
No, mate. I'm with British Gas, so I'm already beating the price cap. I'll get the drinks in.
Don't worry. You don't have to know everything about the energy price cap, because at British Gas, we're keeping our prices below the April cap with our fixed price tariff. And if we release an even better fixed tariff in the future, you can switch for free. Search British Gas tariffs. Eligibility and T's and C's apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with James O'Brien.
Oh, 4 minutes after 11 is the time. OK, how are we going to do this, do you think? Rishi Sunak has, as predicted some time ago on this programme, but far from exclusively, the signs have been there. In fact, the biggest sign was in the Daily Mail the other day, I forgot to tell you, where they sent somebody somewhere to discover loads of young people who are off sick without naming any of them. And I'm not suggesting for a minute, when we have conversations like this, that nobody anywhere ever swings the lead. Here is the analogy I like, and I've used it a lot, and I think today it deserves another airing, OK? You cannot have an effective safety net without acknowledging that some people, for reasons that will probably elude the rest of us, will elect to use it as a trampoline or will elect to use it as a bed. Okay, so the safety net, we are all on the trapeze. We are all swinging on the trapeze of life, okay? And below us is a safety net. And because we all get paid, or most of us get paid, as we swing on the trapeze of life, a few of the pennies that we earn go towards making sure that the safety net both exists and is in good working order. Now, some people hate the safety net. Some people have lived lives of such untrammeled privilege and insulation from the reality that the rest of us understand that they don't think they need one and they don't think they're ever going to land in it. And in fact, some people are rich enough to have their own safety net. So they are up on the highest trapeze, bringing in the largest amounts of money. And they've got bespoke, but they've got bungee ropes tied around their waists called bank accounts. And even if they fall, they are going to be fine. They will never land in the safety net that is right at the bottom of the trapezes. The one right at the bottom catches people who would otherwise fall into oblivion. Now, it could be that you've lost your job. It could be that you're poorly. It could be that you're... well, those are the most obvious examples of it, that you're temporarily incapacitated. There are a million reasons why you might end up in that safety net, but if you've got a functioning cerebral cortex, you would want it to be adequate. You would want it to be up to the job. You would like the safety net to be made of something other than the cheapest possible materials. If we were looking at what you might get fed in a safety net, you wouldn't want it to be gruel and boiled turnips. Do you see what I mean? So it's absolutely essential that you understand people who have their own safety nets. People like Rishi Sunak, who, especially since his marriage, if not before, absolutely knows that whatever catastrophes before him and his, he will never have to bounce around in the same safety net as plebs like us. If the wheels come off our lives, we only have the welfare state to fall back on. There will be various degrees of delay, but ultimately, if the wheels come off and you haven't got inherited wealth or epic amounts of money, enough to pay for healthcare, enough to pay all of your bills, enough to sustain the quality of life that you enjoy now, even if your income ends tomorrow, then you will never have to bounce about in the safety net that catches the rest of us. Rishi Sunak is way, way, way up there, swinging around, and today taking aim at everybody who's already in the safety net. Think about that for a minute. Think about that analogy. I know I get a bit carried away with my analogies, but that is why you have a vague sense of disgust at what you heard Rishi Sunak say in that news bulletin. It's why he is perhaps the least qualified person in the country, never mind in politics, to take aim at people currently signed off sick. Because he's talking about a safety net he knows he will never need, which means that a moral integrity would involve pausing before taking aim at it. But the Daily Mail will love it. The Daily Mail will love it. The Daily Telegraph will probably love it. And all of the people that told you Boris Johnson was a stand-up guy and Brexit was a brilliant idea and the bankers weren't responsible for the international economic crisis of 2008. It was all the fault of refugees and I can't even remember, unemployed people. They will all love it. Kind of run out of road on blaming foreigners for everything, not least because the ones we need to come here and work are still not coming here to work, even though the numbers continue to rocket. You can't really blame it on gay people or homeless people. Why is my life a little bit rubbish? I know why. It's that fella over there who I've never met, but who the Daily Mail tell me is claiming all sorts of sickness benefits while being perfectly fit to work. Now stop for a minute and imagine. It was you, right? You were perfectly capable of going to work, but you wanted not to, so you went to the doctor and asked them to sign you off. You'd be dead of boredom in a month. The massive, massive majority of us would be dead of boredom in a month. OK, you've got a mate who knows someone who used to go out with a girl whose dad has been signing on since 1973 and spends his whole life like Stan Ogden in Coronation Street, watching the racing on the telly and drinking Tennant Super. OK, he is not a reason to rip up the safety net. He is not a reason to start dropping hand grenades from the trapeze that we're swinging on, and I don't know that is the plural, as someone has just texted me to suggest, and blow up the whole system or start attacking the people who are currently in need of that safety net. Just because there's a fella over there in a string vest smoking a roll-up who hasn't done a proper day's work since 1973 does not mean that you take aim, as Rishi Sunak is doing today, at everybody pretty much who is currently off sick. And they will pretend, oh, no, I don't mean you. So, I mean, it's like a playbook now, isn't it? You can, every single bit of it, oh, I don't mean you. So if it's immigrants you're going after, and then it succeeds because people vote for Brexit, and then you say, hang on a minute, why did you vote for Brexit? Oh, I voted to get rid of all the immigrants. And you say, well, I'm an immigrant. And they go, oh, I don't mean you. So that's what Sunak did in an actual speech today. He essentially said, oh, no, I don't mean you. I don't mean the deserving recipients of welfare. I don't mean the deserving recipients of the safety net. I don't mean you. I don't mean the people. I don't mean you. I mean all the other ones. You know, all the other ones, like him over there and her at number 44. All the other ones. They're swinging the lead. They're taking the mickey. They don't need to be off sick. Why might this country currently be suffering from an epidemic of debilitating mental and physical sickness? Shall we count the ways? Shall we contemplate a few reasons why the numbers might be rocketing? Okay? Let's ignore for the moment the possibility that a generation of people have woken up and decided that living on tuppence halfpenny a week and not doing any work is the dream. That is what I'm aiming for. That is what I want. Let's consider the possibility that the consequences of COVID remain unmeasured, both physical and mental, that the damage done to people by that virus and, of course, by the enforced isolations that it involved has taken an incredible toll upon their physical and mental health. That's reason one. Let's look at reason two. Reason two, let us say, after yesterday's programme, would involve the damage to the supply chains that has been done internationally by everything from COVID to inflation and war in Ukraine, but which is exacerbated enormously in the United Kingdom by, altogether now, Brexit. So would Rishi Sunak mention, when decrying the amount of people who can't really go to work because they're not getting the medication they need to go to work safely? We spoke to a man yesterday who can't go upstairs because he hasn't got enough epilepsy medication and he needs to have his shower when his wife is in the room just in case he has a seizure. And the seizures, which were once every 1 or 2 months a couple of years ago, are now, due to a diminishment in his medication, are now I think he said 2 or 3 a week. So imagine the likelihood of him being able to go to work until the supply chain for his epilepsy medicine is fixed. Do you think that Rishi Sunak would mention that? Of course he wouldn't. He voted for Brexit. He voted to damage the supply chains for medicines that people need in order to be able to go to work. But he didn't mention that. So what have we got? We've got the impacts of recent events in the context of COVID. We've got the damage done to medical supply chains in the context of Brexit. Then do you know what else we've got? We've got the cost of living. We've got the sheer bloody grind of it that millions of people up and down this country are experiencing on unprecedented levels. You've got people who have had an envelope dropped through their letterbox, partly as a consequence of what Liz Truss did to our economy, that is telling them that their mortgage payments have gone up by 50, 60, 70%. And like Mr. McCorber, they live within their means. They live just below the unsustainable, and the mortgage goes up or the rent goes up and suddenly they move into the unsustainable. What the hell do you think that does to their mental health? What do you think the thought that however hard I pedal, I'm not going to move does to people, particularly perhaps providers, particularly perhaps parents, people who have played by the rules, who have done their bit, who have kept up their end of the social contract and now can't afford to feed their children. They can turn on their radio and hear a man insult them by claiming that they could feed their kids for 30p and then get promoted by Rishi Sunak to become the deputy chair of the Conservative Party. How do you think they feel? What impact do you think, perhaps, that fear and misery might have on their mental health? So there's reason number 3. We've got the context of recent events, whether it's COVID or the consequences. We've got the damage to the supply chain. That means people can't get the medicines that would enable them to be able to go to work. We've got the... we need a fourth one, actually. I know what the fourth one is. It's possibly the biggest one of all. We've got the mental strain of the cost of living crisis, a consequence of Conservative policy. You've got, number 4, the horrors of austerity. You've got the fact that there is no support for you. There is no help. You can't cope with your kid, and the Sure Start Centre was shut by David Cameron. The stress of that is such that maybe your husband has to give up work in order to come and look after you, or you're caring for an elderly relative because the welfare state, that bit of the safety net, has been snipped up and sold off. So you can't go to work because you've got to look after your mum. Rishi Sunak hasn't addressed your problems, although, to be fair, you wouldn't be signed off sick. But I'll tell you who would be signed off sick. Someone on a waiting list. Someone who could actually have been treated a year ago and put back into full working order. Someone who could have been, dusted down, spruced up and cured or treated or sent to work. But they haven't been because of the waiting lists that Rishi Sunak promised to shorten. What about the doctor who's too stressed to go to work because the terms and conditions are so bloody awful? What about the nurse who can't do it because she hasn't received the counselling she needed as a consequence of having to watch people die on her ward during COVID? They're signed off sick. They're all signed off sick. People on the waiting list are signed off sick. People whose mental health has been brought to the very brink of catastrophe by the cost of living crisis or the consequences of austerity, they're signed off sick. People who can't get their medication because of the supply chain issues voted for by Rishi Sunak, they're signed off sick. All these people are signed off sick. And Rishi Sunak wants to set fire to the safety net. It's not even politics, this. It's psychologically disgusting. It really is. And I don't know, really, what the best way into it is. I acknowledge the existence, for the avoidance of doubt, of the bloke in the string vest over there smoking a roll-up and living on tenant super who hasn't worked since 1973. I acknowledge his existence. But I do not acknowledge the existence of an army of young people who are choosing to opt out of work. The impact upon mental health of all of the things that I've just listed is immense. Absolutely immense. CAMS is overwhelmed to the point of absurdity. And guess what? The young adults and teenagers and children who cannot see a CAMS counsellor for love or money until they've actually attempted suicide, they grow up. The lucky ones grow up. The massive majority grow up and they become adults with mental health issues. They become adults who can't go to work because their employer doesn't understand that there'll be days when they can't leave the house. And Rishi Sunak's coming for them. He's coming for everyone who needs a safety net because these people hate safety nets. And the reason why they can sustain the hatred of a safety net is because they have got their own. 90 minutes after 11 is the time. The number you need is 0345 6060 973. I've no idea what the question is, but I know that we need to talk about this.
This is LBC.
Toner and ink.
Get yours in a blink, and for less than you'd think, at cartridgepeople.com. For unbeatable prices.
Cartridge People.
Printing sorted.
See online, but our price promise.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So count on us to make sure your summer holiday is worth every penny. With over 50 sunny destinations, an amazing choice of 2 to 5-star hotels, and 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book summer now from London Stansted with just a £60 deposit per person. And spread the cost with flexible monthly payments. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Aptronet or protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
Did you know at TK Maxx, you can find big brands up to 60% less than the RRP? I got this quilted leather handbag, must-have moisturizer, and 3 pairs of branded jeans. Skinny, boyfriend, flared. All incredible savings. I'm basically a denim connoisseur. There's no deal like a TK Maxx deal. Big brands, small prices. In-store and online.
This one's for the fed up. This one's for the hot and stuffy. This one's for everyone who thought they couldn't have aircon in their apartment or listed building. Because you can. For years, CallU have supplied and installed fully internal aircon systems with no mess, no fuss, and no external condenser. So head to callu.london today, before the summer's here. CallU, for a cool, comfortable home.
This is LBC. Message James O'Brien on WhatsApp now on 0345 6060 973.
So what do you think of it? What do you think of Rishi Sunak's assault upon the safety net? His conviction that plenty of people currently unable to work according to their medical condition, signed off by an actual doctor, are just one push, one nudge, one shove away from being able to return fully formed into the workplace. I've got a lot of calls waiting, which is a bit odd because I haven't asked the question yet. But I do want to give a little bit of priority, if I can, to doctors, to actual GPs. And your response to the implication that you're signing people off without really any justification. You're signing people off sick for inadequate reasons. You're signing people off sick who'd be perfectly capable of going to work if only they could sit down with Rishi Sunak for 10 minutes. Joe's in Bromley. Joe, what would you like to say?
Hi, James.
Hello, Joe.
So basically, I was off ill. I work in communications, just to give you a bit of a background story. I work in communications, installing internet in people's houses, up ladders, in manholes, all that kind of stuff. Health and safety is really imperative. I'm going through a divorce, which doesn't help. But obviously, you know, sleepless nights is a common occurrence.
Yes.
Going through what I'm going through. And I wasn't safe enough to be at work. So management took the decision to give me some time off.
Did you go and talk to them?
To
management, or did you go and talk to the doctor? How did you reach that point where they made that decision? If you don't mind me asking.
Management saw me. I'm quite a bubbly person. I bring a lot of energy to the workplace, and I try not to bring home to work sort of thing.
Yes.
But they saw the drop in mood. They saw my productivity failed. I just wasn't, you know. Every time they saw me, they say to me, "You look tired," you know, that kind of stuff. So I was kind of being, you know, a man, not, you know, kind of.
I do know.
Taking note of the problem.
But someone noticed. Someone said, "Are you all right, Joe?"
Literally, that's what happened. Yeah.
Wow.
And
can I ask who you work for? Because I think we should give them a bit of credit, shouldn't we? You don't have to tell me.
I work for OpenReach. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it.
Well, you have now, so that's fine. But that's no. I think they deserve. I mean, it might just have been an individual, but it's more likely to be a part of a company culture. But someone actually spotted that you were off. You were off your game, and they came to check on you. What happened next? Tell me what happened next.
So obviously, I went through the whole process of, you know, speaking to people and getting the help that I needed.
You mean doctors?
Doctors, of course, yeah. No, and, you know, just being able to talk in general. And I think as men, we don't really talk when we need to talk. It gets to a point where everything boils over, and then you're not talking, you're shouting because you're emotional, you're stressed, whatever it is. I think I'm more so to say that before this government decides to get rid of this safety net, most companies, if any company, all the companies that I've ever worked for, they have a limit to the safety net. You can't abuse it. You can't take advantage of it. You know, I wasn't pressured to get back into work. I was asked, but ready to get back into work. And also, I was off for a month and a half. But I didn't have the financial worries with that because the company is really well in regards. But I was bored. I wasn't being productive. I felt as though it was kind of counterproductive.
Just needed to recharge your batteries.
Exactly.
And for some people, that taking a month and a half. like the mental equivalent of waiting list. Think of mental health as being pressure, internal pressure. And the tradition in this country, particularly among men, is to tighten the lid and tighten the pressure cooker. Tighten the pressure cooker. And then, of course, rather than finding help in releasing it gently and slowly, it will blow off at some point. And that's worse for absolutely everybody. So the waiting list for a physical ailment, for a physical condition, is similar, because for most people, the condition will get worse the longer the wait for treatment. Not for everybody, maybe not even for most, but for a lot of people. So your ability to go back to work has been diminished with every passing month, and they've been in power for 40 years. Zach, what would you like to say?
Hi, James. Nice to be speaking with you again.
You're a doctor. You're an access doctor.
Yeah, so I work as a medical registrar in a hospital in Scotland Borders. So, it's quite a stressful job. But the point I wanted to make was that people who get signed off work with stress, often that is their last negotiating tactic when their employers are not listening to them or not wanting to negotiate with them. Whereas in the past, people would have been able to join a union, or they would have been able to negotiate to work part-time. Those protections were eroded over many decades, and now what we're seeing is that people, when they have those problems at work, getting signed off with stress is really the only way that they can give themselves a bit of breathing space, and that's something that I don't think we're recognising in this debate.
Some of the other safety nets that have been removed from legislation, I think, by unions, by Tories, right-wing media launching sustained attacks on unions, continue to do so. So the support that you might expect to find in the workplace when you are temporarily unable to fulfil your duties full time has gone, leaving you with little choice and something about the balance of power in employers just not being as category chosen. Situation that you're finding difficult to redeploy. You'll come up against various brick walls in terms of personnel management, and then things get so bad you go to the doctor, and the doctor says you don't have to decide, so you can't go back to work in this state.
Absolutely, and so it's really a political that's trying to get signed off, and what makes me really angry about what Rishi Sunak's doing is that he's taking that decision out of the hands of a GP who knows the patient, is incentivised to help the patient, and he's going to give it to healthcare professionals who work in the Department for Work and Pensions, who are not going to be incentivised to put decisions that they're making. Just taking away that negotiating tactic from employees so that they can put up with whatever their employees.
Just pause there. Just pause there. Forget about the bit about negotiating tactics. Just repeat. I want everybody to listen to this very, very carefully. Just repeat what you just said about you take away this decision-making process from doctors and give it instead to civil servants whose job really is to reduce
incentivized to help you, the patient, and their population. It would be entirely different if you're taking that decision out of the hands of your GP and putting it into the hands of a healthcare professional that's employed by the Department of Work and Pensions. That's what this is really about. And, it makes me very angry actually thinking about what's going to be happening to people.
It makes me bloody explain about that. That was pretty cross already. Thank you, Doctor. It's 11:30. Listening to James O'Brien on LBC. I'll leave you with the thoughts of John Crates, the parliamentary sketch writer for The Guardian, and a splendid contributor to public discourse. I see it writes this morning, and I'm really sorry. By having a heart attack, I let my country down. More importantly, I have let Rishi Sunak down. Amelia Coulter, when you have
The Prime Minister wants to remove himself, but called for de-escalation following a strike on Iran. Iranian state media says the country's air defense systems brought down 3 drones overnight. Israel is yet to comment. And the police watchdog is investigating 2 police forces over their contact with a mother who was killed in Bradford. Consumer actor was stabbed to death while pushing her baby in a pram earlier this month. LBC weather partly cloudy with sunny spells and scattered showers, due to be most likely in central and eastern England, a high of 16 degrees.
LBC.
Search EE Home. Eligibility criteria apply. New EE broadband customers.
I really visit Specsavers. No chance.
No, my daughter doesn't go to Specsavers.
You're having a laugh. My sister goes to Specsavers.
Specsavers? So my book is out of the question. Dad? He hasn't been to Specsavers in years.
If your loved ones can't make it into a Specsavers store, it's easy to arrange home visits. Are eligible, visit our website.
Did you know at TK Maxx you can find big brands up to 60% less than the RRP? I got this quilted leather handbag, must-have moisturizer, and 3 pairs of branded jeans. Skinny, boyfriend, and flared. All incredible savings. I'm basically a denim connoisseur. There's no deal with the TK Maxx store. Big brands, small prices. In-store and online.
This one's for the fed up. This one's for the hot and stuffy. This one's for everyone who thought they couldn't have aircon in their apartment listed building. Because you can. For years, CallU have supplied and installed fully internal aircon systems with no mess, no fuss, and no external condenser. So head to CallU.London today, before the summer's here. CallU, for a cool, comfortable time.
Not shopped at Ocado, but you've heard it's the best. Now you can shop for 25% less, and groceries delivered free to your address. There's an Ocado just for you.
First-time customer, get 25% off your grocery shop and free delivery.
There's an Ocado just for you.
New customers only. Minimum spend £60. Max saving £20. Geographical restrictions apply. Conditions at ocado.com. Verify at info@ocadoretail.com.
James O'Brien on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It is 26 minutes to 12. You are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. Well, you are, but Alex is in touch with me quite considerately. Nice to keep me in the loop, Alex, to say I'd love to be listening to you today, James. But I'm sorry, I've got 31 new songs from Taylor Swift to get through. As a fellow Swiftie, Alex, I'm very sympathetic to the situation. It's Joe Allen. A bit niche, you know, but probably not as niche as you think. Popularity takes 11:34 is the time. Rishi Sunak wants to be completely clear about what I'm saying here. This is not about making the welfare system less generous to people who face very real extra costs from mental health conditions. For those with the greatest needs, we actually want to make it easier to access with fewer requirements. That's good. So doctors will be deciding who has the greatest needs, will they? Oh, no. That will be people at the DW. That will be assessors. What's the point of that? Well, we need to save money. But what if there is no money to be saved? What if, and I say this carefully, what if the massive majority of people signed off sick are actually paid for it? Are actually sick? Okay, there's a bloke over there in a string vest smoking a wood pipe who hasn't worked since 1973. To be fair, he should be retired right now. But I take your point that we all think we know a lead swinger, or we all know someone who knows 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 someone who is taking the mickey. Just like all those immigrants who are coming over here to nick our jobs and sign on and send all the money home and take our houses all at the same time. Didn't actually know one yourself, but you knew they existed because you kept reading about them in the Daily Mail or on Twitter. What if the massive majority of people off sick are sick? Then what's the point of this program? 11:36 is the time. Nikki's in Guildford. Nikki, what made you pick up the phone?
Oh, I am absolutely furious, James. Very nice to speak to you. I'm a bit scared.
It's only me. It's only me. Very scared.
I'm running before, not to you, to other people. But anyway, this is really important, I think, for me to... I'm just exploding at the seams. I worked for a programme called the Work. There's always been a work and health programme.
Yes.
In some form or another from the government. So the work and health programme, it was a 2-year contract. So basically, it was voluntary, but from the we would have people referred to us from various job sectors.
Yes.
And in fact, it was basically recruitment with no commission, if you can put it like that.
Yeah.
So you have a caseload of people. We're not trained properly. They don't tell you the type of people or anything about the job until you come on. It's an absolute joke. It was an American company, subcontracted.
By the DWP, so a private sector, big private sector company that is...
So the whole thing, in my mind, this money-making thing.
So you're on the payroll, but you're not really clear about what it is you're supposed to be doing, and all the people that have employed you care about is that the stream of people ensures that the stream of money continues.
Correct. It's a disgrace. And then they treat staff, well, I can't even go into it, this American company quite well.
Well, tell me about the clients before you tell me about the terms and conditions of the employment. What sort of people were coming through your doors?
The expectation was that you had to get 4 people a job a month.
Right.
Right. Now, the sort of people coming through were maybe middle-aged, really people that were really genuinely, and I swear on my life, not ready to go to work.
Yeah.
The whole point of the programme is to help them through a journey to get them to work. And with some people, it's never going to happen. It's just terribly, terribly sad, and you have to be a really resilient person. I don't know anyone I work with. I don't know how I managed to do it for 3 years, because the way that we're treated by the upper management was terrible, and people genuinely cared. I worked with people who really, really did care about what they were doing.
But they were banging their head against a brick wall most of the time, because the people that they were supposed to be getting into jobs were signed off sick for a reason and were not ready.
Yeah.
But what about, if I was to be the devil's advocate, I would say, wasn't it your job to make them ready?
Yeah, that was the job. Yeah, absolutely. There were lots of, I'm trying to think of the word, help me out here, James. I don't know
what's going on in your head.
Lots of places to go for various things that help.
Yes.
They are out there, but this is Surrey, where everybody thinks that Surrey is, ravingly
rich. Yes.
And there's a huge population of people that are in poverty in this county. Provisions, that's what I was looking for.
Provisions for health care.
Provisions to signpost people to places, X, Y, Z. And I was one of these people who's outspoken, and they tried to get rid of me as well. There's another thing. I had more disciplinaries.
So they're just taking the system that you're describing and trying to give it even more to do, make it an even bigger part of the process, trying to get it to mop up even more of what is currently being done by GPs. And the only doctor we've spoken to was, if anything, Nikki, even angrier than you about these proposals. I'm conscious of asking who likes it, but I kind of know that you won't know what you're talking about if you do like it. I know what the Daily Mail will say about this. I know what the usual suspects will say about this. It will all be prefaced by, oh no, I don't mean you. There are definitely some people who are in real need, but there's loads that aren't, and we should stone them. But how do you know? Who knows? The only people that could tell you probably are the doctors, who could begin to explain to you how big a problem it is. People who could be working but are choosing instead to be signed off sick. 0345 606 0973 is the number you need. You've heard the story, you've heard the Prime Minister, you've seen the targeting of people signed off sick. That is the constituency of people that Rishi Sunak is blaming today for economic slowness, and targeting today for treatment, for harsh treatment or life-changing treatment. What is it? Claire's in Crewe. Claire, what would you like to say?
Hi, James. We actually get 2 lots of PIP in this house. I get it myself because I've got severe Crohn's disease. And there is no job that I could do that involves just living in the bathroom. My son is 17, he's autistic, and he would love a job. He's begging us for a job. But there just isn't one out there. So I'm 50% agree that, I hate to say this, but I'm agreeing with him. Yeah. I'm not even saying name. I agree that there needs to be some kind of help for people like my son. But you can't just write everybody off. You can't say that people with mental health and anxiety should just sort themselves out and get a job.
But and where would the help come from? It has to be employer-driven. It has to be a quest, a mission to make employers understand that somebody like your son can be a great asset to their company. But the way things are set up at the moment, it's never going to happen.
No, because the employers would actually be paid for taking my son on. They get like the
that already exists, doesn't it?
Yeah, it already exists.
But there's no job that suits you.
No, nobody will take him on with that kind of problem. So there's people like myself that can't work and will. I'm a nurse, and I haven't worked for 20 years. I'd love to work, but there's nothing I could do. And you've got to accept that there are people out there that it's very difficult to get PIP.
Well, it is very difficult to get PIP. I'm glad you said that, because that's missing from Rishi Sunak's analysis as well, I think, because creating the sense of, being signed off sick is not the same as PIP, but it sounds to me that he's trying to make it more like PIP, actually, just the simple signal. He's trying to make that a much bigger, much smaller to get through. Yeah. But there will be lots of people who are not as ill as you. I mean, I don't want to go into grisly detail, but you said you're in the bathroom all the time. You're on and off the toilet all day. Right?
Yeah.
But there'll be people signed off sick who are not as sick as you, or whose condition is not as debilitating as yours. I don't even see what he's done to make their lives better, or to except frighten them into thinking that they're going to have the pittance they currently live on taken away.
Well, I mean, it is a pittance. That's what he's not mentioning. And we're not like all living in, like, I'm getting like £3,000 a week or whatever. It's not. I think it's about £400 a month. So it's about £100 a week, which is nothing when you think what I could be earning as a nurse.
Yeah.
So we're not all just sitting around like.
I don't know that anybody is actually. I wish we could find a magic wand or something and actually identify how many people fit the stereotype, fit the tabloid stereotype of script. That's the word. That's the subtext. When he went sick note becomes a pejorative. You're supposed to question everybody because you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. And if you can't, you're a scrounger.
But they add on rent benefit, the housing benefit, capital tax benefit onto when we say James is earning 30,000 a year. Yeah. That's everything that they're getting. Well,
I mean, it works. No, it's not in your bank account every week, but it works, of course, for people who have to pay. You just described it. We think that there's a sort of fundamental unfairness attached to anybody who doesn't have to pay. If you stop and ask, what would you rather? Would you rather have to spend your day on the lavatory like Claire does, or would you rather have the deal that you've currently got with regard to taxation and expenditure? They'd all choose just as Claire would choose, not to be Claire. But that's not how tabloid journalism works. And sadly, and I will mention the new book at the moment because it comes out, the paperback comes out on Thursday. Sadly, we've created a country where the government now does what, when I started this job 20 years ago, was still happily confined to unpleasant right-wing tabloid journalism. The government does it now. People like Braverman and all of them really, Johnson, Gove, they all take unsustainable, unevidenced prejudice and turn it into policy. That's how you end up with the small boat. That's how you end up with the demonisation of sick notes. That's how you end up with Brexit. You might as well have just asked 10 years ago what's going on in the fever dreams of Rupert Murdoch and the editor of the Daily Mail, and just stick it straight on the statute book, because that is where we've been led. That's where we've been taken. And it ain't over yet. It's 11:46.
This is LBC.
Kayak, the flight comparison site, can also help you find great deals on car hire, at home or on your hots. So whether you're roaming the streets of Paris, cruising the coasts of Paphos, or packing the family off to Penzance, Kayak compares great deals from major car rental sites quicker than you can say which way to the beach.
You legend.
Great deals on car hire, at home or on your hots. Search Kayak and go see for yourself.
Flying from Luton Airport. The Luton Airport Express takes you from London St Pancras to the terminal in as little as 32 minutes. From just £10. So let's go. Let's go for adventures with friends, sun and sea with the family, or a city escape somewhere romantic. There's no traffic and no stress. So pack your bags and let's go on the Luton Airport Express. Buy your tickets now at lutonairportexpress.co.uk.
My granny visits Specsavers. No chance.
No, my daughter doesn't go to Specsavers.
You're having a laugh. My sister goes to Specsavers.
Specsavers? For my mum, it's out of the question. Dad? Oh, he hasn't been to Specsavers in years.
If your loved ones can't make it into a Specsavers store, it's easy to arrange home visits. Our opticians are caring and highly trained. To find out if your loved ones are eligible, visit our website.
Jump into a Skoda Plus approved used car with 11.4% APR representative plus £750 deposit contribution. Solutions PCP. 2 years servicing, 2 years warranty, 2 MOTs, and 2 years roadside assistance. 2 use when driving 2 places like your 2-year-old's tutu party in Tooting tomorrow. Skoda approved used event available from the 15th to the 29th of April. So visit your local retailer today. Skoda. Indemnities may be required at participating retailers. Vehicles up to 8 years and 100,000 miles of activation. Skoda Finance. Toodaloo.
Girls! Sean!
It's
bedtime!
One more race! Almost done!
Okay, kiddos. That's enough. Time's up. Yeah.
Your Wi-Fi is going on.
Going off.
EE Broadband lets you pause the Wi-Fi on your kids' devices, helping them to switch off and drift off. Search EE Home.
Eligibility criteria apply. New EE broadband customers.
Did you know at TK Maxx you can find big brands up to 60% less than the RRP? I got this quilted leather handbag, must-have moisturizer, and 3 pairs of branded jeans. Skinny, boyfriend, flat, or incredible savings. I'm basically a denim connoisseur. There's no deal like a TK Maxx deal. Big brands, small prices. In-store and online.
James O'Brien on LBC.
11:49 is the time. Do you know, whenever I say safety net, whenever I start talking to you about safety nets in the context of catching people who need help, and we're talking about it at the moment because of Rishi Sunak's speech this morning, in which he essentially targeted the biggest safety net of all, the welfare state, but particularly the support that's in place for people who are off sick. Whenever I say the word safety net in that context, I immediately think of Make Some Noise, which is, of course, my employer, Global's great charity that addresses areas that sometimes get overlooked in the context of both care and charities, small charities doing quite specific jobs. Because I sometimes have to do the job of giving a speech at the sort of annual gala, and I always describe it as having to knit your own safety net, knit little safety net, because the big one does its job. We're all up on the trapeze, but there are holes in it, and to not overwork the analogy, but sometimes you've got to get a safety net below the safety net for the people who slip through the cracks, and it's sadly becoming more urgent and more important with every passing year. I mention this because today is a very special day in the LBC calendar. It is the celebration day for LBC's official charity, Global's Make Some Noise, and all the small charities we are supporting. With your help, this year's Global's Make Some Noise is changing over 21,000 lives across the country. You may remember that last October you helped us raise money for Make Some Noise, and today we are exploring and celebrating the difference that your donations have made, helping to fund vital, life-changing, but crucially, as I say, small projects right across the UK. doing our best to make sure that no one is left facing life's toughest challenges alone. Hannah is the CEO of Youth Concern, which is one of the small charities supported by Mediashareon, and she joins me now. Hannah, hello.
Hi.
Let us begin with a few words about what it is that Youth Concern does, and perhaps what would happen if Youth Concern wasn't there.
Youth Concern is a little charity in Aylesbury Vale in Buckinghamshire, and we've been supporting 13 to 25-year-olds since 1979. We call ourselves an open access service. We're here for any 13 to 25-year-old in Aylesbury Vale, but we specialise in helping the young people who face additional challenges. So through our drop-in centre, which is our shop front, we have 2 homelessness prevention projects and a counselling service. It's all available free of charge. What would happen if we weren't here? We had 1,100 young people come through our doors last year, through our drop-in centre, more accessing counselling and more through our homelessness prevention work. I just don't know where they would be turning, particularly now when the local authorities are strapped for cash. They're changing the way that they make donations or contract the charities. They're not able to provide the services that we do. So there'd be 1,100 kids in Aylesbury Vale who'd fallen through the cracks last year.
Last year alone.
And that's just last year, yeah.
No such thing as a typical client, I don't imagine. But could you describe a couple of memorable ones in the context of the help that you were able to provide?
We had a young man come to us. He came to our drop-in centre. He was 19 when he came to our door. He'd been sofa surfing, which quite often is how young people present when they're homeless. They're not actually sleeping rough, they're the hidden homeless. He'd been sofa surfing, and he came to our drop-in centre and asked if he could use our toilet to have a wash. So we told him we have a shower and we've got a washing machine and a tumble dryer, so we spent a few days looking after him like that. He accessed our youth food bank and he had hot meals with us. And he moved into our supported accommodation project. So this is a house where we can house up to 9 previously homeless young people for up to 18 months. And it's an amazing project that can turn young people's lives around if they want to engage. So he'd been homeless, he had mental health issues, and he was coping by drinking quite a lot of alcohol. He told us he'd fallen into the wrong crowd. He couldn't see a way out. By the time he moved out, only 8 months later, he had benefited from our counselling service, he'd got a full-time job, he'd got a flat, and he'd stopped drinking. And he wrote to us, and this doesn't happen often, but he wrote to us to say, and I quote him now, "This all started with staying at Youth Concern. I wanted to send you a note to thank you for the help last year. It turned my life around."
That's pretty special, isn't it? Now, you know what has happened to your Make Some Noise grant, don't you? You know how much you'll get, because I used to surprise people in the studio.
I was prepared to sound surprised.
No, because I can't surprise people anymore because I start crying. So I say, you applied for a grant of just under £30,000, and then I do a terrible pause, like something off the flipping X Factor or something. I go, but you're not getting £30,000. I even did it one year with a big cheque. They made me do it with a big cheque, like some sort of footballer from the 1970s getting signed for Nottingham Forest. But because if I saw your face when you found out you were getting £60,000, I'd have to go to a break and compose myself.
Well, I don't think I'd be able to speak either. When I got the phone call, I did cry.
What's it going to do? Where is that £60,000 donated by NBC listeners and other global radio listeners?
So
what does it mean?
We applied for just under £30,000, and that was going to fund counselling for up to 20 young people for a year. And then we heard last month that Global's Make Some Noise will more than double the amount that you're going to give us, and you're going to fund 2 years worth of counselling for up to 40 young people. So what that means is that 40 young people's mental health will be improved as they meet their counsellor one-to-one, face-to-face, by phone or virtually. And the impact the grant will have on young people is huge. So in the last 6 months alone, we've delivered 705 individual counselling sessions. That's 118 sessions a month. we've assessed 22 new young people for counselling, and then coincidentally it's the same number, we've taken on another 22 young people. So in my 4 years at Youth Concern, we've grown the number of young people we can counsel from 28 to 60 at one time. The money that you will be donating to us and the listeners have given to this campaign just means those young people have got the safety net you were talking about.
How do people find out about you? How do people in the area? Because I love this idea of a lad just sort of popping in because he couldn't think of anywhere else to go to have a wee or whatever.
A lot of young people come from word of mouth, right. So their friends might say to them, you should come to Youth Concern, there's a pool table, there's a ping pong table, there's a music recording studio,
right.
There's free food. They come and it might be the third or fourth visit that they realise we can go deeper, and they might confide about something serious that's happening in their life, and we can support them. That's where our work really starts. One of the things I love about Youth Concern is the young people are very keen to tell us warts and all what we're doing right or what we're not doing right. And we ask the young people that we counsel on a 10-week basis really how they feel about our service. And 4.9 out of 5 rate us really highly. And they say things like, my counsellor accepts me, my counsellor understands me, I'm satisfied with the service, I would recommend my counsellor. So they only need to go and say that to their mates at college, or at school, or in their supported accommodation project, or at work, and we have more young people come through the door.
Well, thank you for everything you do, and thank you for coming in today to tell us a little bit about it. I've got some less happy statistics. Well, they start off happy. The charities that we've supported over the last 10 years, 92% of them have reported an increase in people coming to them for support in the last year alone. I'm sure that Youth Concern has as well. And some of the charities that we've helped over the years have seen more than a 50% increase in demand in the last year. You know why. Cost of living crisis, high inflation, a lot of the issues that we've been discussing in the last hour of the programme contributing to a phenomenon that sees many charities recording an increase in demand for their services from people struggling. 52% of the charities we spoke to have had to turn people away or refer them on or add them to a waiting list because they can't keep up with the number of people who need their help, all of which, I think, leads me inevitably to a reminder of how you can help. In supporting Make Some Noise, your donations are reaching small charities like Hannah's, like Youth Concern, and not only giving them a chance to survive, but, as Hannah has just explained, giving them a chance to reach even more people in need. We've got no idea how many... Because the thing you've said that has really struck me was it being the third or fourth visit before they come and say, actually, I'm not just here for a game of pool, I'm the kind of person that you could help. So how many people are wandering around?
That's what worries me too.
Yeah.
When it comes to counselling, the other place that the referrals come through is CAMS, yes, which is statutory provision. But in Buckinghamshire, CAMS is now so stretched. If somebody is 13 to 25, well, it would be 13 to 18, it's children. They just directly refer to Youth Concern. When you talk about the numbers, we expected to welcome 800 young people to our drop-in centre last year. We actually welcomed 1,150. That's an increase of 47% on the previous year's numbers. And when I look at the last 6 months alone, we've already welcomed 730 young people.
So you're on course.
So we're on track for our busiest year ever.
You can donate £10, £20, £30 or £40 by texting LBC10, LBC20, LBC30 or LBC40. No spaces, just LBC10, LBC20, LBC30. You know where I'm going with this. Or LBC40, and you send it to 70766. That's 70766. 100% of any donation you can make will go to Global's Make Some Noise. You do need to be 16 or over, and do seek the bill payer's permission. Standard network charges apply, and the full terms and conditions are at makesomenoise.com. That's LBC10, LBC20, LBC30 or LBC40, and you just text it to 70766. Give you a little idea of what £40 could pay for. That would cover a session, a one-on-one counselling session for the kind of young person that Hannah has described, someone experiencing mental health difficulties, someone quite possibly referred by CAMS, which cannot cope with demand for its services. £30 could help clothe 3 young people currently experiencing homelessness, and remember that will include sofa surfing. It just means you haven't got a place that you can call home. If you can give £20, you will be buying, for example, personal hygiene and sanitary products for a vulnerable young person who wouldn't otherwise be able to afford them. But anything you can give, big or small, will make a difference. To donate more than £40, just go to the website, go to makesomenoise.com and follow the incredibly straightforward instructions. It's a chance for us all to come together to help change more lives. Hannah Esquith, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you so much. Could I just finish by thanking my amazing staff and volunteer team?
No.
Okay.
Of course you can.
I think one of the things that's really hard is people come into this kind of work because they want to make a difference. We're not paid massive salaries. And so when the demand for our service is huge, we have staff who are going the extra mile again and again. And I just thank goodness that they are all here doing the critical work they are. So, team, it's a pleasure and a privilege to work with you. And Youth Concern is only able to help 1,000+ young people every year because we're a fantastic team.
Thank you for that, and thank you to all of your colleagues for doing all of the things that they do. It is now 2 minutes after 12. I wouldn't have been late for the news if it wasn't for Hannah, but there you go. I'm joking, of course I would. I'm always late for the news.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at midday, the Prime Minister has revealed plans to strip GPs of their power to sign people off from work. Rishi Sunak says he wants to bring an end to sick note culture, saying he has a moral mission to reform the welfare system. He also says there'll be a crackdown on fraud. Labour's Shadow Housing Minister Matthew Pennycook has told LBC News he has no confidence in the plans.
This announcement this morning screams to me a government that is out of ideas and out of time. Economic activity rates are at their highest in decades. We're still the only G7 country that hasn't returned to economic activity rates as they were pre-pandemic. So absolutely, we've got to look at reform and how we can solve this problem. But tinkering around with the fit note system isn't it. Labour has a comprehensive plan to tackle the fundamental causes of economic activity.
The government's calling for calm heads after Iran said it brought down 3 Israeli drones. Israel is yet to comment but has been threatening to respond to an Iranian strike on Saturday. Iran says there is no evidence of damage or casualties following the attack. Seth J. Frantzman is a journalist with the Jerusalem Post. He's told LBC Iran will want to play this down.
The Iranian regime, as an authoritarian regime, has to downplay this because otherwise it shows all the talk that Iran has had, how strong it is, how Israel is weakening in the U.S. and in the region, would make Iran's regime to be seen as a bit of a paper tiger. That's also a good thing because the more that Iran downplays it, the more that Iran will not be able to then claim that it suffered all these casualties and has to respond and responds to the response.
West Yorkshire and Greater Manchester police will be investigated by the watchdog over their contact with a woman killed in Bradford. Consumer actor was stabbed to death earlier this month while she was pushing her baby in a pram. The O2 Academy in Brixton is holding its first gig since bringing in a number of measures to improve safety. 2 people were killed in a crush there in December 2022. And around a quarter of children aged between 5 and 7 in England now have a smartphone. Regulator Ofcom says more of them are also using social media sites like WhatsApp, TikTok and Instagram. Campaigners say the companies should be doing more to protect them. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 44 points at 78.32. The pound buys $1.24 and €1.16.
LBC Weather.
With Ripple Energy. Part own a wind farm and take control of your energy.
Partly cloudy with sunny spells and scattered showers. These will be most likely in central and eastern England, a high of 16 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £103 million. Oh, that calls for a dance. Do you know the robot? I'm a little rusty.
You've still
6 minutes after 12, and you're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. It's an odd hour, not the bit with Hannah, but the first 45 minutes, I just sort of vented, really. This stuff boils my blood, it really does. And, I'm not going to bother putting you in Idiot's Corner, but a couple of people pointing out that I'm nowhere near the breadline. Well done, mate. What do you want, a biscuit? Empathy involves two things. It involves, in its purest and most beautiful form, it involves deep concern for people suffering in ways that you will never suffer, although your confidence that you will never suffer can sometimes be misplaced. But if you need to make things a little bit less altruistic, empathy can sometimes be just imagining that you are in the same situation as somebody else and wanting the world to change to make that situation better, because you might be in it. My favourite philosopher, one of my favourite philosophers, is an American called John Rawls. I've talked to you about him a few times. And to be fair, I probably misremember or misrepresent what I learnt at university a million years ago. But he came up with an idea called the veil of ignorance, right? And I'm going to take a moment now. Yvette and Ash are up next. But I want to tell you what the veil of ignorance was. I think Rawls used it essentially to posit a legal system, not broader political framework. But what it does is posit the possibility that you know nothing about where you sit in society or where you are. So, for example, what would you say about the death penalty if there was a chance that you'd killed someone once in anger? If I could actually wipe your memory clean, if I could rob you of any knowledge of who or what you were, your opinions would probably be different from what they are now. So, for example, you don't know how much money you've got. You could have nothing. You could be one of the young people that Hannah and her colleagues at Youth Concern look after, who's sleeping on a mate's sofa, or it could be Prince William. So what opinion would you hold about the distribution of wealth? Because if you're sleeping on a sofa, that's going to inform your opinion. And if you're inheriting golden chairs, that's going to inform your opinion. So the veil of ignorance posits the idea that we should build our justice system according to not knowing where we would sit in it. And it occurred to me during the news that if you want to look at people who are signed off sick, I can't think of a better example of the power of the veil of ignorance. So you sit here now thinking, or Rishi Sunak, they're all taking the mickey, they're all spending money, they're all doing this, they're all doing that. But what if it was you? What if you were signed off sick? What would you want the system to be like if you were signed off sick? And there it is. I'm fairly confident you wouldn't want it to be anything like what it is now, or anything like what it will be like if Sunak's around for long enough to implement the measures that he announced today. I've got to go to the so the doctor doesn't decide whether I'm too sick to work. Some person in the DWP does, an assessor, an unspecified assessor does. And their job, their literal job, because this is why the policy is being introduced, is to reduce the amount of money being spent on sickness benefit. So the success of their employment will be judged by how much money they can take away from people who are currently receiving sickness benefits. The GP's job is to look after sick people. Of course, I think it was Zach, a doctor in Scotland, who reminded us that the GP is the point of last resort. Once your union rep could have gone into bat for you, or your personnel department would have been a little bit more concerned with the health and welfare of staff. There may even have been some laws in place, you know, but we've got a government now that thinks health and safety is an unnecessary imposition, that thinks regulation in the workplace equals red tape and should be ripped up and burned. We've got politicians in positions of prominence who think that giving help to people is a sign of weakness and that they should just be whipped back to work. And what would they be like if they were signed off sick? So imagine if everybody was cloaked in the veil of ignorance and framed the system in the knowledge that they could need it themselves. So that's why I started with... I didn't realise I was going to be popping up on the Veil of Ignorance again, but that's why I started by pointing out that Rishi Sunak will never need this system. He will never, ever, ever need it.
Small prices. In-store and online.
Search Kayak for great deals on flight. Wait, that doesn't say flights. Search Kayak for great deals on car hire. With Kayak, you can compare hundreds of car rental sites to find great deals. Even better, you see costs up front. And if it's flexibility you're after, Kayak's got a handy free cancellation filter. Lovely stuff. So next time you're searching for car hire, at home or for your holes, search Kayak and go see for yourself.
Not shopped at Ocado, but you've heard it's the best. Now you can shop for 25% less. And groceries delivered free to your address. There's an Ocado just for you.
First-time customer, get 25% off your grocery shop and free delivery.
There's an Ocado just for you.
New customers only. Minimum spend £60. Max saving £20. Geographical restrictions apply. Conditions at ocado.com. Verify at info@ocadoRetail.com.
Do you hear that? To nothing. Sound good to you? Find out more about our zero carbon generation at edfenergy.com/helping Britain.
James O'Brien on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
It's 21 minutes after 12. Gary has been in touch. Good night, Gary. He says, callers who state their nervousness at the outset are almost certain to be excellent. I'm fascinated by this phenomenon. So am I, actually. Now you come to point it out. There is a correlation, I think, between, maybe there's a causation, between people who preface their contribution by telling me how nervous they are, and callers who go on to be brilliant. I think I might know why. I think it might be because, as Yvette just proved, very powerfully, sometimes people are a little bit surprised to find themselves on air. But the topic under discussion, or at least the treatment of the topic under discussion, is a matter of such profound personal importance to them that they feel compelled to contribute, even though part of them balks at the prospect of coming on the radio. And therefore, what happens if the nervousness can be put into abeyance, if the nervousness can be managed, then the brilliance of the call is defined by the passion for the subject under discussion. So, I mean, the opposite, I'm not saying that everybody who fits into the category that I'm describing is awful, but the opposite would be the people who get warped on every subject under the sun. There's a bit of pop kettle in there, because I obviously like the subject under the sun, but my role is a little different from yours as a caller or a listener. So I suspect the people who aren't nervous at all, the ones that are ringing in every day all the time, turn out to often be quite mediocre contributors because they're not nervous enough. Which is why it's very important to give out the phone number so that lots of new people can get on the program and you don't end up talking to the same people. 23 minutes after 12 is back to Rishi Sunak, what appears to be an assault upon the only safety net that many people have, policies that are built either on ignorance or cruelty, but quite possibly on both. But before all of that, I think we might, should we open Idiot's Corner just quickly? This one is unsigned, but a real person who is allowed to use scissors send us into the program. What about the veil of ignorance for the poor taxpayers? You are a dangerous EU-supporting communist. Why not talk about what happened to Farrell? Well, let's pick those off one by one, because you paid me the courtesy of getting in touch. You can't have the veil of ignorance for poor taxpayers, because the veil of ignorance means you wouldn't know you were reporting. So the veil of ignorance would mean that you are as likely to be someone signed off sick as you are likely to be someone not signed off sick. So the question then becomes, what would you like the system to do for you if you were signed off sick? I guess some people don't need a veil of ignorance because the ignorance is already pretty complete. You are a dangerous EU-supporting communist. I can't back to words. Everything I say on the programme is an endorsement of the idea that the means of production should be owned by the workers. You got me there. I don't know what's happened to Farage. I've got a feeling you might be referring to events in Brussels earlier this week where a meeting of various Fruit Loops and far-right weirdos was quite incorrectly cancelled or closed down by the mayor of the smallest commune in Brussels, by a Belgian mayor. But what happened was it went to court. It went to a foreign court where the freedom of assembly was upheld by judges who knew that if it wasn't, it would have gone to the Supreme Court of the European Union eventually, where the European Convention of Human Rights would have been invoked to ensure that the meeting you describe, I think you referred to, would have gone ahead. In this country, legislation is in place to stop people from gathering, whether or not it's for peaceful protest or other purposes. And of course, the politicians, including, I think, your friend Farage, don't like the European Convention of Human Rights. So, bizarrely, what you thought was a sort of clever critique of the presenter of this programme, by sending it in, you've proved that you are, I think, the stupidest person listening to the show today. And that's I mean, to be fair, there aren't that many stupid people listening to the show anymore. But even if they were, I think you would still be the stupidest person listening to the show today. So I suspect that's probably the greatest achievement of your life, so congratulations. Ash is in Leicester. Ash, what would you like to say about sick note culture, or whatever language we're supposed to be using today?
Hi, James. I've been listening to it for over a decade, and this is the first time I've felt at the moment.
Well, you got proving my point. Now you're going to tell me how much.
Well, I am very nervous. So I work for a trade union, and so I'm looking at this from a point of view of somebody who signs off work sick, and from a process point of view, how that actually going to happen. So at the moment, you can self-certify for 7 days, and then you need a fit note from a GP. So under Sunak's plan, he's going to people are self-certified 7 days, and then they will need this appointment with the DWP or health professionals, whether they go to it. And for me, what happens when that appointment is a delay on that appointment? Because there's no way that employers are going to be able to coordinate that within 7 days. No way. You're lucky if you can get a GP's appointment within 7 days because of what they've done to the NHS. So what happens in that space between being able to self-cert for 7 days and then not having this appointment where you can get your fit note? Are employers going to tell people to come back to work? Because I've worked with a lot of bad employers, and I don't think they're willing to run the risk or the gauntlet of forcing someone with potential depression back to work because of the consequences of that. Obviously got a duty to manage the health and safety and that risk management within the workplace. I don't think that will happen. So everyone's ended in a position where we've added a layer of bureaucracy into the process, and ultimately people are still going to visit the GP because it's a medical condition. They're going to need that intervention and that monitoring from their GP. But then we're adding this extra layer of the medical professionals. Where are we going to find these medical professionals from? I've just googled this 50,000 GPs. That's a lot of capacity we're going to have to find if we're telling GPs they can't find it. It's just not going to work.
Do you know what I would have done a few years ago? I hope I wouldn't have been rude. I don't think I would. But I think there'd be a little bit of me that thought that they couldn't possibly have missed this so spectacular. Ash in Leicester has just pulled their pants down on live radio. But actually, they're probably making this announcement knowing that they're not going to be power long enough to implement it. It's almost certainly come from one of the vampiric Tufton Street outfits dedicated to improving the financial situation of the anonymous super-rich donors that fund their entire operation. It will be embraced by the right-wing media that has cheered them, whether they were putting Liz Truss in Downing Street, turning us into the first country in history to impose economic sanctions on itself, or pretending that Boris Johnson was a fit person to govern. And therefore, I think it's perfectly possible that Ash in Leicester has spotted an almost fatal flaw in the entire bloody plan. Because who do you go to after 7 days? The system's going to be up and running, is it? Or you go to the doctor and get your sick. Well, in that case, you're not sparing, you're not taking GPs out of the equation.
The mess they've created in early years childcare provision, that there's this delay where they will launch the process, but the systems won't be in place to kind of tolerate the demand. So then we're going to have a lot of people who either end up in this void where they're forced back to work by their employers or not, or just left in limbo. And the whole SSP claim will need to be changed, because at the moment you don't need a fit note for that. It's just if it's 3 days, your employer can process it. So I don't think, in all honesty, they're on top of the detail. That's all it is. And we know that the Tories are the Tories, so we know they're not on top of their detail. But from this, it's just a very basic process point of view. There's a lot that can go wrong with that. And at the moment, even the biggest organisations we deal with, occupational health departments might be 2 or 3 occupational health practitioners.
Wow.
And that's for like large councils with over 7,000-8,000 members of staff.
People back to work. The first thing you should do is start helping people back to work, not flipping, denying them of the support that they enjoy or that they have, the scant support they have while they're not at work. Who can get a handle on how big the problem is of the people that Rishi Sunak identifies as, and I use the words a bit carefully, they really should be working, but they're not? Well, they really could be working, but they're not. Could stroke should. You can have either.
I don't think the problem is definitely not as bad as he's making out. I've never come across anybody, and I've been working for a large trade union for over 10 years now. I've never come across anybody who I'd look at who's sick and say, you're swinging the lead, ever. It just doesn't happen. You've got real desperate people out there who are not only under pressure at work because of austerity and cuts, and probably doing the job of 2 or 3 people now.
Yes.
With the cost of living, people are under pressure. There's a burnout lag with COVID, so we're only really seeing now people develop.
That's a big deal. I think that's a big deal.
PTSD-like symptoms from COVID.
Yeah.
And we just don't see the people that you would label as, people swinging the lead. It just doesn't happen. We've got very desperate people out there who need support. And so you're talking a small minority, but they'll pick those examples out and they'll point to them, won't they?
Yeah,
but I mean, 99.9% of people,
and that's it, and that's where the rhetoric seems to be coming from, and even their own numbers. You'd think they'd stop and think, hang on a minute, there's something going on here, and it's highly unlikely to be dishonesty or fraud or lack of application. So the number of people of working age disability and ill health benefits has gone up by almost 2/3 since the pandemic. And as Ash just pointed out, maybe the point there is, I wonder whether the pandemic has had anything to do with this, rather than thinking there's far too many people who are getting diagnosed with conditions that should not be excluding them from work. But hey, Tory's going to Tory. It's 12:33. Tim Humphrey has your headlines.
The British Medical Association is urging Rishi Sunak to avoid using a hostile rhetoric on sick note culture following his speech on welfare reform in Britain. The Prime Minister said 850,000 more people are out of work since the COVID pandemic and insists he's on a moral mission to fix that. We're hearing Iran has no plan to immediately retaliate against this morning's apparent Israeli airstrike. Rishi Sunak is calling for calm heads to prevail after explosions were heard near the central city of Isfahan. Boris Johnson's been found to have breached government rules over his links to a hedge fund. The rules state ex-ministers must not take up new jobs or appointments without advice from the parliamentary group ACOBA. LBC weather, mostly dry with sunny spells, but remaining windy for a time, a high of 15 degrees.
This is LBC.
Every year, thousands of people lose money in investment scams.
I wanted to make my savings work for me, so I found an investment company online. My investment looked like it was doing well, so of course I gave them more money, but the problem started when I tried to withdraw it. They stole £30,000. When CEL called to say they'd recovered every penny, my wife and I just cried.
We help recover money from the financial system that's failed you. Visit celsolicitors.co.uk today.
Isn't it funny how some things in life are good when they're high, but others are good when they're low? Take exam grades, for example. Those are good when they're high.
Yes!
But your 5K time, now that's much better low. With Waitrose new lower prices, you can get the best of the highs and the lows. Because hundreds of good, high-quality favourites, like chicken breast, potatoes and unsalted butter, are now at a new, lower price. Waitrose. Food to feel good about. Selected stores subject to availability. Prices may vary in Little Waitrose, Channel Islands and concessions.
Girls! Sean! Willow!
It's bedtime!
Bedtime!
One more race! I'm almost done!
Okay, kiddos. That's enough.
Time's up.
On to the app.
Your Wi-Fi is going off.
Going off.
EE Broadband lets you pause the Wi-Fi on your kids' devices, helping them to switch off and drift off. Search EE Home.
Eligibility criteria apply. New EE Broadband customers.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. Got a nap lined up for today. Listen, pal, I may not look like the young stallion I once was, but I'm still fit as a fiddle, I'll have you know. No, Harry, that's not what I meant. I'm not even that old. I do boxercise 3 times a week, and my trainer says... No, I meant the horses. Your nap, your Napoleon, your best bet. Oh, well, you should have said that. My best bet will be to head over to Bet Victor and check out the latest offers they have on the horses. Listen to Harry and make your best bet on the racing at Bet Victor. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
First times. Remember those? Like the wonder of reading your first fairy tale. Now imagine the wonder of gazing at the fairy tale spires of Elf's Castle, or the delight you'll feel with our Love It First Time guarantee. If you don't love all the breathtaking first times on your first Saga River cruise, we'll give you your money back. 2025 season now on sale. Search Saga River Cruises. Experience is everything. Report must be made in first 72 hours or 48 hours if cruise is 7 nights or less. Full terms apply. Over 50s only.
James O'Brien on LBC.
12:36 is the time. It takes the Telegraph 3 paragraphs. It's the first line of the third paragraph to tell us about how many people are economically inactive. Without adding, of course, that is not the number of people that are claiming sickness benefit or who are signed off sick. Why would they include a figure that is not relevant to the story that they're describing unless they're trying to create the idea in our minds that the problem is much bigger than it really is, and ignore the fact that the problem might be really, really big because it's a really, really big problem. As in, there are lots of people signed off sick because, and stay with me on this one because it's fairly left field thinking, there's lots of people signed off sick because there's lots of people sick. I'm going to read you something which cuts to the heart of it and reminds you that not everybody who is economically inactive is claiming. That's the true cruelty of this policy, James. Even as a non-claiming, invisible crazy, that's the word that they've chosen to use, we crazies already believe in our bones that we're a problem. Thanks, though, Rishi, for standing outside my house with a megaphone and telling the whole country just how useless and unproductive we are. Such burdens to the nation. Cheers for the reinforcement. That's what he's done today. I'm cautiously optimistic that it will be about as successful as everything else he's done as Prime Minister. And up to and including, not even providing the sort of red meat for the tabloids that he is clearly intending to provide. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking you must have misheard the news bulletin there. You must have misheard. There's no earthly way that Boris Johnson would have breached UK government rules on a point. Not Boris Johnson. Not Boris pure as the driven snow Johnson. Not Boris I've never broken a rule in my life folks Johnson. Not Boris paragon of integrity, professionalism and accountability Johnson. Breaking government rules with his reputation? Surely not. Henry Riley, tell me it's not true.
Well, James, I come bearing that news, I'm afraid. Mr Johnson has broken the rules in the past. These are the ACOBA rules, which is the Advisory Committee on Business Appointments, effectively the government watchdog that looks at what ministers and ex-prime ministers do when they leave office. And, I mean, in the past he's got in trouble because, in July last year, the committee ruled that he had committed a clear breach with his column in the Daily Mail, which they say wasn't declared to them when he was Foreign Secretary. He also got in trouble with regards to an appointment with the Telegraph. This time, though, the committee have put it in black and white again that he has breached the rules. Now, what does this relate to, James? It relates to February, when you may have seen in the media reports that Boris Johnson met with the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro. Now, the meeting was alongside a man and organised by Martin Peterman, who's the co-founder of Merlin Advisors. They are a hedge fund. in case you're interested. What's interesting, though, James, is that the concern here is that Boris Johnson, in September of last year, made an approach to the committee saying, I may well take up work with this company. Can you check that everything's fine and that I can do so? They were looking into it. He then withdrew that application. So the committee were under the impression that he was not going to be working with this company at all. However, they've only learned about this through media reports, James, that Boris Johnson's meeting with the Venezuelan president was organised with some involvement, they believe, with this particular company, given who was there. Boris Johnson, though, says, well, this is unpaid, and so therefore it's different. It's not different.
No.
Even if it's unpaid, you still have to declare
If
it.
they pay for your flight or something like that, then it's a benefit in kind.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and that's the issue. Who actually paid for the physical trip, even if there was no payment that necessarily went as a sort of remuneration? Now, the committee itself, James, can't be accused of being a sort of witch hunt. It's chaired by Lord Pickles, who's the former Conservative chairman, former cabinet minister, and
Well,
the David...
so you say, but I'm sure Nadine Dorries will be happy to describe it as a witch hunt, regardless of how much evidence there is that it isn't.
Potentially, yes. I was just pointing out, obviously, the same side.
You should have said sensible people could never describe this as a witch, or some word like that. Sane.
If you read the interactions, James, they're scathing with Lord Pickles and Boris Johnson. He says Boris Johnson has lacked candour. He's been evasive. He's misled the committee. He says Boris Johnson's lack of coordination is sufficient to report that he has breached government rules. He's been evasive. He's avoided answering specific questions. They say they've repeatedly asked Mr. Johnson, dating back to last month, to clarify what his relationship is with this particular hedge fund. Also, what is interesting to note, Boris Johnson, in response, a spokesperson, did not comment. They made it clear they would not be commenting on this. But in sum, it's a breach. What I thought was particularly interesting, James, is Lord Pickles, who I think is slightly exasperated by the whole thing because he chairs this body that doesn't really have any power. He's now written to the Deputy Prime Minister, Oliver Dowden, to tell him that the rules have been breached. I thought this line in his letter to Oliver Dowden was quite telling. In the meantime, as owner of the rules, what action to take in relation to the breach is a matter for you, the government, given the rules no longer seem to have relevance in the modern world and are unenforceable to applicants determined to ignore them. There's little action you can take other than to acknowledge that there has been a breach. So Lord Pickles pointing out there's been a breach. Whether there is a consequence, though, I think remains to be seen.
Well, I mean, you probably can say with some confidence that there won't be much, but Lord Pickles doesn't seem to say.
No, and I mean, he's frustrated, James, because in July of last year, 2023, the government promised that there would be reforms to ACOBA, and he was led to believe that it would involve some sort of sanctions. Now, of course, he wouldn't unilaterally set what they are, but he could advise that Boris Johnson be prevented from, if this is proven to have any intention that's not right, he could advise a sanction. That currently is not the case, so you can tell by his letter there, he's currently without a lot of tools in his armoury in order to really enforce this.
I've got one. Is that your story? You think that one have to say?
No, I was quick on it, but it wasn't.
I've got one for you. Which other Prime Minister is in trouble?
Is this Liz Truss and her book?
Yes.
I did read this. You're testing it now. There's two things. The Cabinet Office didn't fully sign it off, I believe. They were informed, but they didn't fully sign it off. And she's had to apologise because of a reference. I'm getting close.
No, you're very good. It's very good, isn't it?
What is it? It's going to be retracted from the e-book, but I can't quite remember what the reference is.
Well, I can tell you what all the deputies of British Jews have to say about this trust. Okay. They say, we have written to Bite Back Publishing regarding a fabricated quote attributed to Mayor Herschel Rothschild being used in 10 years to save the West. That is the name of Liz Truss's book. The reason is that it's a made-up quote. One regarded as an anti-Semitic joke, and indeed it was made up by a notorious anti-Semite. They have promised that it will be removed in the e-book version and in any future print editions of the book, which is a little optimistic. But we thank them for their swift response. So a made-up anti-Semitic quote in this book, which of course was published by Biteback, which is owned by...
I'm going to say a name, but I don't know who's right, so I need to be careful. Is it
It's not libelous to say that it's owned by Lord Ashcroft.
Right. I did think
the alleged author of the book in which first appeared. So what a tangled web we weave. Prime Minister's in trouble every hour. Right too. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. It's 12:45.
Coming up at 1 on LBC, Sheila Fogarty.
The Prime Minister talks of a sick note culture, but what if we are just a sick society, stripped of what used to keep us well? Is that what's really happening?
Sheila Fogarty on LBC.
Grab a seat, everyone. It's the perfect time to buy a new TV at markselectrical.co.uk, because until the 12th of May, selected LG TVs come with a free prepaid reward MasterCard up to the value of £200. And if you want the Marks Electrical team to install it for you, we'll do it for half price. Just visit markselectrical.co.uk. Why wouldn't you? T's and C's apply. Cards are issued by B4B Payments pursuant to licence by MasterCard.
Did you know at TK Maxx you can find big brands up to 60% less than the RRP? I got this quilted leather handbag, must-have moisturiser, and 3 pairs of branded jeans. Skinny, boyfriend, flared. All incredible savings. I'm basically a denim connoisseur. There's no deal like a TK Maxx deal. Big brands, small prices. In-store and online.
Margaret, you visit Specsavers? No chance.
No, my daughter doesn't go to Specsavers.
You're having a laugh. My sister goes to Specsavers.
Specsavers? For my mum, it's out of the question. Dad? Oh, he hasn't been to Specsavers in years.
If your loved ones can't make it into a Specsavers store, it's easy to arrange home visits. Our opticians are caring and highly trained. To find out if your loved ones are eligible, visit our website.
Do you hear that? It might sound like nothing to you, but it's actually the sound of nuclear, wind and solar energy. At EDF, we're busy generating more British zero-carbon electricity than anyone to help keep future energy costs down for everyone and help cut UK carbon emissions to nothing. Sound good to you? Find out more about our zero-carbon generation at edfenergy.com/helpingbritain.
This one's for the fed up. This one's for the hot and stuffy. This one's for everyone who thought they couldn't have aircon in their apartment or listed building. Because you can. For years, CallU have supplied and installed fully internal aircon systems with no mess, no fuss, and no external condenser. So head to callu.london today, before the summer's here. CallU, for a cool, comfortable home.
What to do when you've got no plans? Well, in just a short train ride, you can open the door to a rip-roaring roller coaster! An amazing aquarium, a spine-chilling castle, or a very friendly llama named Lady Marmalade. From animal parks to creepy castles, jump on a Southern Railway train and open the door to more this spring. Book tickets and pay no booking fees at southernrailway.com, where every stop is a story.
Conversation, LBC, with James O'Brien.
Dave in Batley's not very happy with me about putting that person in Idiot's Corner earlier for being the stupidest person listening to the programme today. Dave is adamant that he is the stupidest person listening to the programme today. And I am Spartacus. To prove his point, spell Spartacus. Thank you, Dave. That made me chuckle during the break. And then we've got the problem sometimes of not knowing that the text is a genuine attempt to get into Idiot's Corner, or actually quite a funny joke. Someone has texted to say, forget about Boris Johnson, why don't we investigate Angela Rayner? Which I presume is a joke, because the police are investigating Angela Rayner. So if it's not a joke, it's straight into Idiot's Corner with you. Should take a quick call, and then I've got a bit of a special for disposal at some level. So what might be the last word on Rishi Sunak pretending that there's such a thing as sick-note culture? Erin is in Loughton. Erin, what would you like to say?
Oh, yeah. I'm so angry and upset. I'm shaking. I pray that this doesn't go ahead, because I'm a mental health sufferer, as well as I have stage 3 kidney disease. So I've got to wait 6 months for a appointment at the hospital under the Pacific Clinic. Anyway, going back to... Yeah, sorry, I'm just...
Don't apologise to me. You take... Yes. Take your time. How hard is it to get... Tell me how hard it is to get signed off sick.
I'm a carer for my 2 disabled boys. So I don't work at the moment. But before I I did become a carer, I was working full time. I've suffered with mental health for, 25, 30 years now. It's not something I can control. I have bad days, I have better days. Some days I even struggle to get out of bed. Luckily, I don't have to go into work, but I still have to attend my boys. So basically, I'm still working. I still have to
Would it help if we sent Rishi Sunak around your house to shout, get up, get up, get out of bed at you every morning? What?
I would love him to come to my house and just be in my household for 2 weeks. So going back to the sick note, if it goes ahead, they will have death on their hands. Basically, it's going back to mental health.
Yes.
You cannot wait. There'll be a delay from the GP to give you a sick note to the DWP. If you suffer with mental health, you'll get this start, and you don't know what's going on, and you can't get signed off. I've had friends that have took their own lives. I've had several friends that have took their own lives. Unfortunately, my dad tried to take his own life last year, and then he's in a death again.
Because they're not getting, in part, there's never a single reason, is there? They're not getting the help.
Yeah, it's hard, and they all work in companies. It's not about getting the help they need, because that is about it, don't get me wrong. But if this goes ahead, there's going to even be more suicide.
We can all hope not, can't we? But you know of what you speak, and you speak clearly from a position of both experience and knowledge, and I would like to say I don't want you to be unduly alarmed about this, but I can't, because the detail seems to be lacking, the mission seems to be built on prejudice, and the consequences seem to be unpalatable. But I wish you an advice, and I remind anybody listening who's been affected by any of the issues that are in touch with the Samaritans is available to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 116 123. If you go to the website, you go to samaritans.org, you can see there are other ways of contacting them. Kath's very unhappy. She says, James, your weatherman just said it was dry and sunny. It's pouring in Peckham. Kath, I'm so sorry. If you send me a receipt, I'll ensure you get a full refund. 12:52 is the time. This week's guest on Full Disclosure is Bassem Youssef, who you may have heard. He's gone absolutely bonkers on social media. Before that, his name was one of the most influential people in the world by the time. He's an Egyptian comedian, television host, and surgeon. The last thing I didn't know, I've seen some of his clips on social media. That's some of his work with Tom Stewart in America. I didn't know he used to be a surgeon. So when he came in, he was on tour in this country now, when he came in to talk to me about his life, I was most interested in when he began to make the crossover from surgeon, actual surgeon, to what he is today, which is a curious mixture of comedian, political commentator, and television. It just seems to me to be really bold.
I was middle class. I didn't really have many complaints, but I think that my country is so great. You don't really have to be on the worst possible socioeconomic level in order to revolt against a certain type. And also, it doesn't have to be revolting by marching in the streets and throwing rocks. You can simply revolt about like how your elections is being handled, or who's buying your election, or who's controlling the election, even if we are in a democratic first world country, because there's a lot of that will be discussed about that, right? You don't have to be a dictatorship in order to have your decisions and your say in deciding your future to be taken away from you. We talk a lot about the dictatorship in the Middle East. We talk a lot about like the lack of transparency and accountability. But what we don't talk about, for example, the American election is like how the American elections is bought and sold for lobbies of special interest, whether they were domestic lobbies or lobbies that work for the special interests of a foreign country, especially if it's a country that we fund. It's a client state. So this is the kind of things that revolting against a certain status quo doesn't have to be violent from this point.
So you don't. I mean, because of your perspective, personal perspective, you've got you're not under any illusions about the Western democratic model being good and Middle Eastern dictatorships being bad. You see?
Well, I see a lot of potential in the Western democratic model. I think there's a lot of hope. What we have is an idea, a very flashy idea that is that in reality has been sabotaged. I mean, because you end up going to have all of these promotions and all of these encouragement to go vote, and we go vote for a certain candidate, and then that candidate, they end up when they succeed, they go through the primaries or the elections. When they win the elections, they don't really represent your special interest of vote. They represent the people who give them the most money for their next campaign, for the next election cycle, which is pharmaceutical countries, in the military industrial complex, or the NRA, or the APAC. I didn't vote for that.
And so that was about the Arab Spring. I should have mentioned when he sort of went down to the protest about the Arab Spring and started treating people who were being injured and realised that the story being told to the Egyptian public and the rest of the world was completely at odds with what he was seeing at the ground. The odd bit is, and the bit that launched his career was one of the biggest voices now in America, was that they started making funny clips. That's it. They just started doing funny clips, which I found fascinating.
After the revolution, after the first few years, it was a sense or a state of fluid. Of course, anything can happen. This kind of dreams, and so people were just putting their dreams up there. There are a lot of people that put content even before me. It was just like, this is what happens when you have this sense of freedom, put dreams out there. And it just happened that I was like in the mind of people that would do it.
Describe people who haven't seen it.
Well, it was a 5 minutes TV episodes on YouTube, 2011, very early in the YouTube days, and I basically kind of like took the state-run media clips and I made fun of them, like John Stewart does with his shows, and people resonated with people, and it just exploded viral, and so then I am being offered my first television show.
It's hard for people to understand that what revolutionary comedy or commentary is if you've grown up here or in America, because what was happening, I think, was that people had never seen that before. You might be able to take the mickey behind closed doors, but as you would discover later with the man that came after Mubarak, this would have been sedition, what you were doing.
Well,
a year previous.
Yeah, not a year, only a few weeks.
Well, of course, yes.
Yeah.
So it's got the thrill of the unknown, and oh my gosh, I can't believe that someone's doing this. It's part of the process.
Yes, it is, and that's why it's resonated with a lot of people. The people just like found what they always dreamed of kind of, materializing in front of them.
I'm interested, I won't dwell on this unduly, but I'm interested in the sort of duality, the idea that you were quietly getting on with your life as a surgeon. You were satisfied. You had aspirations, either geographically as much as anything else, to be somewhere else, but you weren't living a life of anger. You weren't in a garret writing furious tracts against the government, and yet when the planets aligned, when the moment presented itself, you found yourself perfectly positioned to...
I think I was inspired by the satirical commentary of Jon Stewart, because for me, I was watching it for years, and I wondered if we'll ever have it in Egypt, how it would look like.
Okay.
So it wasn't like more of a passion of the politics, but it was more of a passion of the art.
Yes. Okay.
And this is why I didn't actually go in with anger. Yeah. I went in it with I like that kind of model of comedy. I wish I can replicate. So
the material is secondary to the style. I know it needs to be about politics and government and news, but actually you're an enthusiast for the medium.
Yes, but the style is everything.
Yes, exactly.
The style is everything, right? Because you can choose to be go in a style of anger, of rallying people, or you can just choose comedy, which I think it's more difficult and it's more sensitive, but also it is difficult actually.
So when you're saying that you're not, when you insist that you're not an activist, in a way what you're saying is that you're not a polemicist.
I don't know what that is.
Well, you're not a polemicist is the professionally angry person, which can also be comedy.
Yeah,
but,
well, you can be angry about things while doing comedic stuff. But I think it's.
But you're not coming at it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Bassem Youssef, the guest on this week's Full Disclosure, and that is a big conversation, which I really would love you to have a listen to. Get it from Global Player, of course, where you can also rewind and pause live radio, the official LBC app. Download it now for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. Coming up at 4 on LBC, it's Tom Swarbrick, but now it's time for Sheila Fogarty.
Thank you very much indeed, James. Have a great weekend. At 3, something I've never talked about on the programme before, actually, pet theft. It's on the rise. Did you get yours back when your pet was stolen? At 2, the Met insists London streets are safe for British Jews during pro-Palestinian protests. So why are officers urging what they call visible Jews to keep a low profile and stopping them from using certain roads? We'll talk about that at 2. Straight up after the news, though, the speech the Prime Minister gave this morning about a sick note culture. What if, Mr Sunak, we are just a sick society now, stripped of what used to keep us well? I think you probably would know what I'm talking about. Is that what's really happening here?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, now 1 o'clock. The Prime Minister says he's on a moral mission to reform the welfare system. Rishi Sunak has called for an end to sick note culture as he announced plans to remove GPs from the process and give it to specialist work and health professionals.
It may not be reasonable to ask GPs, who are perfectly very busy at the moment, assess whether their own patients are fit for work. It too often puts them in an impossible situation where they know that refusal to sign somebody off will harm that precious relationship with their patient.
Labour has accused the Prime Minister of failing to keep the nation healthy. Iran is playing down an apparent Israeli missile strike, calling it an infiltration, not an attack. It's understood there were no reported casualties or damage. The strike was in response to Tehran's major assault last weekend. Ukraine says it shot down a long-range strategic bomber deep inside Russia, but the Kremlin's defense ministry claims the plane came down because of a technical malfunction. Separately, at least 9 people have been killed in drone and missile attacks in the Dnipro region. 2 police forces are being investigated after a mother was stabbed to death while pushing a pram in Bradford earlier this month. The IOPC says Kulsama Akhtar had told officers about death threats made against her. A parliamentary committee has decided Boris Johnson has breached rules over his links with a hedge fund. Government rules state former ministers must not take up new jobs or appointments for 2 years after leaving public office without advice from ACOPA first. And LBC's charity, Global's Make Some Noise, has announced grants of more than £2.6 million for projects across the UK. Your donations will help support more than 40 small charities. Sarah Jarvis is from Bridgend Carers Centre, which is receiving £67,000.
With that amount of funding, we're able to reach more people. We're able to be out there in our communities, raising profiles, recognising, valuing carers, which is what we're all about.
In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 50 points at 78.27. The pound buys $1.24 and €1.17.
LBC weather.
With Ripple Energy, climate action you can be proud of.
Mostly dry with sunny spells, but it will remain windy for a while. A high of 15 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Terry Free.
Must be the new parent was a chat when we were new. Our kids are 8. As Eddie says, 96 months. He moved off grid. Can confirm he's still on grid. And he's got another one on the way. He won't have the coverage to live stream the birth, will he?
Well, here at Tesco Mobile, we made sure he has 99% network coverage. So he could if he wanted to.
Oh, sign me up.
It pays to be connected. Tesco Mobile, every little helps. Over 99% UK population coverage on 4G.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Sheila Fogarty.
afternoon to you. Let's talk about this sick note culture that Rishi Sunak insists prevails in our country. The interesting thing about his speech, which you'll hear some of in a moment, the thing that screamed out to me, or one of the things that screamed out to me about it, was that if you get a sick note from your GP, I think I'm right in saying you therefore are employed in some way. Otherwise, you wouldn't need a sick note. You know, you need a sick note to give to an employer, don't you? So, linking sick notes to unemployment, long-term unemployment, just seemed like a bit of an inaccuracy, really, as much as anything else. What was said about PIP was interesting too. Personal independence payments, a different matter altogether. And he announced plans to reform them, or said he would reform them. I'm not sure there were many plans inherent in that. But we'll talk about all of that. But what I want to know from you is whether you think this idea of a sick note culture, he described people being sitting in dark rooms, just looking at screens all day and stuff like that. Does any of that match your life if you are on long-term sick? I'm not talking about somebody who's had to get a sick note for a fortnight or 3 weeks because of some particular issue. Long-term illness, if you were signed off for a long time from work, or had to stay off work for a long time, or leave the workforce altogether, what were the circumstances of that? Because my guess, my hunch, and it is only a hunch because as Torsten Bell of the Resolution Foundation was saying on Twitter this morning, there's an interesting thread by him, go take a look on it, look at it. There isn't really, we don't really know in depth why our workforce has become so ill and so sickly. My guess is a big part of it, COVID will be a contributor, but my guess is a big part of it is over a decade of austerity. And what that's done to our public services and done to the kinds of services that are really designed to keep us well and keep life functioning around us. And when it doesn't, when it stops functioning around you, that causes stress, mental stress, and we know that mental ill health is a big part of this, but it can cause severe physical illness as well, depending on what you're waiting for from the NHS or from mental health services, or some musculoskeletal issue that you need to get fixed, that kind of thing. But there'll be all kinds of things at play here. So I want to get a sense of what's going on in your life relating to sickness, illness, and work. 0345 6060 973. I think if we get a picture of what happened to you, we'll start to get a picture of what's happening outside more generally, out there more generally. You can send a WhatsApp message on that same number, 0345 6060 973, and text as ever on 84850. I'll talk to Louise Murphy from the Resolution Foundation in just a moment, but let's hear a bit anyway what Rishi Sunak was saying this morning.
Right now, the gateway to ill health benefits is writing too many off, leaving them on the wrong type of support, and with no expectation of trying to find a job with all the advantages that brings. In 2011, 20% of those doing a work capability assessment were deemed unfit to work. But the latest figure now stands at 65%. That's wrong. People are not 3 times sicker than they were a decade ago. And the world of work has changed dramatically. Now, of course, those with serious debilitating conditions should never be expected to work. But if you have a low-level mobility issue, your employer could make reasonable adjustments, perhaps including adaptations to enable you to work from home. And if you're feeling anxious or depressed, then of course you should get the support and treatment you need to manage your condition. But that doesn't mean we should assume you can't engage in work. That's not going to help you, and it's not fair on everyone else either. So we're going to tighten up the work capability assessment such that hundreds of thousands of benefit recipients with less severe conditions will now be expected to engage in the world of work.
We are not 3 times sicker than a decade ago, he said. He might be right. I don't know if we are or we aren't. I mean, the statistics would suggest that we are. Superficially they would suggest that we are. But again, that in-depth research is needed as to why this is happening. No expectation of finding a job at does that describe you? You may be long-term ill or just not in the workforce. That's another element here. And just not getting a job. I suppose many of you are trying, particularly older people, and just not getting a job. We're writing people off, he says. Are we? And it'd be great to hear from GPs on this, because another big element of what he announced today is to strip GPs of their power to sign people off work as part of a plan to tackle what he called the UK's sick note culture. Let's talk to Louise Murphy, senior economist at the Resolution Foundation. Good afternoon to you, Louise.
Afternoon.
Why don't we start with that sick note culture that he describes? What do you think he's trying to get at?
Yeah, you're right. And a lot of the focus today has been on sick notes. I think the one reason why this might be kind of making headlines is this is something that we all know about. It's quite easy for people to kind of know what sick notes are. And there has been a slight increase in the number of people taking short sickness absences over recent years. So that is true. But I think there's reason to be a little bit cautious. The rates are still well below where they were in the 1990s. So historically, we're not at an all-time high. And when we look to other countries, some of our neighbours like France, Germany, Denmark, the UK actually has relatively low rates of short-term sickness absence compared to these countries. So I think we shouldn't overstate the problem there.
And also, a short-term sickness absence typically does not leave you stranded on benefits for ages, does it?
Exactly, that's absolutely right, and I think something that we should be really careful to distinguish.
And not conflate.
As you say, being signed off sick, as it were, or getting a sick note actually means, as you mentioned a few moments ago, that you are in work and you're having a temporary absence from work. And in fact, the income that you'll receive will be sick pay rather than long-term sickness benefits. So they are quite different groups of people.
And this tranche of people that the government has been talking about quite a lot in recent months, people who are long-term sick and out of the workforce because of illness. Do we know how many that is of the 5 million or so who are out of the workforce?
Yes, so in the most recent data, there are around 2.8 million working age people who are out of work, not looking for work, and who say that, the reason why they're not working is long-term sickness. That number has been rising a lot over the last 4.5 years. And I think it's definitely a big problem facing our society, both because it's holding back our economy. These people are not working, but it's also bad for these people as individuals. So it's certainly right to be focusing on this as an issue.
But that doesn't include people who, for example, decided in the pandemic that 58 was a good year to decide to actually pack it in or downsize how much you do and how much you work, that kind of thing. Because we know quite a chunk of people did that, didn't they?
They did. So that wouldn't include people who say that, they've just chosen early retirement or they've just chosen not to work,
Right.
I think that's it.
So they are separate. So almost 3 million people working age not working because of illness. And of course, that illness will be mental and physical, and sometimes one can lead to the other. And, it's very connected, isn't it, often? Are we able to say, because of data, whether the Prime Minister is right or wrong to say we are not 3 times sicker than a decade ago?
I think it's, as you say, there's lots going on. What we can see in the data is a few different trends. The first is just across the population overall. So, those in and out of work, those claiming benefits and those not claiming benefits. There does genuinely seem to be an increase in the number of people reporting poor health and reporting disability. But he is right in saying that there does seem to be something slightly more extreme happening when we look at claims for disability or illness-related benefits. So he is right to kind of think, understand exactly why there's been such a sharp uptick in those benefit claims.
Are we able to establish why? I mean, like I said, theoretically, I can posit some theories as to why. And you think about the NHS waiting lists, you think about mental ill health, post-COVID, which I don't think is spoken about enough, really. You think about people working in the health services, people working in teaching, people struggling with the cost of living crisis. You know, we know this is taking people under.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think, you know, I think we're sort of just beginning to understand all the different things going on. But you're right that, you know, there's no simple explanation for this. For some people, it's worsening mental health problems. We're also seeing among young people rising numbers out of work and with autism or ADHD. Among older people, we're seeing, you know, a variety of physical health problems. And also, I think what we should bear in mind, you know, that there are kind of complicated dynamics here, for example, with people in on lower incomes more likely to have disabled family members in their family than people at the kind of top end of the income distribution. So that, I think that's important, that when we're talking about changes that impact people with disabilities, we should remember that many of those people are already on low incomes, and so any further cuts to their income could be really damaging.
I mean, again, you might not want to comment, but it struck me listening to him speak that no government can, you know, make the kind of statement that he made just there without at least asking itself what it might have done or failed to do to contribute to the picture that he's painting.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, again, what we heard today was a recognition that there is a big problem and an aspiration to, you know, to do differently, to cut spending, to get more people into work. But I think what neither party has got is a really clear plan of, you know, how to get there. These are big problems. And actually, when we look to history, what we saw throughout the 2010s was ambitions to kind of tweak the benefit system and save money, and ultimately none of those delivered that. What we saw was cuts that, in some cases increased hardship, but actually overall did not reduce spending. So I think what we now need is some much more detailed plans that, you know, we can kind of think would actually shift the dial here.
Which is why it's so important that that the data is right, isn't it, Louise? You know, the kind of work that organisations like yours and others do, but the government as well, definitely the ONS. Thank you very much indeed, Louise. Good to talk to you. Louise Murphy, Senior Economist at the Resolution Foundation. Your calls are coming in thick and fast here already. And don't forget, by the way, Shadow Health Secretary Wes Streeting will be taking your calls from 1 next week on Tuesday. So I'm sure this and plenty more topics aside will be part of that. It's 1:17.
This is LBC.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £103 million.
Oh, that calls for a dance. Do you know the robot?
I'm a little rusty.
Oh, you've still got it?
Never lost it.
You're a machine.
Get that Euro Millions feeling tonight. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on app. Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
This one's for the fed up. This one's for the hot and stuffy. This one's for everyone who thought they couldn't have aircon in their apartment or listed building. Because you can. For years, Call You have supplied and installed fully internal aircon systems with no mess, no fuss and no external condenser. So head to callu.london today, before the summer's here. Call You, for a cool, comfortable home.
Kayak, the flight comparison site, can also help you find great deals on car hire, at home or on your hols. So whether you're roaming the streets of Paris, cruising the coasts of Paphos, or packing the family off to Penzance, Kayak compares great deals from major car rental sites quicker than you can say which way to the beach.
You legend.
Great deals on car hire, at home or on your hols. Search Kayak and go see for yourself.
Toner and ink.
Get yours in a blink and for less than you'd think at cartridgepeople.com. For unbeatable prices.
Cartridge People.
Printing sorted.
See online for our price promise.
Jump into a Skoda Plus approved used car with 11.4% APR representative plus £750 deposit contribution on Solutions PCP. 2 years servicing, 2 years warranty, 2 MOTs, and 2 years roadside assistance. To use when driving to places like your 2-year-old's tutu party in Tooting tomorrow. Skoda approved use event available from the 15th to the 29th of April. So visit your local retailer today. Skoda. Indemnities may be required at participating retailers. Vehicles up to 8 years and 100,000 miles at activation. Skoda Finance. Toodaloo.
Grab a seat, everyone. It's the perfect time to buy a new TV at markselectrical.co.uk. Because until the 12th of May, selected LG TVs come with a free prepaid reward MasterCard up to the value of £200. And if you want the Marks Electrical team to install it for you, we'll do it for half price. Just visit markselectrical.co.uk. Why wouldn't you? T's and C's apply. Cards are issued by B4B Payments pursuant to licence by MasterCard.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
I see from the television screens in here that Hezbollah in Lebanon and the IDF are continuing to fight in the north of Israel there. But we'll speak in just a few minutes to Aaron David Miller, just after the news headlines at 5:30, to Aaron David Miller, former Middle East advisor at the US State Department, and get his thoughts on both that and on what seems to have been an Israeli attack on Iran overnight. But to your calls, first of all, on this supposed sick note culture that the Prime Minister has been talking about this morning. And we do know, as we heard there from my guest Louise Murphy from the Resolution Foundation, that 2.8 million, so there or thereabouts 3 million working age people are out of the workforce, off work, not in work, because of illness. If you're one of them, it'd be great to hear from you about what put you there, what put you in that position. And this is separate from disability now. This is illness. Mervyn has texted already. He says, wealth distribution, inequality and cost of living are key factors here. Sunak goes on about his moral duty. What about him bringing in a wealth tax on the super rich rather than the class-based tax system we currently have, which taxes people who get their income from working but fails to tax people who get their money from unearned wealth, says Mervyn. Anne has called from Penrith. Hello, Anne.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. Are you personally affected by this?
I am, yeah. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous.
You'll be all right. I can tell.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I wanted to first of all say that I agree with you in that I do think that we are more sick. And so Rishi Sunak telling everybody to just not be sick anymore is nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense.
It did come across a bit like that, didn't it?
Yeah, just stop it. You're not sick. Get back to work. It doesn't work like that, does it? But and also just to pick up on what you were saying about the data with the previous caller and how important it is to have good data about this, I think that is one of the key problems that we have here, is that there isn't any data in relation to COVID and the ongoing impact of COVID. They've removed that data. The ONS no longer collects any data about how many people have got long COVID in this country.
Is that what you're affected by?
Yes,
yeah.
Sorry, I should have said that.
No, that's right.
I got long COVID, yeah. But there isn't any data anymore, and that's intentional. So the last figure that we have for collecting numbers in relation to this is from last year, March last year, and they're not collecting data or publishing any data anymore. So if there's no data, there's no problem. And they've also carefully and purposefully dismantled all of the data collection in relation to COVID. There's no ONS survey. They've changed how they're counting the excess deaths. They've changed how they count hospitalisations with COVID. There's no wastewater. It's nearly all gone. So it's been removed purposely. And
when you say wastewater, you mean assessing the wastewater?
Yeah, the levels of COVID in the wastewater. So there's no way of judging the risk to the population in terms of health, because they have taken all of that information away, and then they're telling and reassured everybody that it's no longer a threat to long-term health. When that's false, it is a threat, and
to
all
some
of the
people
evidence is there. It's an ongoing, ever-present threat that is being minimised and no longer acknowledged.
Well, I was listening to Professor Sir John Bell the other day. Until very recently, he was Regius Professor of Medicine at Oxford. And he was talking about this. It was a conversation about the future of health and health service provision. But he was asked about the role that long COVID was playing in the sickness levels in this country, and he said it is playing a role, but it isn't the biggest factor. He didn't. I don't think he in particular minimised it, but I do hear others minimising it all of the time. And how has it impacted you?
But without data, how can we know?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I've had COVID twice. I don't want to get COVID again because there is a risk that at any point it could do you some longer term harm than.
And I think people, when they talk about the risk, they're very keen to say it's a risk to the vulnerable people. I was 39 when I got COVID in 2021. I was not concerned about catching COVID because of the public health messaging, the lack of public health messaging about the fact that I was actually a really high risk group. I was a female working in education, sort of early 40s, and that were disproportionately affected by it. And
by what? By long COVID?
By long COVID, yeah. And I got COVID, and I just really never got better. I'm a lot better than I was now. But I had to go through the whole process of claiming PIP. I was unable to walk. I couldn't sit up. I couldn't stand. I couldn't shower. I couldn't take care of myself. I couldn't take care of my 2 children. And there was no support.
Wiped out. For how long were you in that wiped out state?
I was in a wheelchair for nearly a year. I was unable to work, and my husband had to become my carer. Although his infection, he got it at the same time as me. He also had long COVID, although it presented very differently for him. His was neuropathy and burning sensation and
nerve pain.
And pain. Yeah, and he's still got that to this day. And I've still got ongoing symptoms as well. Although luckily I was lucky because I was able to find some things that helped. But in terms of the support that is available for people with long COVID, that is woeful as well. The long COVID clinics have no treatments to offer. It's all therapies that I personally were of no use to me. I know other people might think that they were helped in some ways, but in terms of treatment, there's nothing. So it's a total lack of... they just don't want to admit that this is what's happening to people. So if you don't have any data in relation to the sickness that people are experiencing, then they don't have to admit that there's a problem to address. And they could address these problems.
And has it left you out of work, Anne? Are you?
I'm able to work. I'm working part-time. I'm working from home. I had 2 jobs, and I was unable to carry on with one of them. I lost one of them. But I'm able to work remotely, part-time. But there's so many things they could be doing. Instead of doing what they're doing right now, they could be acknowledging what's happening. They could be educating the public on how to avoid catching COVID, on how to protect themselves. They could be telling people to clean the air in public spaces so that people aren't continuously being infected. They could be cleaning the air in classrooms.
Well, all of the
access healthcare safely.
All of the good. And it applies to COVID, but it applies to other things as well, like colds and flus and stuff like that, which can keep people off work for a fortnight if it's bad enough. Yeah. Just open windows, wash hands, use masks in crowded places if you wish. I know people are funny about masks, but
it's never in the public domain, though. I see other people when I'm out and about who are trying to protect themselves, who know the risks and want to try and stay safe, and they're wearing blue paper masks. That is a failure of public health because they want to protect themselves, but they have not told people to wear effective face masks. And you've got people using hand sanitizer.
Well, I think I suspect they've made a judgment that that would have a chilling effect on economic activity or something. That's what I guess. I mean, I think it's remiss, because people's health is connected deeply to economic activity. But there you have it. And thank you very much indeed. I'm glad you're a lot better than you were, but clearly it's changed your life, possibly forever. But thank you for your call, Anne in Penrith. Alan has called from Salford. Hi, Alan.
Good afternoon, Sheila.
Hi.
Listener of many years.
Oh, good.
Even going back to your Radio 5 early morning days.
Good Lord above.
Sheila. Yes. Yeah. Sheila, just on Sunak and his gang, his cronies and his lackeys first. Not just recently. I've long found Conservative politicians over the years, when it comes to social security and benefits, they seem to have a personal hatred of people on benefits, people with disabilities, and I just find their language, their tone, offensive. absolutely offensive in the extreme. They imply that everybody on benefits and people who've got sick notes are swinging it. And if he talks about why people are much, much sicker, you might ask yourself about what it's like living in this country, what it's like living under a Tory government. It's one crisis after the other. And then, of course, we get the shenanigans that's going on in their party, even as recently as yesterday. And where are they all today? Instead of talking about that, they've got them all doing the rounds at your studios, talking to Nick and all the rest of them. Let's go after the people on benefits again. It's the same old, and it's disgusting.
And the thing is, any Prime Minister does need to address how much the state is spending.
Of course.
That's fine, but it has to be done fairly and humanely, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it has to be done, not just so that they can give people a few tax cuts, and that's what it's about. We all know that. It's the old trick. It's been pulled often enough. He's got his eye on more tax cuts to try and buy votes. And and I know, this party's a dead duck.
Yeah. And they know it too, which is why they're probably coming out with some of the nonsense they come out with. And Alan, I'm sorry that you've been quite relatively recently ended up on long-term sick, haven't you? And I can see why you get annoyed by the way that speech was presented, because we don't have time to talk at length with Alan, but he asked about adjustments at work so he could continue to do his job, even though he had a new and significant health problem. But the managers of the company he worked for took it away from him. And they said, no, you can't work for us anymore with that condition. And he's taking the company to an employment tribunal. So we'll wish him well with that. Thank you, Alan, for your call. Alan in Salford, it's 1:30. Let's get the headlines from Tim Humphrey.
The British Medical Association has accused Rishi Sunak of hostile rhetoric as he promises to end what he calls the sick note culture. He says people with less severe mental health conditions should be expected to engage with the world of work. The US has denied being involved in offensive operations, but insists Iran will be held to account for its rocket attack on Israel at the weekend. Israel retaliated early this morning, but the strike's being called an infiltration rather than an attack, and Iran has no plans to respond straight away. Boris Johnson's been found to have breached government rules over his links to a hedge fund. The former Prime Minister failed to clarify his relationship with a firm called Merlin Advisors, who then set up a meeting between him and Venezuela's president. LBC weather mostly dry with sunny spells, but it will remain windy for a time, a high of 15 degrees.
This is LBC.
My granny visits Specsavers. No chance.
No, my daughter doesn't go to Specsavers.
You're having a laugh. My sister goes to Specsavers.
Specsavers? For my mum, it's out of the question.
Dad? Oh, he hasn't been to Specsavers in years.
If your loved ones can't make it into a Specsavers store, it's easy to arrange home visits. Our opticians are caring and highly trained. To find out if your loved ones are eligible, visit our website.
Isn't it funny how some things in life are good when they're high, but others are good when they're low? Take exam grades, for example. Those are good when they're high.
Yes!
But your 5K time, now that's much better low. With Waitrose new lower prices, you can get the best of the highs and the lows. Because hundreds of good, high-quality favourites, like chicken breast, potatoes and unsalted butter, are now at a new, lower price. Waitrose. Food to feel good about. Selected stores subject to availability. Prices may vary in Little Waitrose, Channel Islands and concessions.
First times. Remember those? Like the thrill of being chased by waves for the first time. Now imagine the thrill of skimming through the fjords on a high-speed rib on a Saga ocean cruise. Or even the joy you'll feel with our Love It First Time guarantee. If you don't love all the incredible first times on your first Saga ocean cruise, we'll give you your money back. 2025 season now on sale. Search Saga Cruises. Experience is everything. Port must be made in first 72 hours or 48 hours if cruises 7 nights or less. Full terms apply. Over 50s only.
Play Set for Life and you could. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
This one's for the fed up. This one's for the hot and stuffy. This one's for everyone who thought they couldn't have aircon in their apartment or listed building. Because you can. For years, Call-U have supplied and installed fully internal aircon systems with no mess, no fuss, and no external condenser. So head to callu.london today, before the summer's here. Call-U, for a cool, comfortable home.
This is LBC. Message Sheila Fogarty on WhatsApp now on 0345 60 60 973.
Let's turn our attention to the Middle East for a few minutes. CBS News in the United States says that 2 U.S. officials have said an Israeli missile did strike Iran overnight. Iranian state media say unconfirmed reports of explosions in the central province of Isfahan have come in, but have downplayed reports of a full-scale attack. Israel hasn't officially commented yet. Let's talk about all of this with Aaron David Miller, former Middle East advisor at the US State Department, who's advised a number of secretaries of state on Arab-Israeli negotiations, now a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
Tell me about your sense of things at this point, because after that weekend attack over the weekend on Israel, or the intended attack on Israel, the big question was what next, really, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I said last night, very late, in a couple interviews, that I think we need to keep our heads on this one and not jump off the cliff. I mean, we don't do ourselves any good. Nor the interests of security and stability in the region, basically by immediately, inexorably ramping up to the conclusion that we're on the cusp of a third world war. That said, I think that a dangerous threshold has only been crossed, but still exists. I mean, the reality is, not in 33 years, no other state has attacked the state of Israel. Saddam Hussein's launching of Scuds in 1991. And Israel has not publicly claimed any strike on Iranian territory. If you listen carefully, though, to the Israeli, Iranian, and even American official reaction, it's almost as if this was a strike that never happened. The Iranians basically are saying there were explosions. Maybe this was an infiltration. They talk about drones in an effort to trivialize. The Israelis aren't saying anything about this, which, frankly, for Mr. Netanyahu, who would on occasion want to crow about it, is also gone to ground. So I think it was messaging and signaling so far without going to an escalatory ladder that could have ended up in a very bad place.
So a message from Israel, perhaps, we can and we will, but take this for now. Just escalation, but not great escalation.
Yeah, you know the joke about the guy who jumps off the 10-story building as he's passing the 5th floor, somebody yells out, "How you doing?" and he responds, "So far, so good." That's basically where we are here, because none of the underlying issues, the nuclear program, the proxies, the strategic competition that exists between Iran and Israel, which is now region-wide, and Iran's own expansionist policies, its alliance with Vladimir Putin, none of these issues have been resolved. So, like the proverbial sword of Damocles, this one's going to hang over the region for quite some time.
Can I ask you what role pre-existing sanctions against Iran are playing in all of this back and forth, including between Iran and the US?
I mean, sanctions are the default position, and they're a substitute for kinetic response. They've been part and parcel of American policy for decades. The problem is when a country commits itself and believes it's pursuing its vital interests, even its existential interests, there's no evidence that sanctions could alter the fundamental policies of any country. And we've seen how Vladimir Putin has adjusted incredibly to probably the heaviest sanctioned country in the world. And so it will be, I suspect, with the Iranians. In fact, the Revolutionary Guard, black markets, I think they're probably making money. So I think that we have a situation in which we have in this case, I'm speaking for the United States, has a strategic problem with Iran, but we don't have a strategic solution. So we're forced to pursue sort of transactional arrangements, the Iran nuclear agreement, various understandings to de-escalate and prevent an escalation. But you've got a regime, basically, that is ideological, pragmatic to a certain degree, ideological, and has used the U.S. as the boogeyman around which to mobilize, distract attention from its galactic economic and political problems. So this is going to go on and on.
With Gaza in mind, we're now in Israel is now in a position where it has a war on three fronts, really, doesn't it? Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran. What might all of that mean for Gaza, for some kind of shift in Gaza?
You know, not even Pythia, the famed oracle at Delphi, reading the best of Godin trails, could tell you right now how the Gaza war is going to end. I think we're in a strategic cul-de-sac. I see no way that the more hopeful elements of a solution to Gaza can be put together. The Israelis will continue to move in and out of Gaza. I think their large-scale ground campaign has, for the most part, come to an end, but they've constructed a 36-mile border buffer zone, which is a mile wide, running the length of the Israeli-Gaza border. They'll continue to pursue the senior leadership of Hamas in an effort to kill it. Hamas will survive as an insurgency and as a reasonably vital force in Palestinian national politics through intimidation, co-optation. And there's no Palestinian governing structure and no Arab deterrent force that seems to be willing and able to maintain some measure of security in Gaza. So I fear 2024 will be the year of Gaza. If Joe Biden should get a second term, voted for Republicans and Democrats, I work for them. But if Joe Biden should get a second term, and if there are leadership changes, particularly in Israel, but also on the Palestinian side, it's conceivable that you could see another pathway, a better pathway move forward, but you cannot get where we ought to go with the current leadership, either Mr. Netanyahu or Mahmoud Abbas, who is in the 19th year of a 4-year term and has very little credibility beyond the 40% of the West Bank he controls, and probably not much there.
Well, thank you again for speaking to us today, Aaron David Miller, former Middle East advisor at the US State Department, now senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. We've been talking already this hour about this so-called sick note culture that Rishi Sunak was speaking about earlier on today. If you're a GP, I'd love to hear from you on this, because this idea of removing GPs as the person who signs a person off work is an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, how do you feel about that if you're a GP? And how does the work you do with people and the sick notes that you do give out, how does that tally with what you're hearing, with how you're hearing it described by the Prime Minister? It'd be great to hear from you on 0345 6060 973. Jane has called from Portsmouth. Hello, Jane.
Oh, hi, Sheila. I wanted to just, my experience of being, becoming somebody that was out of the work for a I'm a midwife and was working for the NHS. I was diagnosed with cancer, unfortunately, and I'm well now, but I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and so subsequently had to be signed off work. Had a wonderful relationship with my GP and was signed off. Now, I had a year's worth of treatment, but in that time, with cancer treatment, obviously you have highs and lows, and you know, when you're in and out of chemo cycles, you're some people, I was relatively between them. I was signed off work and I was told I couldn't have sick pay because I hadn't quite been in post for a year, so I wasn't entitled to any sick pay in my role, despite having worked for another trust through COVID and stepped up. And so I was on zero pay. So I asked if I would be able to have reasonable adjustments so that I could work when I was well. And I felt that was entirely possible. I was told that the system just couldn't accommodate for that, and it wouldn't be possible. So
it's quite a physical job, a midwife, isn't it?
Yeah, there were sort of remote things I could have done, auditing and sort of paperwork things I could have done.
Kind of thing, yeah,
absolutely. But the system wasn't set up to accommodate it. So I had a year off, and I was on zero pay. So my husband was employed, and he had to. He's a gardener. He had to double the turnover for his business to replace my income, the result of that was that at the end of my treatment, when I finally went back into work, we were told that his company had, or his self-employment had breached the VAT threshold. So we then had to become VAT registered, and we got slapped with the with the VAT process. And once we got to the end of the VAT process, we then had to we had to justify to the government why our company should now become deregistered from VAT, because we had to kind of show that it was absolutely, and it was a temporary blip, and it was a temporary thing. The turnover has only increased temporarily. I have to say, we felt like we were being hit from every side of the process, and the only positive through it was that relationship with my GP, that ability to have that ongoing, review and sign off with them. And I feel actually quite aggrieved that the people that are in the positions that they're in, making decisions about people like me, have no experience of the hardship that can involve.
Did you get any pay at all when you were off sick?
No, zero pay, because I hadn't been in position for a year I think the first...
Could you claim a benefit? Could you claim any benefit?
Couldn't claim any benefits because my husband's earnings. So we really were in a bit of a pickle. And the only
transformed your
finances. Really increase. Yeah. Absolutely. I have two children, and so we did the right thing. He worked harder, and then we got told, you've breached the VAT threshold, you now need to pay that. It felt like at every turn we were being, held down. And like I say, the only positive through that process was that precious relationship with my GP that they're now talking about removing.
Yeah, that's really telling, isn't it? And I'm so glad you're well, Jane, but those are tough. What you need when you're well. I mean, I've had friends in broadcasting who've had breast cancer, and they, thankfully, when they were well enough during that process, they did their job, and when they were not well enough, they didn't. They were, because I
really would have benefited. I really would have benefited from being in that workforce in those well times. And I resonate with what you say about, are we just a sick society now? Little glimmers of hope there that they're missing, of keeping people in the workplace that want to be in it, that they
like
have to make
our last caller before 5:30 as well, who'd he wanted to stay working and was told he couldn't. And the reason I ask about have we become a sick society is I don't think you can separate this from perhaps not in your case for your the particular illness that you got, but certainly the mental ill health that we are seeing. I don't think you can separate that from the last 14 years and the austerity and the cuts and all of that stuff. I just don't think you can. I think, if your child, for example, needs child and adolescent mental health service intervention, even if they have suicidal ideation, there are still really long waits. Can you imagine the pressure that puts on a family and how much extra support that child needs, to the point where I know parents who've done this, they've had to give up work, one or other of them, in order to take care of the child because they're collapsing and there is no intervention.
No. I mean, the system's not there. The system's not there to help the nuances of these situations. It's not as simple as someone declaring that we're all too lazy to work. It's too nuanced. There's too nuanced, and the system's not set up to handle it.
And any one of us can get sick in the way that you did. Any one of us can get sick in the way the gentleman who called before 5:30 from Salford did. These things can happen to any of us. And it's important that all of us remember that when we think about people who are on long-term sick, whether that's for a year while you get cancer treatment or whether it's for something else altogether. There's a lot going on, as my guest Louise Murphy said. There's a lot behind this, and it's really important that before governments just pronounce on the maths of it, that we work out what has gone wrong for so many people. And when they are ill in the way that Jane was with breast cancer, there's no attempt. There doesn't seem to be any attempt to understand what that's doing to a family's finances. It was all, what are you doing as a self-employed person? Oh, you need to go VAT registered. Oh, what do you mean you want to undo that now? Oh. As she said, battered from all sides instead of helped through a period of illness to get back on your feet. And everybody wins when that happens. It's 1:48.
It's Carol Vorderman here on LBC. Is this Israeli attack in Damascus a way of swinging the pendulum of public opinion back towards the Israelis? This is how escalation happens.
Listen on your radio and on Global Player.
She's a strong woman and a role model for every single girl.
I am absolutely incensed, and it has made me even more determined.
Carol Vorderman, Sundays from 4 on LBC.
We're so happy that you're so happy. We're all so happy. Happy Drains.
Local, friendly, professional. That's Happy Drains, a Which trusted trader with over 3,000 glowing reviews on Checker Trade. See for yourself. Whatever the drainage emergency, trust Happy Drains to put it right fast. So, when you've got a blockage or need a repair, just think happy thoughts. Click happydrains.co.uk.
The McDonald's breakfast deal. Succulent sausage and egg McMuffin and a latte, all for just $2.79. Something that will make anyone a morning person. So morningy that even the birds are more morningy. McDonald's. Until 11 a.m. Not available on delivery. Exclusions apply. Price and participation may vary.
Mum, I turned the thermostat down 1 degree, and that's going to save loads.
Right.
And I turned the boiler temperature down to 60 degrees.
Is there a punchline?
Well, seeing as I've saved zillions, I thought I could work on my professional gaming career instead of going to school.
You could save money on your energy bills with Swale Heating. Install an A-rated Worcester Bosch boiler, split the house into zones, or fit thermostats that link to your phone. Visit swaleheating.com. Rely on us to keep you warm.
Jump into a Skoda Plus approved used car with 11.4% APR representative plus £750 deposit contribution on Solutions PCP. 2 years servicing, 2 years warranty, 2 MOTs and 2 years roadside assistance. To use when driving to places like your 2-year-old's tutu party in Tooting tomorrow. Skoda approved used event available from the 15th to the 29th of April. So visit your local retailer today. Skoda. Indemnities may be required at participating retailers. Vehicles up to 8 years and 100,000 miles at activation. Skoda Finance. Toodaloo.
First times. Remember those? Like the thrill of being chased by waves for the first time. Now imagine the thrill of skimming through the fjords on a high-speed rib on a Saga Ocean cruise. Or even the joy you'll feel with our Love It First Time guarantee. If you don't love all the incredible first times on your first Saga Ocean cruise, we'll give you your money back. 2025 season now on sale. Search Saga Cruises. Experience is everything. Port must be made in first 72 hours or 48 hours if cruise is 7 nights or less. Full terms apply. Over 50s only.
This one's for the fed up. This one's for the hot and stuffy. This one's for everyone who thought they couldn't have aircon in their apartment or listed building. Because you can. For years, Call You have supplied and installed fully internal aircon systems with no mess, no fuss and no external condenser. So head to callyou.london today, before the summer's here. Call You, for a cool, comfortable home.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC.
Now, there's obviously a very serious incident developing at the Iranian consulate in Paris. The exact details of it are only just emerging, so some of the things I'm about to tell you are currently just reported as rather than confirmed as. The police are at the scene there. A man was reported to have threatened to blow himself up wearing a suicide vest, and there are reports in local journalism, local TV, that he is also carrying a grenade, at least, if not grenades plural. He's currently holed up inside the building in Paris. The police have ordered the closing of parts of the metro, and it looks as though some kind of entry by the police, by very heavily armed police into the building, is possibly imminent. The area is being cordoned off, as you would expect. There are other channels reporting that the embassy contacted the police asking for assistance, reporting that the man was not just inside the building but was holed up in a room inside the consulate in the presence of staff. One outlet reporting it's in the presence of the ambassador. That hasn't been confirmed. It comes amid increasing tensions between Israel and Iran. We've just been talking about there with Aaron David Miller, with Israel today launching strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So let's keep a close eye on those events in Paris and see what happens. Let's get back to our calls, though, about Rishi Sunak's comments today about what he calls Sick Note Britain. Connor, hello.
Hello, Sheila. So basically, I'll just give a brief overview of my own personal circumstances so I can give some context. I was born with a fairly severe visual impairment, and by the time I was 25, I have no vision now. So obviously, you can imagine I've got quite a lot of experience with this type of thing. And I do actually agree with what he said. I'm not a very political person, really, but I listened to him and I thought, you know what, you're right. I see people all the time in disability groups, on forums, who say things like, I know I'm not entitled to this and I know I probably might not get it, but what do I say to get the maximum amount? And I see this, Sheila, every single day. And I know people would say it's a minority of people, and it might be, but it's very common. And the mental health side of it is unfortunately the biggest group that I see doing this. And I'm not talking about
doing
people
what, though? Just what? Exaggerating their condition?
Yes, massively so. And on these forums, obviously, and the things that I see, people are not too, they don't keep it too much of a secret as well. Unfortunately, I'm not talking about people with severe mental health conditions. I'm talking about people with what you might call mild anxiety, depression, these sorts of things. So I think we have to differentiate between the two. And I think the people who will be worst affected by this is people like myself, who has incurable, lifelong condition that, if anyone knows anything about blindness, it's a life-destroying condition in many cases. There are people with complex needs who are confined to wheelchairs. There are people who have really severe mental health conditions. And unfortunately, people who do exaggerate and do cause these issues are going to create more problems for the people who are more severely impaired. They want to spy on our bank accounts. They want to do a lot of different things to make it. And I'm trying to get myself out of this. I don't want people to pay for me. I want to pay for myself.
Have you been in work?
No, I haven't. But I am. I've got a first-class degree, Sheila. So, I'm trying my very, very best to get myself into places. People do not want to employ disabled people, especially those with more severe impairments.
Yeah. And can I ask you how old you are, Connor?
I'm 28 now.
Right. Okay. So you've got a life ahead of you. You want to do something with it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I don't want people to sort of you don't want people to pay for me. If I had a choice, I would not have this set of circumstances. So when people with what I would call, to be honest, minor conditions, I'm not invalidating them. When they do have other options, I do think they need to be encouraged to take it, because when the government clamps down, it's going to be people with the more severe impairments who can't get out of those circumstances who are going to be the most affected.
Is blindness your own? I mean, clearly it brings concomitant issues with it, but is that your only disability?
Complete blindness, yeah.
Because a good friend of mine who is in that situation has been a journalist for 25, 30 years, and obviously adjustments are made and assistance is given. Are you finding you're just not able to find employers who are prepared to give you that extra support in order to be employed?
So the things I studied when I could see more, and the career path that I was going down when I lost my vision, it was a career path that I could not do without the use of my eyes.
Yeah.
So there are successful blind people, but I think sometimes, and no disrespect to anybody, but it isn't majority, it's a minority. 1 in 4 blind people is in employment, and that's not even counting the severe end of the spectrum. That's everybody from the... So if you have the more severe end, so it depends on when you lose your vision. It depends on a lot of factors. Yeah. It's complicated.
What do you think you could do? Given the right adjustments and support around you.
So I'm studying strength and conditioning again in a minute. It's what I was doing before I lost my vision completely, and that's basically a sports qualification. And I'm going to try and find a way to do online services for people, online programming, coaching, So I'm trying my very hardest to get myself out of that circumstance, and I think that's the right thing to do. And I'm confident that no one can say to me that you aren't trying to get yourself away from that.
Yeah. And would that be freelancing, self-employment?
Yes, because a gym wouldn't employ a blind person to do that because it's too dangerous, health and safety, and I know this. The chances are obviously a lot lower for me, but regardless, I think it's important to still do it anyway because that's what you should do.
And part of what the Prime Minister announced today was saying he envisages a situation where if after 12 months of trying to get into work with a work coach, because you're off work through disability or illness, there'll be an assessment as to whether you should have benefits withdrawn from you. How does that make you feel?
Well,
Scared?
I'm not that worried about that for my condition, for myself. I think people with more difficult to understand conditions, like mine isn't very controversial, to be honest. You know, one scan of my eyes and you'll be able to see that person's completely blind, and we know the rates of blind people who get employment. So it's not a controversial thing.
Yeah.
But for other people, it would be. And if you start taking money off people, if they haven't made the effort, that's a different matter. But if they are making the effort, then I'm sorry, but you need to look at the employers and not the people.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you make at the end there. Thank you very much indeed, Connor. Connor in Wigan, whether it's a physical disability or being on the autistic spectrum of disorders, it's proving very hard for a lot of young people in particular to find work. Coming up after the news at 2, how safe do British Jews feel?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock, Rishi Sunak is promising to make sure hard work is always rewarded as he looks to make it his moral mission to end what he calls sick note culture in Britain. The Prime Minister claims that since the COVID pandemic, 850,000 more people are economically inactive. Louise Murphy, a senior economist at the Resolution Foundation, told LBC we shouldn't overstate the problem.
The rates are still well below where they were in the 1990s, so historically we're not at an all-time high. And when we look to other countries, some of our neighbours like France, Germany, Denmark, the UK actually has relatively low rates of short-term sickness absence compared to these countries.
French police have cordoned off the Iranian consulate in Paris after a report someone had gone in with an explosive. Traffic on nearby metro lines was stopped. A police source says there has been an arrest. Investigations have started into the contact 2 police forces had with a woman before she was stabbed to death in Bradford. Greater Manchester and West Yorkshire police are both being looked into by the IOPC. Scotland's former First Minister Nicola Sturgeon says the situation has been incredibly difficult after her husband, former SNP Chief Executive Peter Murrell, was charged in connection with alleged embezzlement of funds. A report is being sent to the Procurator Fiscal. He's resigned his membership of the party. SNP leader and First Minister Humza Yousaf has given his reaction.
An allegation of embezzlement from and of party funds. That's a really serious and concerning matter, and all of those people who have known Peter Murrell for a number of years within the SNP and indeed across Scottish politics will be shocked. Now, there is an ongoing investigation. We've got to allow the police and indeed the Crown to do their job.
Boris Johnson's been found to have breached rules which say former ministers should not take up new jobs or appointments for 2 years after leaving office without advice from a parliamentary group. The former Prime Minister failed to clarify his relationship with a firm called Merlin Advisors, who set up a meeting between him and Venezuela's President Maduro. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 44 points at 78.32. The pound buys $1.24 and €1.17.
LBC Weather.
With Ripple Energy, part-owner wind farm for a greener way to power your home.
Mostly dry with sunny spells this afternoon. It will remain windy, a high of 15 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Sheila Fogarty.
Hello there. I saw a video, a couple of videos actually, on X this morning. It was really quite shocking to watch, and it shows me that, I mean, and again, you can tell me whether you agree with me or not, but it shows me what I had already started to fear, really, which is that there has been, I think, a really significant shift very much in the wrong direction when it comes to the place that British Jews have and should have in our society, not least because they're British. But something is happening that we can't ignore and can't turn away from and pretend isn't what it is, even if it's done unwittingly. And I think some people do fail to see what they're doing and saying sometimes when it comes to anti-Semitism and the position of British Jews in the country. And what prompts me to talk about this is a video where a man called Gideon Falter, who you might have heard of before, he's certainly been on LBC, he's from the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism. He and a small number of friends decided to test their theory. I hope I'm representing him correctly here, I think I am. To test their theory that the Metropolitan Police are wholly wrong when they say British Jews, and I'm going to focus on London because it's the Met and it happened in London, but I'm sure that the same thing can be mirrored in other cities where pro-Palestinian marches are legitimately taking place in big cities around the UK, but particularly that very large one that takes place most Saturdays now here in London. He decided to test the theory that the Met insists, he now says the Met is gaslighting them, but the Met insists that when those marches take place, with hundreds of thousands of protesters, legitimate march, when they take place, Jews have nothing to fear and are safe to go about their business as normal in London. Now, many British Jews do not feel that, and not just a feeling that they have, but what they experience when they go out there. So he decided to test this. And during it, when he wanted to cross a road, a policeman, a number of police officers blocked his way. But things got really bad when, and it was all very quiet, and there was no sort of physical argy-bargy or anything like that. It was quiet, but quietly devastating, I think, this exchange. A police officer said, "Sir, I don't cross this road. I'm not going to let you cross this road because you are visibly Jewish." That was the term he used. You're visibly Jewish, and I don't want you to cross this road. Now, you could say, right, well, he's just trying to organise a march, so do what the copper says. But he went further. He said, your visible Jewishness could provoke this crowd of protesters. Now, he wouldn't have said that to me, would he? If I'd said, listen, my daughter's over in that cafe over there, I just need to get over there, he'd have let me go over there. Because just a random woman crossing the street isn't provoking the protesters or has the capacity to provoke the protesters. But this Jewish man was told, no, you can't. Having been told repeatedly by the Met and by Sir Mark Rowley that they are safe and free to move about London freely on protest days and any other day. Then, a few minutes into the situation, a guy, one of the protesters, comes across, another British man, he comes across and starts to, from what I could see, criminally threaten the Jewish man. He said to him, "We will follow your every move. We will follow you wherever you go. We will keep our eyes on you wherever you go." Right? Now, that's harassment, plain and simple. That's criminal. It just is. And this man said what he said with about 5 or 6 police officers standing right next to him who did nothing. And the man went further. The threatening man went further. He said to the Jewish man, he said to Gideon Falter, no law is being broken. And I thought, well, it is, because I just saw you do it. I just saw a law being broken. But the 5 police officers didn't respond to the fact that the law had been broken right under their noses. What they said to this man was, you're visibly Jewish, and that's a problem. And, you know, Gideon Falter was quite generous to the officers when he commented on it, in that he was saying, I'm not picking on one officer here. I'm saying that, we either are or we aren't safe. And I think his video proves that they're not. And you had, a week ago, 10 days ago, a Jewish woman arguing with a police officer who was ignoring a swastika and then having a conversation with her about the context of a swastika on a pro-Palestinian and very openly anti-Israeli in some parts rally. Something's not right here, is it? And I think that shift that we're witnessing is a really dangerous and sinister shift towards having a police force, or indeed private citizens, openly saying to Jewish people, well, you know, you're a bit too visibly Jewish, could cause problems, couldn't it? Could cause problems. Not acceptable. Anywhere. Ever. Not acceptable. So if you are a British Jew, or you have been on these rallies even, what do you say to that? What do you say to what I've just described? And I have just described it faithfully, I promise you. What do you say to that? 0345 6060 973, because that is not a development I want in this country, and it's not a development anyone should want. You can text as well on 84850. Lord Wanley joins me, John Wanley, the government's independent advisor on political violence and disruption to the UK government. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Sheila.
How did you interpret that video?
I was even in the context of some really disturbing things that have happened since the 7th of October, I was shocked and appalled to see this. I thought you described the circumstances very well and accurately, and indeed have drawn out the huge problem that this presents, because on both levels. You're absolutely right that it is just not acceptable to stop someone from being in a particular place because of their ethnicity, and indeed to threaten to arrest them for simply stopping in that place because of their ethnicity. And if you try to, a clear parallel to this would be if a British nationalist or white supremacist march had been allowed to go ahead, and you said to a black person, I'm sorry, you're just too black to be on this street at the moment, and we're going to arrest you if you stay there. And it's appalling.
You might provoke Tommy Robinson, or you might provoke,
simply by the colour of your skin. I'm sorry, you're just too black for this. And that Gideon was directly told, you look too Jewish to be in this environment.
Not too visibly. Well, I suppose you're right. The implication is too Jewish to be safe, but it was, to be fair to the officer, he said you look very visibly Jewish.
Maybe it would have been okay to be that Jewish as long as you kept it hidden. Mm. And what does that say about what is happening in our capital and in the country? And yes, you are absolutely right to point to the wider context of this, where very many people have been saying, those who are in favour of the marches, no, these marches are fine. Well, there's lots of Jewish people on these marches. There's no threat to Jewish people at all. Well, the lived experience of many thousands of Jews in the capital and in Manchester and other places where the marches are happening have directly contradicted that. But then the situation is so serious that you have a police officer trying to threatening arrest to a person who looks visibly Jewish in the street. So neither of those things we should be prepared to tolerate, and it does, I think, it should lead us to question, what is happening overall, and the conduct of these marches, the frequency of them, and the way in which they are being policed.
For all the people who go on the marches, I've got friends who go frequently, who go because they want to stand and express their concern for what's happening in Gaza in particular. And I mean, they may have historical connections to pro-Palestinian activism, all fine. But who just say, well, there may be individuals who are doing bad things that the police have to tackle, whether that's anti-Semitic signing or chanting, whatever. But I'm not. And I don't think I should be stopped from marching for the people of Gaza. What do you say to them?
Yeah, I of course, I understand that. I understand that frustration. But I think first, another parallel is probably worth considering in that to say, imagine that there was a march, there was a demonstration, a protest about levels of immigration that were thought to be too high in this country, and there might be a lot of my former constituents in Bowen-Furness who might want to have their say, do consistently have their say and say the levels of immigration are too high, they should come down, and people who want no part of far-right racist groups, and that the majority of the people who turned up on the streets to make that point to the government
were peaceful.
Were in that vein, and yet there was a minority of far-right border boy activists who were causing trouble. And you wouldn't then say, oh, well, look, we've just got to expect the majority. And these people, they were in a minority of, yes, they may be making noise. They may be the ones that are making headlines. They may be the ones with the racist banners. But we don't think that. So we should be allowed to march alongside them. Actually, what you'd be saying is
keep away from me.
This protest has been infected by this extremism. What are we going to do about it? And I think that is the question that I'd like to see more people attending the protest, and the organisers of the protests. Indeed, I don't think they have done nearly enough to
rid it of that element,
the extremism that is happening, and to take action to rid it, as you say, of the level of extremism that is on these marches.
But there's something, and maybe it's because of the generation I'm from, I don't know, but there's something deeply disturbing, isn't there, about a police officer saying, you look a bit too, you're visibly Jewish, and that's a problem. Since when is that who we are?
Yeah, and I do have a lot of sympathy for the police who are put in on minute by minute. They have to make difficult judgments on how to keep the peace in marches like that. But I mean, I think, and there are people who say, politicians, you should never get involved in commenting on pro-racialism. But I'm sorry that I don't feel that is right. And if the police want to look at this and defend that man's actions, well, let's hear the explanation. But look at this as someone who's spent a lot of time in recent months in considering these matters. You think that no matter how difficult the circumstance, the answer cannot be to say to someone that because of their visible ethnicity, religion, that they can't be in a particular place at a time standing peacefully, because so much of the debate that the police, again, understandably get involved in is to say, well, look, you might disagree with the views of a particular person, but on a particular cause, but we have to be able to allow protests. We have to be allowed to have freedom of expression. Now, Gideon Falter's freedom to express his own identity, just walking around
and cross the street,
was denied him by that police officer. In fact, indeed, he was threatened with arrest unless he took his visibly Jewish identity out of the area, escorted by the police. That is not okay.
It's similar to what has happened repeatedly to the Iranian gentleman who protests with a placard. I mean, the most recent one, he just says Hamas is a terrorist organisation, which is, of course, just an expression of what the UK government's policy on Hamas is. And the focus is on him being taken away and arrested. Even though I saw one video in which protesters were visibly throwing soil in his face to repel him, and they weren't arrested. And I was like, what's going on here?
And I think there can be, again, I can see how you get into a
keeping the
place
peace
where
kind of argument.
Operationally you're thinking keeping the peace and preventing escalation. But I think the danger with the way that approach is sometimes being executed and followed through by the cops is that you get into a place where if you are threatening violence or you look like you're going to kick off, then you get treated more leniently by someone who is simply genuinely, peaceably putting across their point of view, which in the point of the Iranian demonstrator who you mentioned is just pointing out a fact that Hamas is a terrorist organization. And I think we're in a dangerous position where peaceable protesters can then be treated more harshly than those who look like they've got a visible flex of threatening violence. I think you have seen that in some, big policing decisions in recent years, and it's really troubling.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for talking to me today, Lord Walmley, John Walmley, Independent Advisor on Political Violence and Disruption to the UK Government, Advisor to the UK Government, that is. The Met have issued a statement, or they tweeted about it last night. I will read that to you in just a second. It's 2:19.
This is LBC.
My granny visits Specsavers. No, Jeds.
No, my daughter doesn't go to Specsavers.
You're having a laugh. My sister goes to Specsavers.
Specsavers? For my mum, it's out of the question.
Dad? Oh, he hasn't been to Specsavers in years.
If your loved ones can't make it into a Specsavers store, it's easy to arrange home visits. Our opticians are caring and highly trained. To find out if your loved ones are eligible, visit our website.
The McDonald's breakfast deal. Succulent sausage and egg McMuffin and a latte, all for just $2.79. Something that will make anyone a morning person. So morningy that even the birds are more morningy. McDonald's. Until 11 a.m. Not available on delivery. Exclusions apply. Price of participation may vary.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £103 million.
Oh, that calls for a dance. Do you know the robot?
I'm a little rusty.
Oh, you've still got it?
Never lost it.
You're a machine.
Get that Euro Millions feeling tonight. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on app. Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
What to do when you've got no plans? Well, in just a short train ride, you can open the door to a rip-roaring roller coaster! An amazing aquarium, a spine-chilling castle, or a very friendly llama named Lady Llamalade. From animal parks to creepy castles, jump on a Thameslink train and open the door to more this spring. Book tickets and pay no booking fees at thameslinkrailway.com, where every stop is a story.
Listeners, we interrupt the airwaves to share an incredible discovery. The reason why Britain hasn't been so great of late is because the country hasn't been eating enough Weetabix. We must get to work in rebuilding Great Britain bix by bix by delivering Weetabix to whoever's in charge of fixing potholes, to VAR and people who somehow managed to park over 2 bays. To Britain, we must say. Have you had your Weetabix?
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Let me just find that statement that the Met put out on Twitter last night after the campaign and against anti-Semitism put that video up that we've been talking about. The Metropolitan Police says, we are aware of this video, fully acknowledge the worry that it has caused, not only to those featured, but also to anyone who watches it, and will review the circumstances. We've always said we recognise the conflict between Israel and Hamas continues to be an issue of concern for many Londoners. And this includes the regular protests and marches in central London. Everyone has the right to travel throughout the capital in safety. We will meet and discuss this with anyone who wishes to organise a march or protest ahead of the 27th of April, which is the Met's response to that. Let's see if That's, by the way, an allusion. That 27th of April is an allusion to something that Gideon Falter suggests that those who support British Jews do the next time there is a protest in London. Let's get to your thoughts on all of this. Jason's called from Marylebone. Hello, Jason.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope you're well. The original question that you asked is, should British Jews feel safe in London? Or I think UK
or how safe
London,
do you feel? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is I feel very safe until I go into London, which I have to go into London on a Saturday. And what really frustrates me is when I think about these marches, first of all, the marches started before Israel retaliated for what happened to them in October. So the first march happened before there was any retaliation from Israel at all, which I never quite could understand that. The second thing is that these marches really, the Jewish people of the UK should be on the same side as the Palestinian people, where we should all be screaming, we want to see the demise of Hamas, we want to see Hamas gone. And that's really what these marches should be about. It shouldn't be about really anti-Israel, it should be about anti-Hamas, but it isn't. So,
well, they can be about, they are within their rights to have an anti-Israel march if people wish, but do you see what I mean? I mean, you might not agree with it, but they're within their rights to do it as long as they do it within the law and in the right way with the police and all of that. A pro-Hamas march wouldn't be allowed. A pro-Palestinian march is allowed, but clearly, evidently, if you have eyes in your head and ears, pro-Hamas elements and anti-Israel, just out-and-out anti-Israel, as in the existence of Israel elements, are also at these marches, as well as nice mums and dads who are concerned about the civilians in Gaza and hopefully the hostages in Gaza as well.
Of course. And the problem I've got now is that it kind of feels like going back to the 70s and 80s when the National Front used to walk around the streets of London. And would I walk around as a visible Jewish person when the National Front were out doing their protesting? The answer would be absolutely not. So as a Jewish person walking around London, you don't feel safe on a Saturday. But God forbid we describe these marches as hate marches, then anyone that says that gets shot down. But there is so much hatred at these marches. There's also a lot of good, but there's way too much hatred, and that's the part of it that shouldn't be happening.
And I agree with you, and I wouldn't want to be part of a march that contained that element as well. I'd want clear separation from that if I was on a pro-Palestinian march.
Of course, and there is no separation, and that's the big part of the problem. I also think the Met Police actually did a very, very good job at protecting the Jewish guy that, for some reason, decided to obviously walk into that or towards that march with a yarmulke on his head. So he obviously knew exactly what he was doing.
But why shouldn't he?
Because I think he did it for the wrong reasons. I don't think he did it because he was coming back from synagogue or he was generally just wanted to walk that path. I think he wanted to do it to prove.
But he was open about that. But he wasn't doing it with a gang of 50 people around him, noisily shouting "screw you" and he was just walking down the street and tried to cross the road. He was testing what he thinks to be the case, and he proved his case.
Absolutely, and he proved the case that most Jewish people knew already existed, but I still think the police handled it in the right way, because if they tried to arrest some of the people on the march, it would have got out of hand very, very quickly. But what they wanted to do was actually protect him.
So hang on, but the danger in that is you're saying arrest a compliant Jew that's done nothing, but don't arrest a protester who goes off on one and threatens said Jew. That is totally wrong, because the man who did intervene and start to threaten Gideon was out of line and breaking the law with the threats he was making to him in front of police, and still Gideon was the problem.
So what does that tell you?
Well, it tells me that the Met are getting it wrong, and it tells me that anyone who tells British Jews that they're safe to wander through the streets of London when those protests are happening are missing some important facts.
It doesn't tell me that. It tells me that the police are losing the streets because of the numbers. And that's what it tells me. The volume of people that are on these marches, the police they're not equipped for it to turn nasty very quickly, which is exactly what would happen.
But the freedom of a British Jewish man should not be the price for that, should it?
We don't have that freedom anymore, unfortunately.
Well, therefore you're paying that price, and that's unacceptable.
Absolutely, and certain politicians have been coming out trying to say that and end up losing their jobs because they're speaking what they see. And people are frightened to speak the truth, and that is the truth.
Because the policeman would have let me cross the road.
Well, of course, because you're not obviously Jewish. So we know this is the problem. We know that there are elements of these marches that are hate marches. There are an element of people on these marches that they don't have any issue with Israel. Their issue stands with just the Jewish religion, full stop. But if a politician comes out and says these are hate marches against the Jewish religion, then all of a sudden they lose their job.
But they're not in entirety, that. You know? That's the problem. There's too much going on at once in those marches is the problem. That's why they're so difficult to police. Jason, thank you. Mark is called from Hitchin. Hello, Mark.
Yes, hello, Sheila. And again, I want to keep out of the religious part of it, if you don't mind.
It's not possible to, Mark.
Oh, well, in this case it is, I'm afraid. Okay. I'm going to put my cards on the table. My son's a police officer.
Yeah.
I don't support everything the police do, and I certainly do not support the new protest laws. Right, let me take out politics for 1 minute. I'm a gooner. I support Arsenal. So on match day against Spurs, if I was to stand in the middle of a load of Spurs fans, and I'll show you why it's relevant in a minute, and I think, down with the Spurs, I would get arrested. Now, the reason I would get arrested, and as you heard, I've seen the whole video, I've watched that sergeant, I've watched the other officers, they have got to ensure that people are not injured. And I'm now going to read from Liberty's website rather than the law itself. And Liberty points out that the police can arrest you, and I quote, to prevent you from suffering physical injury, e.g., your behaviour might provoke others to assault you, so you need to be arrested for your own protection.
Shall I tell you the difference, Mark? Shall I tell you the difference between what you're describing and what happened in the video that we've been talking about? You're talking about behaviour. Spurs are rubbish.
No,
right, hang on. Well, no, you are. Yeah, that was your literal example you just gave me as a gooner. Yeah, that's what you're describing. Yeah, right. But that's the public order example you've just given me. The reason it's different to what actually happened to this gentleman is he was told who he was, what he is, visibly Jewish, is too problematic for him to cross the road. He wasn't behaving in any way. He was just testing the theory that British Jews can go through London freely and safely on a Saturday. He proved that's not the case.
Right, so let me just put that into context for you again. Okay, so a policeman comes up to me, and I said, I don't want to make it about religion. The reality, you, mate, you're an Arsenal supporter. For that reason, I'm arresting you in case there's going to be a breach of the peace for your own safety. So what I'm saying is the law doesn't look at the religion. What the police officer was trying to ensure is that man would not get attacked. Now, what would we be saying if the police officer hadn't enacted and the man had been attacked? So you've got to remember, the law doesn't look through the lens of religion. It's not working that way.
The police officer did. You look too Jewish.
Visibly
Jewish.
He said you were openly Jewish.
Visibly Jewish.
Visibly, sorry. But when we got to the conversation about a breach of the peace, if anybody wants to watch the 8+ minute video, they explain in detail, and they did explain in detail, they were concerned that he might get attacked.
But you know, a different way of saying we're concerned you might get attacked is our commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, turns out is wrong. That you can't, I'm afraid, sir, walk freely and safely in the streets of London on a Saturday because we are so concerned about your safety, we're not going to let you. That's how homespun these protests are.
So let me respond to that again.
Yeah.
I, who am not Jewish, do not have the right to walk around freely around London if the police believe that for some reason a group of people might attack me, a non-Jew, and therefore they say, we need to arrest you, because I say to them, I don't care, I want to carry on walking.
Well, typically we don't arrest people to protect them, we just protect them. My issue, and the reason I don't agree that you've quite got there with the comparison, Mark, is that what Gideon Falter was testing was the repeated statement by the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police that British Jews are free to roam safely throughout London like any other citizen of London, right? Protests get in the way of cars because roads are blocked. They don't get in the way of people. And he was told, you can't cross this road because you look visibly Jewish. Even if there was a benign reason underneath it in the mind of the police officer, and I suspect there was, I don't think the police officer was an anti-Semite. I think he was saying this could kick off. But that very action of the police officer disproves the mantra of Sir Mark Rowley, which is that all is well, and all is not well when it comes to those protests, elements of those protests. Thanks, Mark. Nice try, but I'm not buying it. It's 2:33. Let's get some headlines from Tim Humphrey.
The Prime Minister says people who are fit to work but don't accept a job offer within 12 months are to have their benefits taken away. The charity Scope has described Rishi Sunak's proposed reforms of the welfare system as dangerous and a full-on assault on disabled people. The US has refused to address reports of a retaliatory Israeli airstrike on Iran early this morning, which Tehran itself is playing down. It's only saying its forces fired at a suspicious object while reporting no injuries or damage. Nicola Sturgeon's acknowledged going through an incredibly difficult time after her husband was charged in a police investigation looking at SNP finances. Reporters have gathered outside her home, but the former First Minister of Scotland says nothing's going to be happening here and asks for peace for their neighbours. LBC weather, mostly dry with sunny spells. It will remain windy, a high of 15 degrees.
This is LBC.
At EDF, we're busy helping Britain achieve net zero. As CEO of EDF Renewables UK and Ireland, Mathieu Hu explains.
We've been investing in clean energy in Britain for over 15 years, and now we have ambition to generate 10 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2035. Homegrown renewables will be essential in securing the country's energy independence, and we are committed to working closely with local communities where our projects are based to create a strong green economy.
EDF, helping Britain achieve net zero.
Play Set for Life and you could. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
This one's for the fed up. This one's for the hot and stuffy. This one's for everyone who thought they couldn't have aircon in their apartment or listed building. Because you can. For years, Call U have supplied and installed fully internal aircon systems with no mess, no fuss and no external condenser. So head to callu.london today, before the summer's here. Call U, for a cool, comfortable home.
If you've lost money to a scammer, the system has failed you. There are safeguards in place to detect and prevent fraud. So if you've been tricked into sending money to a scammer, then we can help you get it back, even if you've been told no. CEL Solicitors are specialists in fraud and scam recovery. If you've lost £3,000 or more, we can help you recover your money from the system. Visit celsolicitors.co.uk.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
I'll get back to your calls in a few minutes, but I'm joined in the studio by Patsy Stevenson, a name you're probably familiar with now. Patsy's a women's rights activist and one of the women who was arrested at the Sarah Everard Vigil in Clapham in 2021. That photograph of Patsy became, in a sense, the emblem of that event. Hello, Patsy, by the way. I'm saying she, and you're sitting in front of me as though you're not here. You are saying that you have been threatened with revenge porn by someone, took it to the police with all the evidence required, and they've essentially said, nothing we can do here.
Yeah.
So talk me through the story and what happened.
Yeah, so it happened, I think, last year, not a couple of months ago, but months ago. And I was sort of close to this guy, and we had the same friend group. And I want to preface this with, this is the reason I didn't come out as well about it, and that a lot of people don't come out about what's happened to them because there may be situations around it that aren't exactly black and white. So the person in question has a girlfriend, and so he sort of led me down a path to believe that he was sort of into me and wanted to date me and would break up with his girlfriend. I'm thinking this is like a bit mad, to be honest. But we hung out for a couple of days and nothing happened. But, you know, that that nude picture of me was sent whilst he was in front of me, because we were talking about it and flirting. And I know that I was in the wrong as well in that situation, and I apologise to his girlfriend as well, because that's awful to go through. But what happened after...
Did he take the picture?
No. We were discussing some very explicit things and just flirting, you know, and so I sent that picture and he was like, you know, smiling about it, and it was just like an exchange, because he said that he was breaking up with her. So I thought, well, okay, that's going to happen. And then obviously he chose not to break up with her.
Happens all the time.
Which is fine. To me, I was like, that's cool, okay, I'm leaving well alone. I told some of our mutual friends a bit about what happened, because I was a bit upset about the situation. I told them not to tell anyone, you know, it wasn't something, I didn't want to spread rumours or anything. I didn't want it to escalate.
And as you say, if it's within a group, either of friends or boyfriends and girlfriends, whatever it is, it's a relationship scenario, isn't it?
Yeah.
All kinds of relationships.
Yeah, because a lot of, you know, people were asking me why I was upset as well, and because I wasn't coming out as much. So it was only like 2 people, I think, I told just the situation. I didn't say anything bad about him. I just said this was the situation. It's, you know, it's a real tricky one. That's what happened. And so I blocked him on things. I'm sure he blocked me too, I'm not sure. But I blocked him on multiple WhatsApp, everything else, and then just left him to it. I was like, okay, he's made a choice, cool. And so he moved away, I think, with the girlfriend. The girlfriend messaged me actually and said, I know that you have an infatuation with him, and I just didn't respond, because I think she may not believe me anyway. She might now, and I'm really sorry if she like sees this and hears it. But then months later, and I hadn't said anything for months. You know, we just let it go. It was done. And he texted me. Now, I hadn't blocked him on text, because I don't text. That's not a thing that I do. So I just didn't think to block his number off every single thing.
Did he start to threaten about the photo?
It was immediately. It was a very aggressive message. First of all, sorry, I remember getting it, and I just, because I thought I've got tissues, because I knew this would happen, because I really thought that he was a nice guy, and it's ironic as well, because he's the type of guy that we would have conversations in the pub about feminism, and he was like, oh, you need to be nice to the guys that are fighting on your corner, not be so like radical feminist. And I'm like, now I understand why he said stuff like that. I think he sees himself as a nice guy.
He's a man telling you what kind of feminist to be.
Yeah, of course.
That's always a winning position.
Well, I think it's a massive red flag immediately, but yeah, so he texted me this, and I remember sitting on my sofa reading this really awful, you know, it basically said, leave me and her alone, when I hadn't messaged her either at all. I hadn't told her about what had happened. I wasn't trying to break them up or anything. It had nothing to do with me, his decision. And so he said, you know, everyone at the pub has my back. You should know this. Everything gets back to me. So someone must have said something to him, and it got back to him. And he said, you know, leave us alone. And if you speak to any of my friends again, you know, if you keep stirring things up...
And you were not doing
I messaged him, I said, I'm so sorry. I did not try to... I wasn't...
And where did the threats come in, and the police in all of this? Because what you're describing is deeply unpleasant for you, of course. But it happens a lot, doesn't it, when it comes to threatening people with the use of images. When did he do that particular thing?
So that was the message chain. So he sent a few back and forth, and I think I'd just come out of hospital at the time because I had sepsis last year and almost died, so that was the worst point to get it. So he was messaging me all this stuff, and I said, please, like, I'm not trying to break you up, like, I'm leaving it. And he said, you know, if you carry on, any picture of you with a picture of your Instagram will verify it's you, that picture you sent me. And I just said, well, that's revenge porn, that's illegal. Like, I'm trying to make him aware, because I would take that forward.
Don't go down this route.
And he's like, take me to court, I don't care. He said before, he's got a very famous cousin. His cousin is in the public eye, and he's always talking... I wouldn't. But he is always talking about how rich he is, how he can sort of do anything. And that obviously scared me as well, because...
But you had the physical proof on your phone that this was a person threatening to... use a photograph against you, and as you say, criminally so.
Yeah.
And then the police, what did they do?
So, I sent it to the police. I called the police and told them everything. And I know when I call the police, they're probably going to go, oh, it's that Patsy girl again. She hates us. When I don't hate them. I'm just trying to make sure everyone's doing the job, But I know that I'm going to get that stigma of like, oh, well, you hate the police, so why do you expect them to do anything? And I got an email back. I had to fight for it. So they sent me an email back saying they'd look into it. And over the months, I kept calling them up and they kept saying the case was now closed, but they wouldn't say anything about why or anything. They said, we've just closed the case. It says here it's closed. So I kept calling every couple of days or something, and they reopened it, closed again, reopened. And finally, after leaving it for a while, I've had nightmares about him knocking on my door and, it's just a lot. But then they sent the email saying that we've spoken to him. He says he didn't mean to upset you. He wanted to stop you from contacting him when I hadn't contacted him in months.
He had contacted you, yeah.
So,
I mean, just to be clear, it's Surrey Police, isn't it, saying they spoke to the man, but because he has stated he didn't intend to cause distress or harm, they've closed the case, which is odd because the texts you have described are clearly threatening and invasion of privacy.
Yeah, the email was called, it was titled Malicious Communications. So I thought that
from him.
I thought that was what the email from the police.
From the police.
Was titled that, so I thought that's what they were going to maybe charge him with, but I just think it always happens. Even some of our friends, they've sided with him. He said that I'm lying about it. It's just a classic thing that happens to women.
And to be clear on the malicious communications thing, malicious communications isn't the legislation under which threatening to share photos of somebody. That's under the Domestic Abuse Act, isn't it?
I think there's several different things that this could qualify for. But when I said, I have friends who are lawyers, I have friends in this space that, people that work at Refuge that I know who have told me what the law is and what it isn't. And because there's a law that came through recently where even threatening to share intimate images is now illegal, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, so it should be.
Yeah, and when I messaged the police officer back, she said, yeah, but so is sharing an explicit image now, as in you could get done for it. And I thought, he was right in front of me. He asked for the photo. It wasn't.
We were being intimate.
It wasn't like an unsolicited pic like most men send. And so that was a situation where I felt like she just didn't care, and it was a female officer. She didn't care, and she was like, well, you could get done too. And then she said, well, actually, because of that law came in recently, we can't do it retroactively, which means because it happened before that came into law, that means I can't do anything about it.
So obviously it's upsetting you still to talk about it. What are you going to do next, do you think? Or do you not think there's much more you can do?
I have no idea. I think because the thing is, like even on the way here, I thought I saw him, and it just gives me just fear. I think that as well, a lot of people think that myself and other people in the public eye that do this kind of work are the most the strong, independent women that fight for this stuff.
Are you doing it for fun?
And this stuff happens to everyone. And like I said to you before, this is just because I've got a platform, people are aware of it, but this happens to so many women. And I just can't...
And kids.
Yeah. And I can't fathom that this happens and that police are like, she didn't even say, oh, you're all right, nothing. It was just, we're not going to do anything because that's the end of that. There's nothing that can be done.
Because he said, whoops, I didn't
Because he said he didn't intend to upset me, and that... I didn't understand where she said he said he was threatening it to stop you from communicating with him. I said, but you've got all the screenshots to see. I haven't contacted him in months. I've blocked him. He's harassing me, so...
I mean, there is you might know I looked into stalking and harassment in a big way for a podcast, and some forces are doing great work on it, but there is a great deal of misunderstanding from police officers, I think, as to what constitutes harassment, or in this case, a threat, a very particular kind of threat. I mean, I'm so sorry you feel as bad as you do about it, but understandably, I think inevitably you're going to, in the face of that. Will you contact the police again and see?
I mean, I think I'm going to get my friend... I mean, I've got a few friends in that space who have offered to maybe email them back and raise it, like, as a complaint, I guess. But it just feels like, I don't know when women get a break. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just want to do my day-to-day life. I don't want to have to do
and have the kind of privacy everybody has.
Yeah, and like, the past 2 years I've spent in a legal case. I don't want to go through another one and this and that. It's like, when does it end? When do men just stop doing this stuff to us?
And do you fear that you won't be protected by any police force because of what you did about what happened to you?
I think that's a very real... I know that. I know that if I call police, you know, they will look at my name and go, perhaps not, you know?
Well, I mean, I can't say whether they would or they wouldn't. I know they would say that they wouldn't.
It happened once before.
Yeah, and I can imagine lots of good officers absolutely would not do that to you, but I can see why it's a fear that you have. Well, I wish you well, Patsy. Thanks for coming in and telling us. And you're right, it is something that affects an awful lot of women and an awful lot of girls as well, and some boys and men too. Thanks for coming in. Patsy Stevenson, women's rights activist, but in this case, a victim of something that we've talked about many times on the programme as well, and will do so. Again, keep us posted as to whether it goes any further. That's Patsy Stevenson. It's 2:49.
It's Carol Vorderman here on LBC. Is this Israeli attack in Damascus a way of swinging the pendulum of public opinion back towards the Israelis? This is how escalation happens.
Listen on your radio and on Global Player.
She's a strong woman and a role model for every single girl.
I am absolutely incensed, and it has made me even more determined.
Carol Vorderman, Sundays from 4 on LBC.
What to do when you've got no plans? Well, in just a short train ride, you can open the door to a mind-blowing musical, an inspiring art gallery, or an underground cocktail bar behind a secret door. Sorry, wrong door. From unique nightlife to world-class galleries, jump on a Southern Railway train and open the door to more this spring. Book tickets and pay no booking fees at southernrailway.com, where every stop is a story.
My granny visits Specsavers. No, Jeds.
No, my daughter doesn't go to Specsavers.
You're having a laugh. My sister goes to Specsavers.
Specsavers? For my mum, it's out of the question.
Dad? Oh, he hasn't been to Specsavers in years.
If your loved ones can't make it into a Specsavers store, it's easy to arrange home visits. Our opticians are caring and highly trained. To find out if your loved ones are eligible, visit our website.
I'm Josh Widdicombe.
I'm Dara O'Brien.
We're telling a tale of a remarkable footballer.
To understand how one thoroughly mysterious man was able to change football forever. From Global, and listen, this is 53 Minutes.
Listen for free on Global Player. Download it from the App Store or search for 53 Minutes at globalplayer.com.
This isn't your first rodeo. You know running a business means wearing many hats.
Whether you're riding waves of new opportunity
or searching out new customers, there's always another job waiting. But when it's time to put your money hat on, try the bank built especially for established businesses. You'll get your own dedicated relationship manager and no monthly fees. It's how business banking used to be, just better. Get no-nonsense business banking with Alika Bank. Alika Bank is authorised by the PRA and regulated by the PRA and FCA. T's and C's apply. Visit alika.bank.
At Big Motoring World, we love giving you thousands of cars to choose from. But we're bigger than that, because we're big on all the things that matter to you, like our haggle and hassle-free low prices, because 90% of our cars are priced below market value. Britain, we've got you covered with honest prices you can trust. See bigmotoringworld.co.uk. We're big on what matters to you.
Big, big, big Motoring World.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC.
We've been talking about this video that I saw online, lots of you have seen online, from the campaign against anti-Semitism, where a police officer described a man, a Jewish man, Gideon Folter, who was very open about the fact that he was testing the theory that the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, keeps saying British Jews are free to go about their business in London and will be safe to do so when the pro-Palestinian marches are taking place. Gideon Falter found rather differently, even a police officer saying, you're visibly Jewish, you're obviously visibly Jewish, and therefore a problem. And the man as well was subjected to threats by one of the marchers, which the police didn't appear to do anything about. Jonathan's called from Finchley. Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Sheila. It's Jonathan from Downing Street.
I was about to say, it's the same Jonathan from Finchley, isn't it? Yeah. And it's funny, when you introduced yourself then as Jonathan from Finchley, I automatically knew what that meant. You're a caller.
So as I was telling you when we met, I did the same thing as Falter. I went to the most recent march, beginning of April, to test to see how safe I felt. And I got a couple of comments. The first one is there were 200,000 people shouting all sorts of anti-Israel stuff, and I felt, as part of the crowd, I was visibly Jewish. I was talking to people, questioning them. I didn't feel threatened at all, except by the police. So 3 times the police tried to pull me aside. They didn't know, they couldn't explain why they were doing it. I said, what have I done? What are you doing? They didn't say, we're here to protect you or anything. They just said, you're breaching the peace by having conversations with people. No one was threatening towards me or me towards them. I was challenging them and asking if they wanted to also protest against the keeping of hostages in Gaza, and that sort of riled some people and a bit annoyed about it, which is their right. But I wasn't unsafe from them, but the police kept on trying to kind of push me away. So it's clear that the police just don't know what they're doing. They don't have clear instructions. They don't seem to know what the law is. And so I think it's an interesting situation. That's the first thing. And the second thing I would say is that I deliberately asked people, I don't know how many, and it was my Jewish Sabbath, so I couldn't record it, but it was dozens of people. I was asking what they thought of Hamas in this context, and the vast majority were pro-Hamas. One guy was going to be in court on the following Tuesday for visibly supporting Hamas at a previous march, and he was up for terrorism charges. So the people on the march, I'd love to do someone to do a proper count and just ask people in front of a camera what they think of Hamas, but most people were pro-Hamas in some way. They certainly didn't consider them to be genocidal.
The numbers are a bit too large for that. I mean, if the police were to say to you, Jonathan, if they were here in this conversation and were to say to you, look, I'm sure that didn't feel very nice for you to be told you're a problem. But the reality is what we're trying to do is keep the temperature down on these marches. What would you say?
Look, to be fair to the police, very much fairer than I have been in the last few minutes, they got a tough gig. It's hard. You've got a lot of angry people protesting, and there's a lot of tension. So I understand that they're doing their job as best they can. But, my experience, one person experience of one person and 200,000 other people, my personal experience was that the actual people on the march were not problematic. They either said, oh, he's a Zionist, don't talk to him, which is completely fine. They don't want to talk to me because I'm the enemy. Fine. Not talking to me is perfectly legitimate and not threatening. Or they engaged in a conversation and they liked it, or they engaged in a conversation and they had enough and they said, I don't want to talk to you anymore. And I said, fine, I've got 200,000 other people to talk to. So I think I wasn't in danger. I don't think Jews are in danger, visibly or not, in that march. And by the way, there are plenty of pro-Palestinian Jewish people on the march. So I think it's just a mistake. I don't think we are in danger. I think the police are making a mistake. It's not the same as your previous caller who said, the tribalism between Spurs and Arsenal or whatever. That's a whole different
kettle of fish. It is different.
People are in different. It's a different scenario, and it probably is asking for trouble. And so the police want to stop that trouble happening. But in this case, they really don't need to do that. They need to keep a watchful eye. And I'm very glad that that's been your experience, and you did go and you went in order to engage, and people did engage, and they engaged in a non-violent way with you. So that's all brilliant to hear, and doesn't surprise me at all. However, in the case of Gideon Falter, who was not kicking up a stink audibly or anything like that, he did end up getting threatened by a member of that particular group around him, and the police didn't do anything about it. The man openly threatened him. Yeah, they should arrest the guy who threatens him. That he committed a crime. and they should arrest him and get evidence and charge him with the crime or caution him or whatever. And they should publicise it and say anybody who threatens anybody for any reason will be arrested.
In whichever direction.
Will be, taken to task. Yes. Yeah, but if someone's just walking around being Jewish or being Palestinian or being Muslim, whatever they want to be, well, that's a free country and good luck to them.
Thanks, Jonathan. Good to talk to you and good to meet you, accidentally as we did. Jonathan in Finchley. Daniel in London Bridge. Hi, Daniel.
Hi, Sheila. Very good to talk to you. I've been listening to you for many years.
Thank you.
I'm glad that Jonathan does feel safe and everything was fine for him, of course, but I must say that isn't the experience of many other Jews around London. I am Jewish myself, been living in London my whole life. I'm in my 30s. I have a lot of Jewish friends and family, and the general feeling amongst everyone is actually that it isn't that safe. And whilst you can go on a half an hour walk around London with your kippah, the head covering on, being very visibly Jewish, and you probably would be fine. You probably would. But the key word here is probably, because there's always that little feeling that maybe you won't be. Would I personally walk around visibly Jewish? Absolutely not.
Was that true before October the 7th?
Yes, but in a bit of a different way. I think whenever things flare up in Israel, the feeling of being unsafe in London increases. We've all just grown up with this constant feeling that you've just got to be a bit careful. My dad is someone who wears a head covering everywhere he goes, and after October the 7th, he's done that his whole life. For the first time now, he's decided, you know what, I'm not going to be the hero. And he wears a cap everywhere he goes. And people just get on with it. They don't make a big deal out of it, but there's absolutely this feeling in London that it isn't safe.
And is it a fairly regular topic of conversation now amongst your friends?
I think it is, yeah. I think it is. I think, when kids are, friends who have kids who are old enough to go out on their own, naturally the parents will just make sure, look, just wear a cap if you want to cover your head. I've got a necklace that I wear with a Jewish symbol on it. Been wearing it since I was 13. And if I'm on a packed tube and I have two buttons open in my shirt, without thinking, I would just naturally do one of the buttons up. And it's just this general feeling that people have, and I'm sure a lot of Jews will say the same.
Yeah. I mean, but that isn't the country we claim to live in, is it?
No, it's not. And this is one of the best countries in the world. And all in all, people generally are safe. But I've got numerous friends who will walk around visibly Jewish, who know that person across the street has given them a weird look, or when they're standing waiting to get on the tube, someone has brushed past them a little bit more aggressively than they would be if it was just an accident. And it's these subtle things that just happen all the time.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Daniel, for your call. That's Daniel in London Bridge, and to all of you for your calls this hour. I've left the talking very late, haven't I? Time for the news. It's 3:00.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3:00. It could soon be up to work and health professionals to sign us off work sick, not GPs. Rishi Sunak wants to trial it as one of 5 changes he wants to make to the welfare system. Others include a more ambitious assessment of people's potential for work and a crackdown on fraud. He says too many people are off sick. But disability rights journalist Rachel Charlton-Davies told LBC the Prime Minister is forgetting 2 factors.
We've got the horrible effect of COVID. We've got the fact that long COVID does obviously add to your depression and anxiety. We've also got the cost of living crisis, which is obviously going to add to people's worries.
Iran has called an assault in the early hours of this morning an infiltration as it downplays an apparent Israeli attack. The airstrikes in Iran are understood to have been fired from Israel in revenge for a drone assault last weekend. French police have cordoned off the Iranian consulate in Paris after reports someone had gone in with an explosive. Traffic on nearby metro lines was stopped. A police source says there's been an arrest. LBC's Peter Allen has more from Paris.
An unidentified man has just given himself up after walking into the Iranian consulate and claiming he was wearing a vest packed with explosives and also carrying a grenade. It sounds as though both those claims were false.
Nicola Sturgeon's spoken for the first time since her husband was charged in connection with the embezzlement of SNP funds.
It's incredibly difficult, but, that's not the main issue here. So I can't say any more. I'm not going to say any more.
Peter Murrell was the party's chief executive for more than 2 decades before standing down last year. A report has been sent to the Procurator Fiscal for consideration. The 59-year-old's resigned his SNP membership. 5 Just Stop Oil protesters have been convicted of aggravated trespass after disrupting a performance of Les Miserables in London. The West End performance was stopped last year when activists climbed onto the stage and locked themselves to the set. The theatre said the estimated cost of cancelling the performance was £60,000. In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 45 points at 78.32. The pound buys $1.24 and €1.17.
LBC Weather.
With Ripple Energy. Climate action you can be proud of.
Mostly dry with sunny spells, but it will remain windy for a time, a high of 15 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Sheila Fogarty.
Hello, good afternoon if you're just joining us here at LBC. I don't think I have ever discussed the topic I'm about to discuss on air, and I'm not really sure why, because I knew already it was a big issue, but I've never discussed pet theft and pet abduction, cats and dogs particularly. And today, the Conservative MP Anna Firth, who joins me in just a second, has revealed that her pet abduction bill has reached its final stage in the House of Commons before it goes to the Lords and has garnered a great deal of cross-party support as well. Let's hear from her about what the bill is designed to do. I finally caught up with the conversation, Anna Firth, to talk about pet abduction, because it is a real blow to people when they lose their animals, isn't it, in this way?
It is, Sheila. And can I just say thanks very much for having me on? It's the first time I've had the privilege to be on your show.
And it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. So thousands of dogs and indeed cats are being stolen every single year, but that we are not getting the proper penalties. There's no deterrent for this at the moment because they are dealt with under the Theft Act, which, although it has, in theory, a custodial sentence available, because the thread that runs through the Theft Act is all about property, it deals with the theft of a pet as if it was just a mobile phone, loss of a handbag, toy, power tool. So not only are police not even investigating or even coming out half the time if you ring up and say, well, my dogs have been stolen from my car outside a supermarket, which actually happened to Bruce Forsyth's daughter, Debbie Matthews. Not only have they not come out, if they do take action, very rarely gets to court. If it does get to court, slap on the wrist, maybe a fine, and that's it. And of course, that doesn't cut it. It doesn't recognise the loss at all.
And I only learned today that they would be a cat or a dog would be the equivalent of a television or a mobile phone or something that was stolen from your house or from your car, and that so misses the point, doesn't it, of what these animals mean to most people. I mean, clearly there are people who are cruel to their animals, but most people just adore them, don't they?
Exactly. I mean, the pet ownership in this country is huge. Over a third now of households will have a dog. A quarter of households will have a cat. And, of course, many households like me, in fact, will have both. And that obviously rose significantly during the pandemic, which was really the time when we sort of really appreciated our animals. The companionship that they gave us, the laughter that they make a home complete, don't they? They when we're up, they're up. When we're down, they comfort us. They really are part of the family.
And will this bill include, for example, horses or farm animals?
So not at this stage, because the numbers of cats and dogs in households are so huge. We've started with dog and cat abduction, but my bill is framed so that there's an enabling provision such that should we see suddenly a spree of horse napping, I suppose.
Well, there was that dreadful period when horses were injured, wasn't there? They were deliberately injured by somebody or groups. I'm not quite sure what happened in the end with that.
There wasn't, and of course, historically, horse smuggling has been a real thing, but it is less of a thing now. But snatching coy carp has become quite a thing, and also stealing birds is on the increase. So there are other pets that might at some point need to be added, but they're not going to be added at this stage because we want to make sure that this is based on proper evidence, and there's a real need to add additional pets, but that provision is there should it be needed.
You mentioned how the before this bill, how the police respond to things. We know that, for example, the police have been heavily criticised for not coming out sufficiently often to burglaries. Been a commitment from the Met to come out to every burglary. We know that we're all kind of inured now, aren't we, to phones just being stolen and whatever else just being stolen from our person when we're out. That happens an awful lot. Is there capacity within the police and the criminal justice system to address this? I'm not suggesting that should mean they don't, but we know they're under pressure anyway. I just wonder, I wonder if forces across the country are like, oh God, another thing we have to go out to.
So that's a really good point, and there's 2 points there. One is that it is ultimately a question of priorities. And in Essex, where I'm an MP, we have a police and crime commissioner called Roger Hurst, and he actually put pet theft in his last police and crime strategy and devoted extra resources to it. And he's seen a 10% decrease in the number of pet thefts in Essex. So if you do devote the resources to it, you can make a difference. Right. But the other thing is, and the other reason that I think my bill's so important, we have to have a unique identifier for pet theft. At the moment, it's really almost impossible to get an accurate picture. We know the figures are an underestimate because of all the police forces that I contacted with a Freedom of Information request to build that evidence database. Only about 13 or 14 actually responded because the others, they didn't actually make a note of when a theft has been of a cat or a dog, because it hasn't actually been a significant point, because it's the same as a bag or a handbag. So we've got to build the database.
And I imagine that, and I'll get calls from people to tell me what happened in their case when they had a pet stolen. Very few people get them back, do they?
Sadly, that's absolutely right. And recent figures from Direct Line, actually, the insurer, have shown a 6% increase in the number of dogs stolen in the last year. And sadly, it's only about 12% maximum that of all the dogs that are stolen that ever make their way back. The vast majority, 88% of the thousands which are stolen every year, never come back. So there's a permanent loss there. And of course, the whole thread running through my bill that these are sentient beings. And that, at the moment, that is totally unrecognised in our law.
And I know people who don't have pets might not see it this way, but people who do certainly do. They are a member of a person's family, aren't they?
Exactly. And that, since starting this campaign, which started because I've got a fantastic charity in my own patch called Tilly's Angels, where the lady, Anne, who runs it, reconnects people who've lost their pets. They go out, they try and find pets, they try and reconnect them. And then she came back to her van one evening after being out volunteering, and all 4 of her lovely dogs had been stolen. And she described it to me. She said the pain was indescribable when she saw those empty crates in front of her eyes. Now, luckily that had a happy ending because she runs this fantastic charity and has a huge network. Everyone was out combing the roads and the streets immediately. And in dribs and drabs, her dogs were dumped, but in places where they could be found.
And they're dumped because what? Once the thief has hold of them, they take a look and decide whether they're any good to them to sell or to keep.
I think in this instance they were dumped because they knew that
someone was onto them.
The dogs they'd stolen were the dogs of somebody who was hugely experienced in this, and there was a chance that they might be discovered and caught.
And what do we know about the market? Is there a market for these dogs, or are people stealing them for themselves or for sheer devilment? I mean, do we know? Sadly, there's a huge market. I mean, one case that I talked about in the chamber today was a case of a whole litter of something called the Blue Marl French Bulldog. Not a breed I've ever come across, but this litter was worth £100,000 because each puppy was worth £9,000 in itself. You know, figures that to me who sort of thinks that, you know, we should all, if we can, possibly, you know, adopt a rescue dog. But you know, that some of these breeds are incredibly valuable. We heard at second reading from another MP of a Bengal cat that had been stolen, and that cat was worth £5,000. So although it's not about the money, there is undoubtedly an element of organised crime here. But, you know, I would say every dog or cat, you know, deserves to be protected, whether it's a Bengal or a Moggy like mine. And so that market is known about. And I mean, it's interesting because if you go online and look at, you know, to buy a puppy or to, you know, or to find a breeder or whatever, it doesn't take long before you're just seeing dogs for sale, basically, without that responsible, you know, the responsibility of the information that you should have about the animal's provenance and the owners, and, you know, the access to the owners, the access to the dog's mother, that kind of thing. I mean, are people literally selling these pets online, do you think?
Oh, undoubtedly, and particularly during the pandemic, of course, when there was obviously a massive shortage of puppies because breeders weren't able to, you know, to breed dogs. And I remember at one point that, you know, Labrador puppies were selling for £2,000 per puppy. You know, huge sums of money. So that there is undoubtedly a market. But I think the real problem that I'm trying to deal with is that this, from a criminal point of view, has been a low risk, high reward crime, because there's really been no deterrent. Because the police don't take any action, because if it goes to court, then it's just going to be dealt with as a mobile phone or a bag.
And then I'm sure you've spoken over the years with this campaign to many people who have been affected, like the lady from Tilly's Angels, Anne, that you mentioned. Let's see what people's experiences have been. Then I'll open the lines and see what people have experienced and whether they have got their dogs or cats back, or whatever the pet it was. Thank you. Good to talk to you, Anna. Thank you for talking to us about this subject, because I know it will mean a lot to people. Anna Firth, Conservative MP for Southend West, who introduced that bill, which had its final reading in the House of Commons today. So what did happen when you had a pet stolen? Likely to be a cat or a dog, may have been something else, you tell me. How was it responded to by the police? Did you even go to the police? And most importantly, did you get your pet back? 0345 6060 973. And do share as well, if you want to, the impact of losing a pet in this way, the impact it has. You can send a WhatsApp message to on 0345 6060 973, and you can text as usual on 84850. 3:15.
This is LBC.
This is what award-winning customer service sounds like from real Octopus Energy calls.
Truly, sincerely cannot thank you enough for everything you have done. I really, truly mean that. All of you, the whole of Octopus as a company overall, you are, for a good reason, one of the best energy companies to be with, and I cannot be more happy being with yourselves. Thank you ever so much.
Octopus Energy. Outstanding service at fair prices.
Play Set for Life and you could. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. Discovering amazing destinations like Turkey, Greece and Portugal. Staying as long as you like with flexible durations and relaxing in the sun with award-winning VIP service from the Which Travel Brand of the Year 2023. Book summer now from London Stansted with just a £60 deposit per person. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Afternet or protected, subject to availability and conditions.
Isn't it funny how some things in life are good when they're high, but others are good when they're low? Take exam grades, for example. Those are good when they're high.
Yes!
But your 5K time, now that's much better low. With Waitrose new lower prices, you can get the best of the highs and the lows. Because hundreds of good, high-quality favourites, like chicken breast, potatoes and unsalted butter, are now at a new, lower price. Waitrose. Food to feel good about. Selected stores subject to availability. Prices may vary in Little Waitrose, Channel Islands and concessions.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. Got a nap lined up for today. Listen, pal, I may not look like the young stallion I once was, but I'm still fit as a fiddle, I'll have you know. No, Harry, that's not what I meant. I'm not even that old. I do boxercise 3 times a week, and my trainer says... No, I mean the horses. Your nap, your Napoleon, your best bet. Oh, well, you should have said that. My best bet will be to head over to Bet Victor and check out the latest offers they have on the horses.
Listen to Harry and make your best bet on the racing at Bet Victor. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Customer service matters. Octopus Energy, recommended by Which 7 years running. Octopus Energy, outstanding customer service at fair prices.
This is LBC with Sheila Fogarty. Call 0345 6060 973. Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Text 84850.
When I was growing up, we had a dog for a relatively short period of time. I won't bore you with the whole story, but it just turned out that 7 children and an untrained puppy that was going to grow to a very large dog was really not going to work, particularly for my mum, who would be the one who would be looking after it all the time. And so I didn't really, growing up, have a pet as such, all the time, like a dog or a cat. We had a cat when I was very little. Little Trixie. But when we moved house when I was four and a bit, we didn't get another pet until that brief interlude with the dog. But my best friend growing up, who I'm seeing after work tonight, in fact, just FYI, she had a little dog called Bernie for many years when we were growing up together. And obviously I loved Bernie, but I didn't love Bernie as much as she loved Bernie. And he went missing, I remember, he did come back, thankfully, but he went missing for a few days. And I remember my friend being so upset and worried and bereft. And we would have been little girls, we would have been 9, 10 years of age, something like that. And it was a really big lesson to me as to just how, an illustration really of just how connected to our animals we get. And any animal that you get to know and love is precious, and particularly if it is your pet or your family pet. The idea that somebody would steal it, excuse me, either from your car, from your house, from your hands, maybe. I'm sure that's happened, or abduct it right in front of you, and the fear of never seeing it again, I know would run very, very deep in a lot of people. So when your animal was taken, when your pet was taken, what were the circumstances? What happened? And did you report it to the police? Were the police able to do anything? Were you able to get your pet back? I mean, most pets are electronically tagged now, aren't they? Is that the right term for it? Chipped, microchipped is the right word for it. Which I found when last summer a neighbour that I didn't know, a neighbour's cat has started to go wandering and just end up in people's houses. And this beautiful little cat called Tofu used to appear in my house all the time, and decided that that's where she lived now. She doesn't. She's back with her mum. But, it was because she was tagged that she was chipped, I should say, that she was able to be returned, and we were able to find out whose she was. But to have your pet stolen from you, bad enough to lose them, particularly cats because they can wander off, but to lose them is one thing, but to have them stolen. What happened when your pet was stolen? And most importantly, did you ever get them back? 0345 6060 973. Elizabeth has called from Lincoln. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Tell me what happened with you.
So I was really responding to the organised crime element of it. We lost our dog very suddenly, and I decided to get a new puppy. Looked on a very popular online site, and whilst I was visiting my daughter in Lancashire, decided that we would go and view a litter of puppies, and we were invited to an apartment to view this litter. I said I would happily choose one of these puppies. It seemed very healthy. The mother seemed very healthy. But I kind of had a sixth sense that something wasn't quite right. And I sat outside. I said I would pick the puppy up the next day, and along with my granddaughter. And when I sat outside to sort of message my daughter to let her know, yes, this is what we're going to do, I witnessed the two ladies that showed me the dog come outside with what appeared to be a towel, and I just thought, I'm sure they've got those dogs under that towel. And they went and got back in their car and disappeared. And when I went back the next day, I said, can I just ask you, did you take the dogs away with you last night? And she said, no, absolutely not. This is where we live. So, I can't accuse people of not being their home, and everything else seemed okay. So paperwork seemed okay, took the dog, very healthy. She's a lovely little dog. And basically, then the next day I looked at the same popular pet site for sale, and the same litter of puppies, because there was one boy left, was advertised under a different breed. So I thought, okay.
So you had a heebie-jeebie, didn't you? That something was going on here.
Oh, I knew. Yeah, I did. And I used to work in children's safeguarding, so I think it's the same kind of heebie-jeebie feeling that you get.
You're probably not wrong. Yeah, you can spot a wrong.
So within the next in the last sort of 18 months, really, we've had the dog. I've witnessed multiple adverts on this site with the same woman holding up multiple breeds of dog because she has a specific tattoo on her hand. So it is an organised crime that's across the country. It's not specific to that one location. And something stuck in my mind that she said that, she couldn't meet me at a certain time the next, because I said, can I come back in a couple of days? And she said no, because, I was thinking when I was driving home back to Lincoln, and she pretty much said no, because we're not going to be here, and it's just little things that you think, something's not right.
So did you call anyone?
I think I messaged the local police at that time, because you have to do it online now. You have to report anything online. But I never heard anything back. And as I say, I've been kind of, every now and again I'll look just to see if I can find anything. And it's there. It's a very highly organised network. And you see animals that are being advertised that you will bring this dog in from Poland or Russia. It's a Russian bred dog, or it's very prolific, I think.
And the thing is about you see these awful videos on Instagram and the like where people have rescued, they found by chance really a tied bag of little tiny puppies that someone's just thrown away, and it's just going to end up in a bin chute somewhere, and you just think, come on, what is that all about?
Yeah, you do, and I think, what can you do about it if there is no law? Obviously, hopefully now there will be, but if there's no law in place that actually
deters it,
punishment and deters it, what's the point of reporting if you don't feel that anything is going to happen about,
And if you do have to wonder, don't you, if the police aren't able to get serious sexual assault into a courtroom, are they going to bother that much with dogs, cats? They should, but are they able to? Are they going to? I don't know.
Absolutely. Domestic violence, sexual assault, coercive control. There's a huge issue with that at the moment. And if we can't get it right for people, how on earth are we going to get it right for our pets?
Yeah, really good question. Thanks, Elizabeth, for your story, Elizabeth in Lincoln. Let's broaden this conversation out as well to when you've gone to buy a pet. What circumstances did you find that didn't quite sit right with you in the way Elizabeth was talking about? Tim has quite a story to tell. Tim in Harlow. Hi, Tim.
Hi there. So we went on honeymoon, me and my wife. We have a Bengal called Fendi who opened the door with the door handle, went out for around 2 weeks. This happened towards the end of the honeymoon. So then during that time, me and my wife was, upset. As you can imagine, you're on a honeymoon, just got married, and your beloved cat goes missing. So we searched around the area, got wonderful sister-in-laws who kept looking around for him. Surprisingly, we was also contacted by a psychic lady who is, I don't know, she's got like some psychic powers with cats. And she was telling us like what he was feeling, where he was going through. And surprisingly, she was right. She said that someone was holding him hostage. So I can only imagine after 2 weeks of being outside, he was tired and hungry, went into someone's home.
Well, hang on. How did the psychic get in touch with you? Are we sure she wasn't part of the people holding the cat?
No. So we advertised it on online. We advertised. We put pictures, we put notices up and everything. And she offered to help. So you're right. She could be a part of it, 100%. But at the same time, it just didn't sound or feel like she was, because she was telling us the region where he was, what he was feeling. And this was going on for 2 weeks. So after we came back from the honeymoon, and then afterwards we got a call saying that, yes, we actually have your Bengal, but what is the amount that you're going to give us? What is the reward?
So they were literally doing a proper sort of old-fashioned style kidnap, hostage holding.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Exactly. And then when we said, when they started to press us for the reward, and they wouldn't tell us if he's okay or send us pictures of him so we know it's him. We kind of got suspicious too. Then they started saying that they're going to chop his paws off one by one if we don't give the reward. And then at that point, we started to threaten that we was going to call the police as well, and pass on their number they're calling from and so on. And then at the end, my sister-in-law went there, found him, came running to her. Poor thing was tired, exhausted, and hungry for like a good week after we found him.
And do you think he was taken because he's a sort of what would the word be? Well, a very expensive cat, a particular breed that people would get money for. Yeah,
of course. Yeah. So this was my first cat. I never really had pets, but my wife has. So I'm surprised when we have like family over or friends over or even people to do bits and bobs like work around the house. Everyone seems to recognise. I've got another one now. I've got two. Everyone seems to recognise that they're Bengals. And I'm very surprised as to how they know, and I don't know that they were a Bengal. So at that point, I knew that they're high value. So and they have a cat as well, apparently, in their house. So they know that he's a Bengal. They know that he's a high value. They know that he's a male. They look out for specific things, like he's got big paws, and apparently that's something that they are interested in.
And how did you suffer, Tim, when he was gone?
Oh yes, so I was upset because after being married, we was moving in to our new home, and we wasn't going to have him, and I was looking forward to having him. My wife, the last 4 days of enjoying the honeymoon, was upset, and she was away. She couldn't do anything, so she was relying on family, thousands of miles away, to sort everything out. And she was crying every day. And also, we had, the Ring doorbell camera. Yep. So every night every day and night, we was calling his name out in case he's around the area to get back to us. So, instead of going out and enjoying the time, you spent the whole day on the camera seeing if he's there. And any cat that goes by, any fox that goes by, you think that it's him, and it's not.
Well, I'm glad you got him back in the end. That sounds horrendous. What a bizarre story, though, as well. I mean, threats to hurt the animal if you didn't give them money. I mean, it's like something out of a movie, isn't it? But a very nasty experience. Thanks, Tim. Tim in Hollow. More of your calls on what happened when someone stole your pet. See a call coming in from a person who had their pet stolen physically from them, not from their car or their house, but from them. It's 3:31. Let's get some headlines from Tim Humphrey.
The Prime Minister wants to remove GPs from the process of handing out sick notes as part of welfare reform. Rishi Sunak says he's on a moral mission to drive down the number of people who are on long-term sick leave. Iran is playing down an apparent Israeli missile strike, calling it an infiltration, not an attack. It's understood there were no reported casualties or damage following the explosions near the central city of Isfahan. Boris Johnson's been found to have breached government rules over his links to a hedge fund. The rules state ex-ministers mustn't take up new jobs or appointments without advice from the parliamentary group ACOBA. LBC weather, a largely dry and clear night. Cold where skies are clear, a low of -1.
This is LBC.
Join the nation in cinching it. Buy your perfect car online and get first-class assistance from start to finish. Your new car, madam? With friendly customer service available 7 days a week.
Hello, this is Cinch. How can I help you?
An expert walkthrough of your new car when it's delivered. And a faff-free 14-day money-back guarantee. Hardly surprising Cinch is rated excellent on Trustpilot. So join the nation in absolutely cinching it. Search Cinch and buy your next car today. Returns subject to mileage restrictions, T's and C's apply.
Amazon offer full-time apprenticeships to all fulfillment centre employees, like Hannah. She's now a trained electrical engineer, and to her, the buzz of lights is the best sound in the world. Because it's a reminder of how much she's achieved. In 2 years, she's gone from a warehouse employee to working as a qualified engineer. And in her new blue overalls and hard hat, her daughter thinks she looks like a superhero. At Amazon, we're committed to training and career growth. Course eligibility applies. See amazonapprenticeships.co.uk.
Running a successful business comes with many different challenges. But right now, the need for good business advice is more important than ever. At Barnes Rofe Accountants, we're helping our clients adapt their business strategies by looking at the best ways to build resilience in an ever-changing world. To arrange a free consultation with one of our partners and find out how we can support you and your business, visit barnesrofe.com. Barnes Rofe, clever accountants for business.
Listeners, we've uncovered the reason why Britain hasn't been so great of late. It's because the country hasn't been eating enough Weetabix. So to whoever's in charge of fixing potholes, to VAR and people who somehow managed to park over 2 bays, we must say, have you had your Weetabix?
First times. Remember those? Like the wonder of reading your first fairy tale. Now imagine the wonder of gazing at the fairy tale spires of Elt's Castle, or the delight you'll feel with our Love It First Time guarantee. If you don't love all the breathtaking first times on your first Saga River cruise, we'll give you your money back. 2025 season now on sale. Search Saga River Cruises. Experience is everything. Report must be made in first 72 hours or 48 hours if cruise is 7 nights or less. Full terms apply. Over 50s only.
Leading Britain's conversation. Sheila Fogarty. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Let's get back to your calls on your pet theft. This is after a new bill about pet theft has reached the final stages in the Commons. Long overdue. We spoke to Anna Firth, who proposed the bill, introduced the bill to the Commons, Conservative MP for Southend West. Donna has called from Canterbury. Hi, Donna.
Hi.
You had a dog go missing.
I did, yes, about 15 years ago.
Never got them back?
No.
And
No.
did you ever find out anything about what happened?
I think, looking back, that she was probably caught in a snare because I'm surrounded by fields. But what made me call in was 2 things. You asked what the impact was on that person, and it's awful. I still dream about her now. That I'm going. She's come back. She's here. I found her, and I go to sort of give her a pat, and then she just disappears. So it's still. But another reason why I rang in was I heard the previous chap saying about like the black man. I heard. And I had, it was just days when my and any identifying marks keep to yourself, you know, because then you can check. So I put my phone number everywhere. I searched within a 50-mile radius. I was looking at there, the council to see, you know, if she'd been picked up with, you know, some kill or something. Anyway, this somebody from work was ringing up maliciously anyway, but that's another story. But the main one was somebody rung up, an Irish chap, and said that he'd got my dog. So I was like, oh, God, that, you know, that's amazing, that's brilliant. And he says, yeah, but we want the reward. So I said, yeah, you can have the reward. I think I put about £100 on. And he said, well, I want more. So I said, yeah, you can have what you want, you know, because I'm so excited. So he said, what, 500? I said, yeah, you can have it. I just want the dog back. And but by this stage, you know, we